What's up, Bears fans, and welcome back to another episode of Three the Hard Way. I got the boys in the building with me. My guy Devin to the right, guy Chef West at the bottom. Y'all know how
As
we
always,
do.
holding it down, holding them up.
Look, we got a lot to talk about. The Chicago Bears had an interesting week. We had some breaking news drop on us. What was it? Friday. Caleb Williams bounced back. Hard knocks. We gonna get into all of that and a lot more right after this.
You seem to focus on what they didn't have. I
No,
focused on what they. No, you said four was not enough.
it
So
was
you
not
focused on what they did not have.
Okay, let's stop with the antics and let's talk about football now. Okay.
And then on top of that, I'm gonna tell y'all who we gonna take and why we gonna
Okay.
take.
All right.
We're taking a wide receiver, fellas. Let me tell you about Mr. Rome Adumze.
I love it.
Had to do some amendments to the intro, but I think it's for the better. It definitely go. But look,
It slaps.
Caleb Williams bounced back. Devin, you called for it. You weren't tripping. I don't think any of us was tripping. I think I was holding. I didn't bend though. I was firm on it. It's fine. You didn't have your weapons. I give you that. But like you said, Devin, last week, how will Caleb Williams bounce back? And he did that. This Friday, the media was attending their second OTA practice for the Chicago Bears, and they got to witness Caleb Williams. He balled out. It was the reactions from this practice was literally total 180
Polar opposites, yeah.
from last week's practice, and he balled out. I'm gonna get into some of the numbers because, of course, you know the media they keep stats at OTAs. So I'm gonna give it to y'all. I'm gonna tell y'all, you know, all the numbers and what his passing and completions, passing and incompletions were. And we just gonna give our opinion before we jump into this hard knocks. Any of y'all fellas want to take it away and just dive into the OTAs on Friday and what y'all think about it? Go ahead, take it away. Anybody?
So that's kind of what I was, like you were saying, that's kind of what I was talking about last week. I was wanting to see how he bounced back from a poor practice.
Right.
And the way that everybody was talking last week about it was the practice was not very good for the offense, primarily Caleb, and with a lot of those near interceptions and stuff, not
Yep.
actually throwing an interception, but near interceptions. And to be honest, I'm glad to hear that he bounced back how you want it to. Like, you want him to face adversity and know how to overcome that. And facing the adversity of the Chicago Bears defense, their secondary at least, like that was some big adversity. Going
Yeah.
through and bouncing back against them, pretty impressive.
John won't let us get through it. He gonna make sure he put the disclaimer in the chat right away. We gonna get to that. We gonna provide
I had you,
context.
John. I had
Yeah.
you, John.
Go ahead, Devin. I don't mean to cut you off. I just want to.
Nope, that was all I was gonna say.
Oh, okay. So look, well, go ahead, Wes. Go ahead, Wes. Jump
No,
in.
I was gonna say my whole thing is, despite the secondary being, I mean, OTA's flip flop, right? Because when Caleb was bad, he didn't have a lot of his weapons. He was just out there throwing a DJ. That was pretty much it.
Who was out? Who was out on that first the horrible OTA? Who was out?
Oh, he had no Keenan Allen, no Roma Dunze, and I think Tyler Scott didn't even do a 7-on-7 that day. I think he was down
Okay.
to, I don't know, I can't even mention those guys' names. But you right, but anyway, you right. Yep, pretty much the whole entire secondary wasn't there, and that's what we want. We want to be week 10. A lot of injuries going to happen. A lot of teams going to be. I mean, we faced last season some teams that we was like, oh, we can beat them because they injured or they hurt, and we just looked up with yoke on our face, like I can't believe we lost that game to a battered
Yes.
team.
Yep.
Like
Hmm.
my whole thing is it's it's a good sign that he know how to take advantage of a wounded animal. He should, he got to attack. I mean, you have to play who out in front of you, and he did well. I mean, that's what we want to see. We want to see him connect with those. Obviously, we're going to see a lot more in mini camp and especially training camp later on this summer. But I like the fact that he didn't let that hold him back, and he took advantage of it. And he did well in a lot of the situational stuff, as Ibufushi alluded to at the podium when he spoke. And like I'm all here, I'm a Bears fan. I'm here for good news.
And look, good news is always good because we didn't, especially when you didn't have it at what. Look, these are two practices that us, because I mean, shit, I don't know how y'all feel, but at this point, we're part of the media too. We just don't get to attend that goddamn practice. You know what I mean? And look, it's two practices out of what they have 6, 7 OTA practices so far. Um, it's only two. One was bad, one was good, and we don't even know what happened in between. But this is what we got to go off of. Caleb Williams, I gave him a pass last week for not having his weapons, and he had to get his get back. I told y'all fellas in the chat, he had in our group chat, he had to get his get back. I don't care how you do it. I don't care if they was asleep. I don't care if they was tired, broken. Get your get back, and that's what Caleb Williams did. I'm gonna just go and jump into some of the numbers that they had that came out. But before I do that, I want to address what John has said because it needs to be talked about the context. There was no Kevin Byard. There was no Brisker. So both starting safeties were gone. Um, Not only that, but there was no Jalen Johnson. There was no Kyler Gordon. So all you had was a year two Tyreek Stevenson leading those undrafted free agents out there, and whoever else they brought on to participate in OTAs, and it resembled what he saw at USC. A bunch of, I don't mean it to be disrespectful to nobody, but at USC he was playing against some NFL talent, Roma Dunze. He played against Roma Dunze and them, but ultimately he was playing against future hedge fundsmen, future fucking like, don't get me, look, good college, but that's NFL isn't their future. That's who he's playing against at USC. Guys who's gonna be working desk jobs, answering phones, this and that and the third. So look, I'm not taking away from Caleb Williams. Y'all know I'm a Caleb Williams fan. That's my guy. But let's be honest. These NFL windows are going to be a lot tighter than what he faced at USC. It's that simple. Jalen Johnson, y'all know who we got. Jalen Johnson, Tyreek, and Kyler. Dogs. The first practice that the media was there, he didn't see any openings. This practice, he handled business like he's supposed to. He can only play who's on his schedule. He can only play who's in front of him. You know what I mean? Now, if he would have struggled in this practice without those starters
That would
being
have
there,
been very revealing.
exactly. So we got to praise him for it. So I told y'all who wasn't there, Jay. Look, none of the defensive backs were there. You know what I mean? But we talked about 7-on-7, and I talked about specifically how important that was to the offense and how advantageous it was to the offense. He dominated. Let me read some of the stats that some Bears beat reporters put out there because they attended the practice. And I'm gonna start with Adam Johns, Bears beat reporter for the Athletic. I don't know if y'all familiar with him, but I'm a fan of him. Y'all hear me in the background? Who is that?
I was sharing
He said I was.
I was like,
somebody hit me.
like, is
Somebody
there
hit me
echo
up
in
like,
here?
somebody hit me like, I can't get it. And I'm like, I'm gonna say the link on the. I accidentally hit it. So, my bad.
Nah, for sure. But here's Adam Johns, like I said, Bears beat reporter for The Athletic. He said, Caleb Williams today at Bears OTAs, he went 13 for 15. Remember last week he only three completions in 7-on-7. Yep. So he was 13 for 15 in 7-on-7's first defense. He had one incompletion, resulted in a DPI. That's why it was 13 for 15. Other than that, he would have been he would have only missed one pass. Um, he threw darts all over the field, including a touchdown to DJ Moore, which I'm sure y'all seen it by now. The,
Mhm.
the Bears media team put that out there, and it was beautiful. Y'all saw DJ Moore doing his little thing after the fact, turning up as he should because the defense got in his ass last week. You know what I mean? So rub it in a little bit. He said Williams in the offense also won the situational drills, ending with Cairo Santos field goals to take the lead. So situational drills, coach says, hey, 3 minutes or 2 minute offense. Let's go. Situational football, we need to drive the field. We get a field goal. Caleb Williams did that. He drove the field, set us up for a field goal. We won the game. That's what you want to see out of your rookie quarterback. He bounced back, like you said, Devin, and like you were basically looking for this week. He bounced back. And me personally, I don't. Yes, it's worth noting the defensive backs were not there, but he he not only performed well, he destroyed that defense out there. You know what I mean? Showed them that I'm a different level quarterback. And John is in the chat, and I ain't even popping these up. You want to pop those up for me, Devin?
Yeah.
So look, I'm glad he did that. Caleb Williams, he showed out. There was another Bears beat reporter who basically said the same thing. Only one incomplete pass, which happened on the final rep. Caleb Williams' best pass was a deep touchdown to DJ Moore, which we spoke about. And his second best throw, which we didn't bring up yet, was a nice layered throw to John Jackson near the sideline. This is from Nicholas Moriano, Bears beat reporter for CHGO. John Jackson, we all know who John Jackson is to him. That's his best friend. Through college. So they brought him on. They invited him. I think, did they sign John Jackson? Is he?
I don't think I saw that.
I don't think I've seen if they've signed him officially. He might still be trying to work his way in.
Okay, so look, I'm gonna give you some.
It's interesting because I saw the pass to Roma Dunze, and I would have thought that would have been his second best pass. But if they're saying this other pass to Jackson was his second best pass, that's interesting.
So I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think the Roma Dunze pass happened the day before Friday.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean?
I might have, like, I was just scrolling through Facebook and I saw it and I'm like, ooh, that looked nice. And it happened to be on, like, yesterday evening when I was at work. So
Roma Dunze did
assumed that it was from the day.
He did catch a beautiful ball, and Nicholas Moriano pointed it out on Twitter. He said Roma Dunze ran a vertical route against Terrell Smith down the right sideline, and Dunze drew a pass interference call. So that's where the pass interference call came from, Rome on Terrell Smith. But like you pointed out, Devin, that beautiful ball. First of all, let's take a minute to those passes that they put out there are gorgeous. You know what I mean? And they're not just regular passes. They're like the Roma Dunze pass. Who was it? Tyreek Stevenson. He was draped all over him.
Yeah.
And he just dropped it right in there. That was beautiful. That you want to see that from your
because that's
rookie.
That's the talent he's gonna be going against. Actually, Roma Dunze is gonna be getting a second and third cornerback. He's gonna be getting a nickelbacks.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny.
He's gonna be destroying those guys.
It's funny because when I was recreating that intro or whatever, I just sat there. I'm like, let me listen to what Chef West got to say about this dude, about the wide receiver group in general in the draft. And dude, you loved Roma Dunze. Like you was in love with him from the jump. I was just listening to you. I'm like, damn.
Like I said, man, before we did that segment, man, I did a lot of people because I honestly remember well before that, before we even did the Justin Fields trade stuff. I liked the neighbors a lot. I liked the
Right.
I even threw out like maybe we should take Jaden Daniels and try to get neighbors at the same time, that kind of thing. But then I was watching them. I'm looking at the highlights and I'm looking at what he do, and then I'm reading the articles and looking at the numbers and the metrics on him, and I'm like, man, I don't know, man. He got he got the swagger. He got the numbers to back it up. I mean, he's just marketable for the Bears. I mean, like I mean, you could just hear. I mean, you could just hear his name echoing through the stadium. Doomsday. You know, you could just. It just sound good. It just. You know.
Yeah.
And I just knew I was like, man, if we could get him, like I said, I was big on him even over Mark Harrison Jr. To be honest. By the time I was
Really?
doing my research, yeah, Mark Harrison had some. And I don't know if that was just quarterback. You know, it could have been because he didn't have a real NFL quarterback throwing to him. But some of his, you know,
Right.
his numbers on the field in certain areas was really low. We talking about, you know, some of the parts of the field he was at, you know, 25, 32%. And I'm
Right.
pretty sure they based those off of catchable balls. So it wasn't like the quarterback overthrew him or underthrew it. So, you know.
So just to touch on some more people that weren't there and still weren't there. I see you got that comment. Did we look at this comment? Did we pop that up there?
We haven't popped up that one, but I did want to real quickly talk about. John did bring something up that has kind of been talked about because, like, the contract extension for DJ, it's something that's been kind of floated around because the more wide receivers that are getting contract extensions and stuff right now, the
Say
lower
get
he
paid.
drops on the list
Say
of,
get paid.
like, as far as being like higher paid receivers.
Mm-hmm.
And his production and his attitude towards it and everything, people keep saying how he should be higher up on that list, and he continues to drop because other people are getting contract extensions or signing new deals and stuff like that. So
Right.
for everyone that gets an extension, he drops further. And I'm kind of with John that, like, locking him into an extra couple of years would be pretty beneficial, especially because DJ Moore is kind of hinted at he doesn't want to go anywhere else. He's kind of, like, almost outright said that he would like to retire in Chicago. I think at one point, sometime last year, he said that he would be very happy to be here for the rest of his career. Now, I know most people tend to say that type of stuff when they're asked, but
Right.
it just, like, it feels more genuine coming from him because he seems to say what he's thinking.
I got a caveat. I believe,
Okay.
and this is just me looking at my crystal ball, I think DJ Moore already knows he's going to get paid. I think the Bears organization already had a private conversation with him. I mean, out of, you know, all the players, like, if you look at him, especially from that previous like season regime kind of feel, like he's like one of the first ones, you know, that came to, you know, rebuild this team. And I think
Right.
he already knows. And I don't think he's saying that because DJ Moore don't seem like the type of player to be like, you know, just you know, ball face loud and get up there and just, you know, give people mouth service either. And I don't think he's saying it because he's supposed to either. There's a lot of players that gets up on the podium and say, hey, look, I'm just here to do a job, and whatever happens in the future happens in the future, right?
Right.
You hear that just as much as you hear, like, I want to retire on this team. And I think just his mannerisms, the way he is, he's like, he already knows. It's like he knows that what we don't know. Like, he's finna. I wouldn't be surprised if he was probably top 3 paid with his extension easily. I think he knows that's where he's going with this. I think he knows that they want to keep him for a long time, and I think they kind of doing things. You know, they cater to him as well as far as you know what he wants and what he wants to do. And like he said, when they asked him about the like, I think it's the telltale when they asked him about Justin, he was like, business is business. And he probably went in there and tried to defend Justin, like, no, dude, I had a great, like, me and him, we probably should think about it, because I don't know, you know, maybe, you know, I'm just speculating. And it was like, no, look, this is what we're going to do. We're going to bring him in because we need to get this and we get that. And if you want to make this type of money, and he was just like, okay, business is business. And that's my feel for it, because he's the, like, look at the release video that we did for the schedule. He's the star in the release video.
That's a very valid point.
You see what I'm saying? He wasn't.
But then again, Justin was the star of it last year, I thought, right?
Justin was in it last
He
year.
was
They did
in
the
it.
Bear. It was like that Bear
Yeah.
show. They did a
Yeah.
version of the Bear. So it was a lot of people. It was
Yeah, it was
Spice
equally
was.
spread out.
They were all in the kitchen cooking burritos
Okay.
and shit. So everybody got their chance. I wouldn't say Justin wasn't in it nearly as much as DJ just was.
No, no.
But
Okay.
just to touch on the DJ thing, uh, D, look, I've been hearing this, and I want to know what y'all boys think. DJ Moore, because we're talking about receivers getting paid, and one of those receivers that recently got paid was Amon-Ra St. Brown. Uh, One, do y'all think DJ is he a number one or is he a really good number two to you guys, or is he a lower end number one? How do y'all what do y'all think about that when it comes to DJ? High end number one, you know what I mean?
I give him, you know, if I had to like do the grade thing, I'll give him at mid number one. Like he's not like probably like the best. I'm not gonna put him up there with like, you know, I'm not saying he's like JJ or you know what I'm saying. He ain't, you know. But as far as number ones, I think he's number one because he does a little bit. He does everything. He catch the balls in the flats and gets you that. You know, he drunk off that yak. He can do that. He can catch it midfield and turn up. Get that. Yeah, he can go like that ball we were just talking about him catching from Caleb. That over the top. Some of those over the shoulder catches he caught from Justin last season. You know what I mean? Like he does it all for you. He doesn't complain. He comes to work. What more do you want from your number one receiver? Do you want your number one receiver to be like T.O. and Chad Ochocinco and them and Odell Beckham? Because do you want that type of number one? Or do you want somebody who's going to produce for you, do all the things that you expected from him to do his job, don't complain? Like I said, he's probably the only like veteran that has like the most experience that kind of been there from this offensive onslaught that we put together. He's been there every day. He's been there every time. He ain't missed. He ain't, you know what I'm saying? He, for no other reason. And like I said, he was there last season for us when we needed him.
Right. What you think, Davin? Number one, high end number two. What you thinking?
I feel like calling him a number two would be very disrespectful. Like he has proven that like he can produce to the caliber of being considered your number one threat. And he produced last year when the number two threat was Darnell Mooney. And he didn't have much of a season last year. Like DJ Moore produced when you knew that teams were going to be double covering him because that was the only way to stop him. And then there were like whole games where for some reason or another, the Bears offense just decided not to run through DJ Moore at all, not to get him the ball in any way, shape, or form. Like, probably I think there were a number of games where they didn't throw to him once the first half.
Yeah, like
but yet,
4 games.
Through all that, he still had the best season of his career. And being able to work with the team more and more, I see him getting better and better. And this year, maybe the yards might not go up as much as people might want this year, but I think the only reason that the yards wouldn't go up is because now we spread around a bit more. But I also see us having more passing yards as a team this year than we did last year. Like, I see that as being a big pivotal stepping stone for us to say, like, hey, we are focusing on our offense. We're turning the corner. We understand that this league is a passing league, or like it's not a like you can't have a team make it to the Super Bowl that the only thing they focus on is their run game and defense. Not like back in the day when that's what you used to do. So
in this so when y'all compare him to, or not y'all, but when you compare him to Amon-Ra St. Brown, who y'all taking, Amon-Ra or DJ Moore?
I mean, I think they're similar.
I'm indifferent.
I think Amon-Ra might have the slightest edge, but I mean that might be an emotional attachment to DJ at this point for me.
What I think, and Amon-Ra bigger than DJ. I think he's a little bit taller, maybe a little bit heavier, maybe a bigger, like a longer frame. I think he got longer arms than him. DJ look a little bit more compact to me.
I think so. I'll read out their stats real quick, at least for Amon-Ra. Amon-Ra had 119 catches, 15 1,515 yards, so he's a 1,500-yard receiver. 12.7 average per catch, and he had 10 touchdowns. I can tell you right now, his yards were more than
More
DJ
than
Moore's.
DJ
I
had
think
like
I think
1250.
at least by like 150.
DJ Moore was 96 catches, 1364, 1,364 yards, 14.2. So his average per catch was higher than Amon Ra. He had 8 touchdowns to
Yak.
Amon Ra's eight.
With that yak.
I
And my
mean,
whole
Amon Ra's 10.
Yeah, I
and this
mean,
is
like I said, for me, I'm also kind of looking at it like Amon-Ra didn't do shit against the Bears. Like he must have done really well against a lot of the other teams because for some reason he was just not there. They didn't target him much, and it might have been because of Jalen Johnson. We might have stuck Jalen Johnson on him, and they didn't throw. Like that was one of the stats that kept coming out about Jalen Johnson last year
Right.
was the reason that he didn't have as many like interceptions or anything like that is because when he's covering receivers, they tend to not throw to that receiver because of him covering them. So it's like if you stick him on their best receiver, then sure you're not going to get very many chances to intercept because they don't want to throw the ball when you're tightly covering somebody.
And my other thing is just like you had said a little bit a couple minutes ago, Devin. Those same stats, right? They are like smidget and minuscule to each other, right? And we didn't even use DJ like the first 3 or 4 weeks. And Justin even said it too, and I think that was he alluded to that too. Like they not. I don't feel like I'm playing my type of football. And DJ said the same. It's a sound bite out there right now. I think a linebacker or a corner telling DJ like, man, I miss tackling, dude. They not using. It was like 3 or 4 straight weeks. That
He's
we
like,
didn't
why did
even,
they even throw to
why
you?
do they
Because
even?
I don't
Why don't
know.
they even throw you the ball? Why we not? And that was so. If we let's say if we would have in hindsight knew what we was gonna be like at the end, like we was gonna get my test sweat. We could have got my test sweat at the beginning, week 1, right, or something like that. We had this end of season mindset that we had week 1. Now you're talking about Jalen Johnson look way better. DJ Moore, because I mean that was Justin's favorite target, right? So he was throwing to him constantly, and it was working. I mean, he tried throwing to everybody else, and it kind of just really didn't work. But and I think that's why and that's what you're gonna do. And if Caleb feel the same way, I think Caleb's gonna feel the same way. I think he's gonna favor DJ a little bit, and 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 let teams drift to him like you were saying. They're gonna cover DJ a lot more, and then that's when everybody else gonna. That's teams gonna have to, like I said, you gonna have to pick your poison. You're gonna have to go get some more cornerbacks because it's 3 of them.
Shout out to Bear Truth jumping in the chat.
Yeah, true.
Appreciate you
What up?
coming in and tuning in with us, talking to some Chicago Bears. So look, my thing with the whole DJ Moore Amon Ra thing is we've what did John just say? Where the comment at? Amon had 2 insane years back to back. He's a freak of nature. He had 2 years. You know what I mean? With Jared Goff, and Jared Goff been balling since he been in Detroit. But look, DJ Moore has been through the mud. DJ Moore had he like when he said business is business because he saw Cam Newton get gone. He saw Sam
Christian
Darnold get
McCaffrey.
traded. So you say what?
Christian McCaffrey, right?
He saw Christian McCaffrey get traded. He saw himself get traded. He knows business
He
is
got
business.
traded for a first round pick along with like a whole bunch of other stuff, and he saw how that actually turned out. Like it
Yeah,
benefited him a lot. It did not benefit the Panthers very much.
right. And like so he was catching passes from Sam Darnold. He was catching passes from Sam Darnold and that other dude that I think he went to Washington. Forget his name. I can't think of his name right now. But DJ Moore has been basically my point I'm trying to make is DJ Moore has been catching passes from guys. Wasn't Jared Goff for number 1? Wasn't he number 1 or number 2? He was number one and number 2.
Yeah, he was a top pick for sure.
And DJ Moore was catching passes from these guys that's basically scraps at this point. So, but he was still productive. DJ Moore was still very productive. I would love to see if number 1 pick. I would love to see if Amon-Ra St. Brown would produce the same type of numbers with the mediocre talent that
He
DJ
probably
Moore
would.
has had.
Like I said, the eye test. Like I said, for me, the eye test. I mean, the only thing I can see that Ahmad got over DJ Moore is physical stature. Like his arms look longer and he look a little bit taller. But as far as what I'm saying, you get DJ the ball, and whatever you give him, he gonna. It's like like the old heads say, if you find a good woman, whatever you give her, she gonna multiply it. If you got DJ Moore, whatever yards you throw, if he catches that 10-yard pass, it's probably gonna be a 15 or 20-yard pass when he's done with having the ball. DJ Moore is gonna multiply whatever quarterback is throwing to him. A lot of these receivers, they can catch the ball at that point, at that high ball point, go down, and you just go from right there. DJ's catching that ball, he's turning upfield, and he's going through people like a brick wall.
So look, so Keenan Allen wasn't at the practice. Just to get back to the OTA,
Yeah.
Keenan Allen wasn't there again, and Nate Davis didn't practice. So at this point, Nate Davis has not participated. Karan Amagaji, we heard back in rookie mini camp that he was going to be basically on the shelf until training camp. I know that rubbed some people the wrong way because of that quad injury that cost him basically the entire last season he played in college. He only played four games. So Nate Davis, no Karan. What y'all think about that, by the way? The fact that Poles drafted him and I get it, it's probably precaution, like they're gonna do right now. You know what I mean? They're gonna err on the side of caution. So, but what y'all think about that? Drafting a guy in the third round and he won't suit up for you until training camp.
I think it's smart. They have shorts and t-shirts, dude. Like, it's not even real. And he's a lineman in shorts and t-shirts. That it proves nothing. I mean, I think even Fruits kind of alluded to it, and some other people that I've listened to alluded to it. Like, like you said, it's 7-on-7. It's not even the O-line out there. The O-line's not even out there. So they not really, a factor at this point. You can't really, get a good gauge, especially on somebody that you just drafted in t-shirts and shorts.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, I think John had put out there, and like, I'm high on him too, on Booker. Like the way he look, the way he comes out, he look like he's gonna be a problem. But I'm gonna keep my reserve from, giving him some claps and letting off the balloons and roses until I see him in pads and I see him pushing some, moving some mountains. The same thing with Karan. I want to put on those pads and I see how he goes up against Booker. You know what I mean? How he goes up against, Montez Sweat gonna be there. So I want to see Montez Sweat on that side with Karan, see how he fare against him and everything. It's nothing wrong with erring on the side of caution with a quad injury for our O-lineman, especially at this point in time in the season. Like I said, I like basketball references. The Celtics went almost 2 series without Porzingis. Because why? They didn't need him. So why would they go out there and let him get re-hurt or re-injured or have them lose so why would we put him out there right now? Why put Nate Davis out there right now? Let them rest. Let them heal as much as possible, and that way, especially the rookie, I think he needs more of that kind of that healing because it's be the first time we see him. And it's the Bears Nation. If we're gonna scrutinize the minutes of right and say, it doesn't look that good, and it's all because of an injury or something. I don't want to put that on him, and I wouldn't put it on him. So.
You want to touch on that, Devin, or you want to?
I pretty much feel the same way. Like when you're dealing with an injury, like yes, you took him in the third round,
right?
But they obviously they knew about the injury ahead of time. Right. They felt very comfortable with their pick, and to be honest, a lot of these second, third, fourth round picks have all been pretty big hits for Poles so far. Like he's had some pretty good picks that he's kind of picked up and gotten into a good position. I think Javon Dexter, I heard Tremaine Edmonds had talked about him earlier, saying how hard he's been working and he's looking like he's going to take a huge step this next year. And I think he was a late round pick. I want to say he might have even been like a 5th round pick. or
Who
something.
who 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 you talking about again?
Ron
Javon.
Dexter,
But he's
Javon
third.
was third.
Third.
third. Okay, I knew it was somewhere in there. So like third to fifth, like he Holes has done pretty solid with picking in those picks.
Javon might have been second. Am I
You
tripping?
think
He
so?
might have. Uh, you on Google right now?
I'm googling it right now.
He might have been
But
second. I think Tyreek was third.
I thought Tyreek was third. But I mean, I'd heard that he's gotten some pretty
Second.
second. Okay,
53rd
some
pick.
pretty positive things that we've heard from him, and I mean that addresses one of the things that you've been worried about, Mark, is the defensive line, and if he takes that huge next step in his development,
Mm-hmm.
and like I feel like that possibility going into your second season is much higher than coming out as a stud your rookie season, because like you have to deal with all this stuff with the draft, and you can't even be with your team until you get drafted, obviously. And whereas after your first season is over, you can start working right away. Like
Mm-hmm.
you can focus on what you feel you need to work on, and chances are you're working alongside like team members and stuff like that. And so like you really get a feel for the rest of the team, and I feel like I'm really excited to see how Dexter does this year.
Uh, just to touch on Dexter, because it has been a lot of hype surrounding Dexter, a lot of good things coming from Hallis Hall. When it comes to Dexter, Javon Dexter. Uh, look, you said it, Devin. You know my worries. Y'all both know my worries with that D line. He's going to have to. Like, look, my thing with and I look personally, I think it's all hype. I don't think Dexter's going to take that jump that we need him to take. It's rare that it happens. It like every when you get those guys who got the high potential or got the athleticism or the RAS score, however you want that rookie year, then it's like, okay, we need him to take that second year leap. How often do these guys actually take that second year leap? I hope he does because we need him. We didn't bring in nobody else. You know what I mean? It's him and Pickens. It's him and Pickens. Let's go. Let's play football. I hope Dexter is the next DeForest Buckner. The
I feel
dude.
like at that time you'd be very happy to be proven wrong.
Yeah,
Oh,
of
oh
course.
my God.
We want, look,
You don't even know,
hey,
dude. Like for real. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, Mark, let the man have his glow up, cause this is what I'm getting. This is
Because
what
his
I'm getting.
body changed. I don't care about his
I'm,
body. I don't care if he was a
I
fucking.
mean, my
I
whole
don't
thing
care
is
about
like
that.
how no, but that for me, it brings the professionalism to it, the seriousness to it, the you know what you see it in hype videos all the time. You see it in hype videos. What you're supposed to do, right? You see that Nike commercial where they go and then they walk off because they lost the championship, and then they
Right.
go into the gym and they getting this and they taking 1,000 shots and catching 1,000 balls and drinking a Gatorade and working all hard, and then the next season they come out and they glow up and they win it all and they did it, yeah, cause of Gatorade, whatever. I just like the positive story behind it. I like that they said, hey, look, we can see his physical progression already. So he already went home, and like you said, Devin, he probably at the end of his rookie year was like, well, that sucked. You know what I mean? There's a lot of players. I can use Zion as an example. You know, like a player who we study saying like, bro, like this is what you need to do. This is what
Zion
you
the
need to
dog.
do. You know, he naturally, but he ain't gonna be a dog if he's sitting on the sideline, if he don't get his body right and get himself together mentally and physically. Like, I would prefer people to come in ready to do their job better every single time they come in, every single season, every single quarter, whatever your job is. But if you come in the same way as you was, thinking like, oh well, you know, it was a fluke. I sucked because you know it was the referee's fault, or whatever you want to do, or you didn't start, you know, tweaking your diet and being a professional.
Right.
He came back this season as a professional. He's not a rookie no more. He knows what it takes, and it looks like he came to Hallis Hall as a professional. So that gives me high hopes.
I agree. I go ahead. No, go. Keep going.
No,
Keep
no,
going.
and that's like I said. With that being said, it's just like, and then on top of that, like I said, now he can get that he can get that whole full offseason with Montez Sweat and training camp, and all these guys can sit there and see what a dog is. Oh, okay, man. If I could just I know when I used to play basketball and I used to see people older than me. Oh man, how you shoot like two dribble pull up. Okay, one dribble pop back pull up. I ain't never tried that one. And by myself, I go back, do the same, you know what I'm saying, do those kind of things. And when I came back the next time, I was like, oh, you getting better, and that's what I want. We can't just expect us to go with every single position and be like, okay, we're gonna just pick somebody that's automatically a Pro Bowler, and he's right here. We gonna have to build some of these players. We gonna have to build some of them. We got to build some of them. And on top of it, it's still a lot of free agents, some veteran free agent defensive linemen that's out there. They're still looking for jobs. They're still looking for stuff. And like I said last week or the week before that, a lot of these defensive linemen are gonna get desperate and they're gonna be ready to take up that minimum because don't nobody want to sign, and they got families to feed.
I see the comments coming in, and trust me, we're gonna get to all the comments, and we'll pop them up, we'll read them off. But we right now, look, I want to just push back a little bit because, like, I understand. Just think, last year were we criticizing Jervon Dexter for his body type or his body makeup? That wasn't his criticism. He could have kept it. We didn't care, but we thought he was in pretty good shape last year. He dropped some weight. I'm here. He's moving sideline to sideline faster, this and that and the third, but that was not his issue. His issue to me was he was slow getting off the ball. And when I first saw him, and I made some content on this, I didn't think it was something that he would be able to fix because he just slow getting off the ball. Now look, when you drop that weight, you're gonna naturally become quicker, faster. You know what I mean? My thing is that second year leap. I'm tired of hoping on second year leaps, second year jumps, third year jump, whatever that is. Either you good or you not. And I think, look, I'm not that big on Jervon Dexter like a lot of people are. And look, I'm with the minority on this one. Like 80% of Bears fans are expecting or hoping Jervon Dexter will be. I don't think he is that 3 technique. We're in a 4-3 defense. This isn't 3-4 when we had Akeem Hicks. The Akeem Hicks defense in this scheme is totally different. We need him to be Tommy Harris. I don't know if he is that. We need him to be DeForest Buckner. I don't know if he is that. He can't just be regular at the 3 technique. That's what I'm trying to say. The 3 technique is all. Okay, let me check to see if I can phrase this right. You need the Montez Sweat type of talent at your 3 technique more than you need the Montez Sweat talent at the edge. You know what I mean? That makes sense because of this is a 4-3. We only have 3 linebackers instead of the 4 when we ran with Khalil Mack and Akeem Hicks out there. So it's very important. You got to collapse that pocket. I don't know if I just don't got that feeling. That's just me. If he could prove me wrong, I would love it because guess what? We drafted him. That's a position we don't need to go out and bring it's homegrown. If you can hit on these homegrown talents, I would love it. I just don't think Jervon Dexter is that. God damn, these comments is coming in. But I just don't think he. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I was gonna say we can get to the comments, but I just want to say, like you just kind of said it. Like he knows that. We saw that. I mean, like I said, a lot of times when I look at it as a fan and somebody looking at, like, we getting the very end of it all. Like you said, we not the journalists. We don't work for the Bears organization. We not down in the locker room. We're not really getting it up close and personal.
Not up close and personal, but I would put our knowledge up against any of them.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
But my whole thing is just like you said, and I agree with that. He was slow getting off the ball. What makes you slow? Being a little bit too heavy, and being a little bit too heavy. That's a reason that you probably a little bit too slow. And that whole thing, like you said, like I said, I don't think, and I'm big on humanity and at its whole. I don't think it's nothing somebody can't learn. It's how are you willing to? Are you willing to? And that's my whole point when I made it. He came in lighter because he needed to get off that ball faster. And everybody's giving him deny like he came in looking like he's ready. Now, is he actually going to learn it and get it going? I don't know. I ain't seen it. You know what I mean? He ain't put on no pads. I ain't seen him pushing no offensive linemen around. I ain't seen him take no snaps, and nobody really talked about it. But from what I'm hearing, he came in willing to at least look like he ready to make that next step.
And that's
I
all
gotta
you
give
can
myself,
ask for.
and that's what I'm saying. I gotta give him a plus on that. I gotta give him a plus for that.
I got a question for y'all fellas a little later because it's gonna give me help me better gauge how y'all view this team as in totality. Uh, Pickens, look, and what was Pickens? I think Pickens was third round. Pickens, you could find that West, that would be great. I think Pickens was third. I want to say that
wasn't Stevenson third?
Stevenson was third, but didn't we have two third? I don't know. I know for
It's
sure
possible.
Stevenson was third.
Pickens was third round, 64th pick, so top
third
of the
round. So like,
So they both the same pick, pretty much.
Pickens not off the hook either. And honestly, if I'm gonna be 100 with y'all, I like Pickens' aggression more than I like Javon Dexter. I think Javon Dexter has all the physical traits, like like when you talk about physical traits of a player, Dexter is your ideal. But I feel like just Pickens works. Like he got a chip. His motor runs hotter. You know what I mean? When you watch him on the field. Don't get me wrong. I mean, Dexter plays more than Pickens does, but I mean, we in a 4-3. You need 2 D tackles, so we're gonna need them both. I know we got what's his name? The OG we signed or re-signed. Billings. We do still got Billings, and I think Billings gonna start for us.
I think Billings gonna start for us. I think he's gonna shore that up. And honestly, man, like my whole thing really, other than quarterback and football dudes, you gotta have a committee nowadays. Like you cannot have this. Not like Walter Payton just run over everybody. You only need one running back, you know. And even quarterback now, if you really kind of look at it, you kind of need a decent backup, because if your quarterback get hit a certain way, even if they good to go, they might get concussion protocol and can't play. So you gotta bring in your backup quarterback for a game. You know what I mean? So you like everything has to be back committee. So you're gonna need multiple people that could shore it up, and that's why I'm saying, like,
I feel like Tyson Bagent's kind of locked up that backup quarterback spot.
I don't know. I ain't heard nothing exact.
That's just my opinion. Like he did enough last year in the 4 games that he played, or I guess 4 games that he started. He did enough last year for me to feel confident. Like giving him the ball won't be the worst solution. Like
how do we get to Bagent? What happened? What I missed?
I was just saying, we got at our positions, we have to have every position back committee. You can't just have one, like, okay, all we just need is a Montez Sweat on the defensive line. Now, the defensive line is good. We just need a good nose tackle, and the rest of everybody else could be mediocre. You know what I mean? Even at each position, like, you know, we need a few decent 3 techniques. Even if you're only going out there for 2 snaps, we still need that to be solid and all that. And I said, except for quarterback. But then I said, with the way the NFL goes now, you know, if your quarterback get hit a certain way, they can go out for concussion protocol and miss a game. Even if they physically read, they can go. They ain't having no symptoms. But the protocol will sit them down. So you still probably need a decent backup quarterback now, too. You know what I'm saying? And he said Bagent had that locked up. Austin Reed, I seen him throw the ball a couple times, and he got a way better arm. I don't know if he's going to be good. I don't know if he got the mind and all that kind of stuff, but
actually, that also points out what something that John said earlier about Jonathan Owens being pretty solid as a good depth piece for safety, which, in my opinion, is something that we want to have, because we've the past couple years, Jonathan Owens as backup safety for some depth for safety, because the past few years we've had some frustrations dealing with injuries scattered throughout the secondary. And
Brisker was out for a few games, and Eddie Jackson was out for
Johnson was out for a few games in the beginning, and then he was out for the game against Green Bay at the end. And I mean, I feel like having somebody like that back there would be a very good thing to have. So having some depth, and it doesn't even cost us very much. I think it was like 2.6 million or something.
Yeah,
And like the benefits of having him
is that he?
definitely definitely outweigh any like negatives of like how much he costs and stuff like that. And sure, we already had that position filled up and we could have focused elsewhere, but to be quite honest with you, I don't know how 2.6 million could have helped our other holes.
And so, and I
It's,
want to touch on this comment real quick, but the Jonathan, oh look, you need that depth at safety. First of all, Jaquan Brisker is a fucking hard hitting player. He ain't soft. He's going to put his head out there. He's going to get hurt. I don't care. I don't wish injury on no player, but the way he plays, I love it. And he's like he's going to get hurt. You know what I mean? He's going to miss some time. He's so aggressive as the strong safety in the box. He's a box safety as you should be. You need to be aggressive. He's going to get hurt. We're going to need some replacements. We're going to need depth. And I think that might have played West. I think that might have played in the depth that we have behind our starters. I think that might have played a role in why PFF put us at 20. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Because once you look at behind the starters,
yeah, it's. But
Some
I
drop
like
off.
honestly, I like what I heard about. Like I clouded him a little bit when we first signed him, obviously because who he married to and all that kind of stuff. But hearing how he's been in OTAs, you know what I mean, and maybe that's motivating. Maybe I think Simone Biles just won like she just won like 4 gold medals in the last fucking 14 days or something. I was just watching some highlight on ESPN of her doing like a triple swan. I don't know, but it was perfect. It was nice, and she's awesome. And a lot of people come, compare their careers, and she spoke about it. And if that motivates that man to get out there and want to take Kevin's position or want to take Jaquan's position and play at that level, of course I want that. Of course I want that. I want, and like Mark Rock, he's saying, he's like, well, they put us at 20 because of who our second and third string person at certain positions is, and it's like Beatrice Nana says, like, I mean, dude, are we expecting all 11 players on both sides of the ball to be Pro Bowlers? You know what I mean? Like, is that possible? Is that even realistic?
The only way that's possible is like
It's
a
only
team
one
like
football.
Arizona who went in with like 50 picks into the draft and just so happened to like be very smart and hit on every single one of their picks.
And
And
they
in
not.
that case, sure, maybe they have a couple years where all 11 players go to the Pro Bowl because of
It's
it.
the it's the same narrative. Like I'm down here in Tempe, Arizona, which is right outside of Phoenix, and it's the same thing. They saying that they use all 11 picks just to beef up they second and third. That's what Arizona did with all the 11 picks. So that's what they did. They didn't go. I mean, other than Marcus Harrison Jr., they didn't go get no. And none of those 10 other picks is potential Pro Bowlers at any point in time in their career. Could they potentially be it? Yeah, but that's not it. And like I said, we just need to be able to be the best way I can put it. I want to be competitive, no matter what we put out there on the field. If somebody go down or something happens, you know what I'm saying? Like, I need that next person to come up. I mean, let's just be honest. Like, we Bears fans. I've been Bears fans for about almost 40 years. And I'm looking at this team and I'm like, I'm really not complaining and I can't complain. Because, I mean, I ain't never seen better. why? I ain't never really
Let's not
seen
do
better.
that. I've
I ain't
seen
never
better.
seen.
I've seen better. I've seen better in 2018. I've seen better in 2006. Those two teams. First of all,
2006 is debatable. 2018, really?
2018 we were 12-4. We had dogs. I think teams we didn't even give up 100 yards a game when it came to run defense. We had like 33 takeaway or like 30 plus. It was crazy in 2018.
Right, and I'm saying this is You saw what I gave us when we did the schedule. You saw what I gave our record. You saw what I said. What the best team that I see out there. You seen what I put down for them. If everybody do their job and everybody is at their best, You see what I
Right.
said? I'm
What
talking
what was
about the
that? Remind
2020.
me.
I think I said, I think 13-4. And
13.
my whole thing, and like I said, I'm telling you, you saying like you see, you're talking about what they did in 2018 at the end of the 2018 season. I'm talking about what I'm expecting at high hopes at the end of the 2024 season, the season we ain't seen yet. So if this team comes out and do exactly what you just said the 2018 team did, or even better, with a better quarterback or a rookie quarterback that Caleb does what Caleb does, and we got three receivers with two of them over 1,000+ yards, and a third one that's 875, 950 something, with a running back with 1,000 yards and 375 catches, and Jalen Johnson doing what he doing out there. And like I said, we just talked in the pre-show about what TJ did last season that I didn't even really know. If he does that for a whole entire, like that, if everybody's out there doing exactly what they supposed to be doing at their best, yes, this is the best team we had since I've been alive. And
Oh
I
my
was
God. See, and that's why I can't wait to get to my question for y'all later. Because the way you just said
and that's
the best team since you've been alive. That's what I look for. Hold on, let me get some shout outs real quick. Because
all right, go ahead.
I just want to shout out to John and Bear Troop. Because y'all in the chat right now, y'all rocking the chat. John, you seem to know a lot about the Bears team as a whole, and you're a Texas fan. So I appreciate that, and we love talking football with you. You was here last week, and we had a great
Yeah.
show. Bear Truth, you as well. You jumping in with you are actual Bears fan, so you got a lot more insight than John do. But just look, Wes, really, and I think my mouse just died.
Yeah, that's,
Um,
that's what I'm
the
saying.
best team in your lifetime, really. Devin,
I'm
just
just saying.
what you think about that? Because I don't. What you think about what that?
So you
that
say
statement?
okay, before you get it, you felt
Mhm.
like this at the beginning of the 20 before the 2018 season started.
Yes, because the first game of 2018
Not the first
was
game, before the first game. I'm talking about OTAs in 2018. You felt like this about the Bears.
yes. Because okay, let's forget 2018, 2017. We still had John Fox, right? John Fox was our head coach, and we went. I think we won 5 games. I think Mitchell Trubisky 2017 was 7 touchdowns and 7 interceptions. We had Jordan Howard. Y'all remember Jordan Howard, the running back? We ran the shit out of that ball that year. And he was like second for yardage behind the other rookie, Ezekiel Elliott. Look, I remember this shit like it was yesterday. 2017, I'm like, dude, we're losing all these games, but nobody's putting up over 20 points on us. You know what I mean? So I seen it. Not Kyler, but Kyle Fuller. Remember that? Kyle Fuller. Adrian Amos. I think Eddie Jackson was drafted that year, if not the year before.
Yeah, he had 7 years.
You
so
could
that's about that year.
you could see it coming. Like, I swear to God, like right hand of Jesus Christ, I would talk to my brother. I'm like, dude, we got some 5 or 6 games we lost that year was within 3 points. I knew we had something coming when our best receiver was Kendall Washington. Y'all remember, or was it Kendall Wright? Kendall Wright.
I think it was. I don't think
Yeah,
it was
right.
Washington.
That was our best receiver. I know you remember that. And then we traded for Dontrell Inman and yeah, but we were still competitive. I knew in 2018 we made that trade in the offseason. We jumped the Packers because they almost got Khalil Mack. Thank God they didn't. We jumped the Packers overnight. I had no idea we was even in on that trade. I knew that 2018 team was going to be special. And we lost to Green Bay week 1 in a horrible fashion when Rodgers went to the locker room. We were up like 23-3, 24-3. Came back and lost that game. My brother told me, dude, because I was pissed. He was like, dude, if you really think this team is as good as you've been taught, this game ain't going to mean shit. And guess what happened? We went 12-4. Matt Nagy got coach of the year. We had Mitchell Trubisky as a Pro Bowler. Look, this team ain't better than that team. I can't. The only thing that's better on this team is the wide receivers and the quarterback. Literally, that's it. Look, Ryan Poles has been building this team from the outside in. That's unorthodox. You really want to build your team from the inside out to those wide receivers. The trenches out. You know what I mean? He's been doing it unorthodox. And look, don't get me wrong. It looks nice, but we'll see. We'll see.
I mean, okay. I mean, honestly, like
You really think this is better than 2018?
I think Eddie Jackson and Kevin Byard right now is a wash. You talk about Kyle Fuller, I'm taking Jalen Johnson.
Eddie Jackson and who?
Kevin right now.
As a wash? Are you serious?
I'll take it as because of what I've seen in him. I'll take it as I can argue that I'll take it as wash. I gotta see him do a little bit more. See him do a little bit more. But okay. Cool.
There's no way.
Who was the other safety? Who was the other safety in 2018?
Adrian Amos. Remember, we lost him to the Packers. He went to the Packers, and he was great for Green Bay.
And so was Jaquan Brisker. I'm just saying.
Jaquan Brisker not even Amos right now.
Okay.
Are you being serious right now?
I'm telling you,
Devin, jump in and break the ties.
I'm telling you, the talent we got. Like I can look. I remember like you could be like. Okay, yeah, we jump and got Khalil Mack, and it's like, yeah, Tremont Edmond ain't Khalil Mack, or TJ ain't Khalil Mack, Sanborn ain't Khalil Mack, but
no. There, Tremaine ain't Roquan Smith. You forgot we have Roquan Smith. Yeah. He's not Roquan Smith. Neither is TJ Edwards. I don't care. I know a lot of Bears fans was a little sour after that exit by Roquan, but Roquan Smith was a fucking dog for this team.
He was.
Honestly,
production.
The biggest thing that I'm looking at right now is like, do I think this team is better? Maybe not. But I've never been as excited for a Bears season as I am right now. Like going into this Bears season, I am just very excited about really all three phases of the game. Like I'm very excited to see us like put on a really good defensive effort, stop them, really like put teams down and like kind of hold them in place while our offense just runs up the score. And like I'm very excited about, I know John mentioned it earlier, but when we do have to punt, like we got a punter that is just like balling out. Like I've seen some of the videos out there. I think Wes sent one earlier, and it is just insane to watch these videos. The hang time, I mean, it's gonna be a fun season to watch. And I was watching Iowa last year, and like it was fun to watch them go out and punt, and they sure as hell did it a lot. And yeah, so I know that we probably won't give him as much like play time as they did last year, because we won't need to be punting 4 or 5 times a quarter, it felt like. But I don't know, it just having a good defense, which I feel like we do, having that good defense really benefits from like the punting and stuff like that, and it's setting up our offense well. So I feel like the things that they put into place, they may not be perfect. Like there are still areas that I feel like they should improve, but the areas that they have improved complement each other well. You know, like the picking up that punter really helps complement the defense that they've got right now.
Right.
It's setting up the defense for success. Like that to me is very crucial. I know we don't have the best offensive line or defensive line. I like Montez Sweat a lot, but he can't do it all by himself. But I do feel like the secondary that we have is really good out there, and all they need to do is cover just long enough so that Montez Sweat can get to the quarterback. Or if Montez Sweat can put pressure on, maybe make the quarterback throw a little earlier than he wanted to or in tighter coverage, and then we can pick it off. I mean, like it may not be the perfect way to build a team
Right.
from the way that we've put it together, but I feel like Poles came in and looked at the pieces we had in place and said, "These are the pieces I want to keep, and these are the pieces I think we can build more off of." And he went through and just kind of like whittled his way in and just kind of made it so that, okay, cut this off because this is going to be too expensive, or
Right.
this contract is going to be up and we're going to need to spend too much money on this guy right now, and we're not going to be ready to utilize him before his next contract is probably up. So we don't need like Roquan Smith. I don't like, if we had the opportunity to have Roquan Smith, I would absolutely want him. Like he's a great player, but the timing, I think, is what caused us to have to move on from Roquan. He was not on the right timetable of what we needed him to be at, and he was going to need too much money when we were still trying to get everything situated. Like, do I think that Roquan is better than TJ Edwards? Absolutely. Do I think he is 8 times better? I don't know about 8 times. You think he gets 8 times the stats of TJ Edwards?
Stats, I look, stats aside, he's a lot better than TJ Edwards. He
He
can
is
he
better
can
than TJ
cover.
Edwards.
He can
But
cover.
are you saying like he covers 8 times more than TJ
TJ can't
Edwards?
cover.
Hold
TJ can't cover. Last season we blitzed TJ Edwards a lot because he can't cover. He's not our coverage linebacker. He won't cover. He can't cover running backs. He can't cover slot wide receivers. Roquan, look, no linebacker can completely cover. I'm gonna just put, like, I'm not saying that Roquan is just
As a
locking
cornerback,
dudes up.
he ain't Brian Urlacher.
Hey, good, good point. But Roquan can cover. TJ can't cover at all. But TJ's a dog. And I don't want to take away from TJ because he's our best linebacker. He's the will. The will linebacker is way more important than the middle linebacker. Urlacher was just an anomaly. He made that shit look
Easy.
different. But with Lance Briggs, I mean, he was our will. You
I
know
was
what I
gonna
mean?
say Lance Briggs. See, I feel like Urlacher and Lance Briggs was what made that
It was
so good. Like, I feel like a lot of people focus so much on Urlacher and just completely leave out Lance Briggs, and I
Mhm.
feel like that's very that's a huge discredit for Briggs, because like you can tell that like it was the two of them that really made it like that great.
John said, "Who is performing at a high level on a rookie contract for the Bears?"
Tyreek Stevenson. Tyreek
I
Tyreek
mean, you
Stevenson.
name it:
Tyreek
Tyreek,
Stevenson.
Kyler,
Kyler
what?
Gordon still on here.
Kyler, Jaquan is playing pretty fucking good. Who else we got on
I
rookie
mean,
deals? I mean,
honestly,
I mean,
fucking
I'm gonna put it
Sanborn's
out there.
playing
And
pretty good.
you don't
I
like
don't I don't
Roshan.
know if he's technically on a rookie
I like
contract or
Roshan
if it's
I
like,
know you're not gonna say Roshan.
for what he got.
Oh my god! Can I
What
just
he
ask
got.
my question? I just want to ask y'all this because
sure.
this is, what do you need? And I want to answer from both of y'all. What do y'all need to see from the Bears? Because what you have 14-3, and Devin, I forgot your record. What do you need to see from the Bears to achieve that record that you got?
That I got
Yeah, like
amazing
what?
defense, amazing defense. Like the defense, the Bears, like we known and love. Like when you just talked about the Brian or like in them days. That kind of defense with above average productive offense. Like I'm not gonna say like I'm thinking that um, Caleb is finna rival that like Tom Brady, Peyton Manning race to 50 touchdowns a season, kind of breaking records, kind of shit. You know what I mean? Like if he get close to about 30, you know what I'm saying, 3,500 yards, maybe less than 10 interceptions, 65% completions, minimum turnovers. Cause my whole thing is he shouldn't You have too many. You got too many ripcords. You got DJ Moore, you got Keenan Allen, you got Rome Dunze, you got Cole Kmet, you got Gerald Everett, you got DeAndre Swift, and you got Roshan Johnson. The reason I bring up Roshan Johnson is because he can still catch the ball out of the back as well. Yeah, that's what they should be though. Sweat, Brisker, and JJ should be first team All Pros next season. Why not? Based off what they did last season, they should be.
JJ was second team last year, and he had 4 interceptions and I think 2 pick sixes or whatever. For JJ to be elite, he needs that D line to help him out. I mean,
yes, you
I'm
said
telling you,
okay.
that D
All right,
line
here's
gonna
my-
suck. I'm just saying that D line is going to suck.
Let me flip it and reverse host this real quick. What move did you make if you could make any move? Don't worry about salary cap or money or whatever. Just available people or what you would go out and do to make it where that 14-3 happens.
14. Well, first of all, I don't think some of the baddest teams gonna be 14-3. But hold on. But I'm gonna answer you. I'm gonna play the game.
Or bring you high hopes. Brings flowers in your eyes for the Bears.
I mean, I have high hopes already. I just don't think it's going to be as pretty as Bears fans think. Because first of all, you saying Roshan, look, I'm just tell you right now. I'm gonna put the comments down. Roshan Johnson ain't shit. Roshan Johnson ain't shit. We can sign anybody off the street to give us what Roshan Johnson is giving us. He ain't shit. Literally, he ain't. And then there's no look, Roshan, no disrespect to you, sir. But you know what's going on. You ain't stupid. What would I need to? I would have built through the trenches, like I told you.
Not what you would do today, right now, to fix this team. Because
after the draft and after everything that happened,
what can you do right now to fix this team to make it?
His hands are tied right now. It's not much he can do. He put himself in this position though. But I'm not saying we're gonna win 6 games when I say that. You know what I mean? I feel like when I speak on his polls, when I say I'm talking about polls. I feel like when I speak on his shortcomings, it gives off 6 wins. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is fuck the win total. I'm talking about the way he constructed this team. Our D line is going to suck. Like, it's going to suck. I doubt that.
saying it's gonna suck is just
the D line.
I'm just saying, like, it just rubs me the same way. Like you saying, like, we think this team just gonna go out there and it's gonna be pretty. Like, it's gonna be like this air raid offense. Caleb never gonna miss a pass. I'm not saying that. I'm expecting, some win by 3 games from us, because we lost some by 3 last season. Like, I'm expecting some of those close games to flip. I'm not saying we finna go. I don't know if I tried to get that video up on you. Had a dude who was talking about who was talking about he did the Bears thing. He was like, the Bears 177, Packers 13. Like, he did some funny little thing like that or whatever. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying a lot of those games that we lost last season, even some of the ones we barely won last season, I think we should. And everybody said Roquan. I mean, he showed flashes when we needed him to show flashes, and like I said, he is like the lowest on it. And what I mean by Roshan is that he can and he has caught the ball out the backfield for us when we need him to do it for a few yards, just a little bit, just come in for 1 down. And we need full 5 yards. He can get us to at least 3 before DeAndre Swift come back in. That's what I'm talking about. I want this team to be by committee. I'm not looking for one person to take a position like, hey, this is Jalen Island, and that's all we really need. We don't need to worry about I want a committee of players, because somebody got to sit down, somebody got to take a breath, somebody got to breathe. And so I want, like I said, competitive people coming in and with motors, with high motors. Just like I said, you see the articles on Jonathan Owens. They already, and he's killing it. He wants to take somebody's job. I want the 3rd string person, Austin Reed, to try to take Caleb Williams' job. I want him to be out there putting that pressure on people to be better. And I see with what we got, we could do that. We got a young talent coming in, and it's we got to see. I'm not saying that it's going it's just going to happen. People have to do their job, but I don't think our defensive line gonna suck.
Oh my
I
God!
don't think it's gonna suck.
And look, like you said, we do got to see, but I'm putting my neck out there. I am confident, in saying that D line gonna suck right now in June 1st is June 1st.
June 1st, total
Uh,
sacks.
what did we have? Fucking 20 last year? Oh my God!
Yeah. So
We're gonna have 24, 25. It's going to suck, Wes. It is, and it's just that simple. I I don't see. I just can't see Dexter taking this. The second year jump is so mythical to me. It's so like it's like I get it. It sounds good, but it never happens. It doesn't happen. You don't just jump. You don't just get that better. It just don't happen. I don't. It just doesn't happen. Look, uh, the I think we're going to be a good team. And I said this before Justin was traded. I thought we were going to the playoffs with Justin. And we kept Justin and traded and got that war chest of picks, playoffs. Trade Justin, draft Caleb, playoffs. You know what I mean? I think this is a playoff team. Don't get me wrong, because I don't. If you see how I'm talking about my own team, just imagine what I think about the other teams out there. These teams are like the NFC is not good. It's not a good conference. But with the Bears specifically, I just can't see how. Because look, even with Montez Sweat, we still were last in sacks. We were still last in sack rate. We were last with Montez Sweat. I don't think look, it's so easy to double team Montez Sweat and leave DeMarcus Walker and Dominique Robinson and whoever the fuck else one-on-one. I don't think we have those guys that's going to dominate one-on-one matchups. I swear to God, I guarantee you, Montez Sweat about to get his ass double team. Double team. And like Khalil Mack, even though in those Khalil Mack days, Khalil Mack was getting triple team. Triple team. Now, Akeem Hicks was dominating. But Leonard Floyd sucked on the other side. Leonard Floyd couldn't get it going. Eddie Goldman was okay. We had a pretty solid line back in those Khalil Mack days. You couldn't really get away with double teaming Khalil Mack.
It's not by the bed. It was in the bed. It's somewhere around the bed.
But I don't know. I can't see it. What you thinking, Devin? I just can't see this D line excelling because we lost Justin Jones and we didn't replace him. You know what I mean? Justin Jones was pretty good. I'm a mute rest real quick. Justin Jones is pretty good. He was better than Dexter. What you thinking? Go ahead, Wes. Wes.
So my whole thing on it is you were asking like, what do I need to see in order for the record that I predicted? Yes. Well, first off, the record I predicted was based on our schedule. Like we have an easier schedule this year than we did last year. There's going to be some tough areas, but I feel like there are a number of games that of easier teams than we faced last year. We don't face Kansas City this year. We don't face some of the harder teams in the league. We face the Texans. We face the 49ers. And maybe the Seahawks might be tough just because it's like the tail end of us playing like 3 games in 10 days or whatever. But so like I was looking at it like there are definitely some teams out there that we could just beat. Like we could have easily beaten them last year, I think. And so what I want to see, like the improvements that I want to see is being able to score off of turnovers, like get points off of turnovers. That's a big one for me because we after we got Montez Sweat in that second half of the season, we led the league in number of turnovers. And I guarantee you, if you looked at the rate of like turning those turnovers into points, we would be at the bottom because we were trash at converting turnovers into points. Like,
yep, that's true.
I think there were, what was it? We had like 7 picks in one game or something like that. I remember something, maybe it was only like 4, but we got a lot of turnovers. And we didn't score off of a single one. And that would be a big key. That is something I would need to see for us to be able to get that record. Fourth quarter offense, something that we struggled with a lot last year. We had a few times where it worked out well for us, but like it's just, to me, it's like, if we can do that with our fourth quarter offense, and to be quite honest, fourth quarter defense too, like being able to put a stop there and just make sure that we do stop the teams that, like, from scoring in that fourth quarter. And I don't know, like, if you get production off of your turnovers, you
Mm-hmm.
get some interceptions that you can go back and win. And then, like John had mentioned earlier, like maybe getting a few safeties. If we can do some things like that, like imagine, like for example, we're playing Minnesota. JJ McCarthy is back there and he's still trying to get things situated. We pin him down in like the 3. He's back in his own end zone. He gets a little flustered. He mishandles the ball. It goes out the back of the end zone. We get a safety out of it.
Yep.
Imagine something like that happening. Like, if you see something like that happen in a couple of games, you're sitting there like, well, now teams are going to be worried about it. Like teams are going to be even more worried in the end zone if we get a couple of safeties on them.
I, I agree. Look, that scenario. Look, nobody's scoring points on us if we pin them. You said the 3. We pin them within the 10. I don't think they're scoring points on us. They may, that's
But I'm just trying to point out that, like, these are some things that we weren't doing last year
right.
that could help offset for some of the pieces that we may have lost and not, like, replaced completely. Like you
Right.
mentioned, Justin Jones.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, a lot of times it's not necessarily that, like, you're replacing him with a player of the same caliber in that same position, but
Mm-hmm.
sometimes if you can improve another position, you can offset the contribution of one player to one position. And maybe if you offset it to a different position, then I don't know, like, get some contribution out of a different player. It can help offset the contributions of that position and the pressure on that position to produce where the other guy would have.
I totally agree. I know exactly what you're saying because it's like in the sense where let's say fuck it, we signed Khalil Mack again and put him on the other side of Montez Sweat. That's in without having that Jalen. Say we didn't have Jalen Johnson in that All Star defensive backfield. Adding Khalil Mack to the fold will help even a rookie cornerback. You know what I mean? So it's
Mm-hmm.
like not the direct. I think what you're saying is like it's
Approach.
not your direct approach. Like take Justin Jones out, put another D tackle in, but you're helping that position by going elsewhere. You know what I mean? I definitely see what you're saying. Uh, I just I just think we're putting too much weight on Javon Dexter. I second year put who's behind Javon. Keith Randolph.
Keith Randolph, I think.
We got Keith Randolph as far as D tackles. We got Keith Randolph, Javon Dexter, and Zach Pickens and Billings. Those are our 4 guys, right? Those are our 4 interior D tackles. I like Billings. First of all, Billings was a dog last year. I'm not even gonna disrespect Billings. Older guy, but he was a dog last year. Uh, the other guys are not rookies, but there's our other 3 D tackles are Keith Randolph, Pickens, and Dexter, and they're young as the fuck. Young as the fuck.
They're a bit green,
Uh,
yeah.
oh yeah, Rasheem. You say who?
No, I said they're a bit green, like
Oh
new.
yeah, for sure. Rookie. Not rookies exactly, but just inexperienced.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I'm the type of guy, and I keep saying this. I believe in the trenches first. Uh, John had a question that I want to know what y'all think. Oh, here it is. Would you resign Leonard Floyd?
No.
Probably not. No.
It's a no for me. Like no, like there's no. Leonard Floyd sucked with the Bears, and that's the reason why we
And how
didn't
many years
re-sign
ago
him.
was that?
Uh,
He been gone for
well,
like 2 or 3 years, I think. Maybe.
because he won that Super Bowl in
Yeah,
L.A. with
with
the
the Rams.
Rams.
So that was what
Well, but
3 years
wasn't he
ago.
with what's that guy that just retired?
Donald.
Yeah, that's the Rams.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, when you with somebody like him, you can just like I don't know, you could just like kind of
But
mosey your way on in anywhere.
yeah, he's a Canadian. But the thing about Leonard Floyd is like a lot of people looking at him, but you looking at his stats and not like how like me. Like I've watched some Rams games. I'm on the West Coast. So I've seen quite a few of them. And it's like you were saying, a lot of that was just because of Aaron Donald. Like it wasn't because he was a better player than he is. He's still the same player, you know. And I didn't see no, I didn't see no flashes in watching him play that was like, oh man, he improved so well. Oh, he's doing so much. Like when we mentioned the whole, I think, but there was while we was live before we mentioned the whole like Brunson in Dallas versus Brunson in New York. It ain't like that type of change. It ain't like he went over to to the Rams and he was like, oh man, he was the reason Aaron Donald started getting more sacks, or he was the reason why you know the defense was better. He wasn't.
Right.
He wasn't the reason. He's not the reason. And I mean, if he want to come for honestly, if he want to come for like the vet minimum or something stupid, like if he want to come super cheap or something crazy, like we can get him for a crazy steal, like a bag of peanuts. Sure, why not?
I mean, I guess when you look at it at somebody like him, you at least with him, you know what you're going to get. You know, like
We
you
got
you
nothing.
you have your like there is no potential for like him blowing you away.
Right.
You know, like with Jervon Dexter, it's like okay, we saw 1 year of him. 1 year isn't much to go off of for like like seeing how somebody is going to possibly develop. As for Floyd, he's past that point of development. Maybe I would say he's at the point where like he's at his career,
Yeah,
like
he's a veteran, and
he's
he,
at where
what
he's going to be.
what he is who he is, and it's
Yeah,
what he's
and
gonna end
Yeah,
at.
that's what I was trying to say.
right. I don't want to pay him what they pay him right now. What everybody thinks he's worth right now as a Chicago Bear, I don't think he's worth
No, I'd go with Yannick or whoever
that.
else.
Yeah,
But
like that's another like I would rather bring Yannick back or something because like and that's another thing I wanted
At
to
least
mention.
Yannick knows the defense and knows the players that he would be
Hey,
able to
Yannick
kind of
was
like
good.
mesh.
Yeah, I think signing Yannick. I think honestly, I hope they bring him in. That's like kind of something that I've been like pining over as I've been reading, watching him come back and everything, and
hmm
listening to some of his interviews that he's done, and like he seems to be ready to come back. And like I said, if it's affordable, I would. If not just for the experience, like you were saying, Mark, like a lot of that defensive tackles is just young. It's not like they can't get it. They just young, and it's
good
like
point.
we
Good
don't
point.
They're
have
gonna need
nothing.
some time.
Yeah, we don't
I
have
mean,
nothing to contrast them to.
we're
And
looking at Austin Booker as potentially being the next um, edge rusher that we have as a starter in the future. So right now, I feel like as far as like the other edge position, we just need somebody to kind of like hold us over. Like Wes always talks about,
yeah,
go down to Home Depot and just like pick one out.
man,
Because I mean, like I didn't
hey,
like this analogy back when we were doing the draft day scenarios and stuff. Like
hmm
I didn't like the idea of just going there and just picking one out. But the fact that now we do have somebody that we're molding and developing, okay, I like the possibility more now because now it's more of a we're trying to get to that next stage. We need time and time to develop. And so it's like, okay, you need somebody just to kind of like you need a warm body to throw in that in that position right now, and you need somebody who's not going to necessarily be a huge liability.
If you are just tuning in to Three the Hard Way on this Saturday, I got my guy Devin, my guy Chef West, and I'm the host Mark Robb. We talking Chicago Bears. Appreciate you tuning in. Hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel, the Black Bear Podcast. One word, no spaces. The Black Bear Podcast. We go live every Saturday about 4:30, 5:30 Eastern time. Eastern time. Listen to me. Central
None of
time.
us. None of
Sit.
us. None of us
Literally though,
live there.
not one of us is Eastern time, but 5:30 Central time, and we just top it up, recap the Chicago Bears week, and all things Chicago Bears, news, updates, anything until the season starts when we get the games rolling, and we go live after the games.
And we get the truth.
You're definitely going to want to go ahead and hit that notification bell too. If you hit that notification bell on YouTube there, it'll notify you whenever we go live and whenever we put out videos and stuff like that. That way
Yep.
you'll know right when, and so you can hop on right away.
So and this look, I love talking Chicago Bears, man. Is we like at this point it's like fuck Caleb Williams and what happened at OTAs. Let's talk about this team as a whole. You know what I mean?
Let's talk about what we need to do. Let's get down to business. That's all it is. Let's just get down to business.
Bear Truth said if we good at trade deadline, I could definitely see a move. There's usually a team who had big expectations, they fall short, and then they trade a premium player. That's true. Kind of like the Sweat trade, you know what I mean? Kind of like that. John said sports is my therapy.
Yeah.
Look, John, it's definitely ours too. Because before we even went live, I think we talked about yes, the WNBA, the NBA. I mean, we was talking about everything. We was going into a little
And
baseball.
almost every time after we finish, we at least in the chat room here talk amongst each other for like a good hour plus usually.
Yeah, so I think all of us can agree when you say sports is is my therapy, is ours too. But look, let's wrap up this OTA conversation. And I just got a few more nuggets I want to throw out there. We don't got to talk too much about them. If y'all got something to say, say it. So look, 707. He snapped Caleb Williams. He balled out in 707. I spoke about how important that was to be good in 707, and he did that for us. His 11 on 11 teams, 11 on 11. You add the D line, you add the offensive line. It wasn't as good. They struggled a little bit in 11 on 11 when you add the linemen. Caleb Williams is still running out of bounds instead of throwing the ball, and I hate that because it's like it's practice. Throw the ball. You know what I mean? What are you running out of bounds for? He was still doing that, which I'm sure that'll stop. But another interesting thing I heard from OTAs was the movement at center. Last week was Ryan Bates taking those first team reps, and it's interesting that this week, or at least on Friday, Coleman Shelton took those reps at center. So regardless, it does sound like Ryan Bates is going to be the starter. That's from what I'm hearing. I don't know if y'all hearing something different, but it sounds like Ryan Bates will be the center. But Matt Eberflus was asked why to change at center for Friday's practice, and this is what he had to say.
We saw Ryan Bates centering with the first string and most of the centering last week. We saw a lot of Coleman Shelton.
Yeah.
Have you been rotating every day?
We've been rotating some. And that's really just a guy for, we're working on both guys and getting used to both centers. At some point you need two centers, as we all know, during the course of the year, and we're just training those guys.
Is it a competition or is Bates the guy?
Right now I think everything's a competition. I really do. I think that most spots are competitive, and that's the best way to do it.
With Montez, you mentioned.
So I thought that was interesting, and I kind of like that. And let me know what y'all think, because we saw last year we had I think Dan Feeney even took some snaps at center at one point last year. But for the most part, it was Cody Whitehair and
Patrick Lewis, Lucas,
uh
Was it Patrick?
Patrick. What the
Yeah,
fuck is
Lucas.
his name?
Lucas,
Patrick
Patrick
Lucas.
Lucas. Yeah.
Lucas
yeah,
Patrick. It was Lucas
Lucas
Patrick.
Patrick. I'm like, the name didn't sound right when it came out of my mouth.
Yeah, Lucas Patrick. So it was Lucas Patrick and Cody Whitehair, and even Dan Feeney got in some of those. If y'all don't know who Dan Feeney is, we traded a 6th-round pick for him during the season from the Dolphins, and he even took some snaps. So Matt Eberflus said, "Look, it's a competition. It's gonna be a competition. Almost everything is a competition." But he
Actually,
said,
he said everything's a competition, and I thought it was interesting because there's at least one thing that's not a competition.
right, and he knows that. But so he basically said, "Look, centers go down. You know what I mean? Caleb is probably gonna work with both of these centers. So let's get Caleb comfortable with taking snaps from him, taking snaps from Coleman, taking snaps from Ryan. You know what I mean? I don't necessarily like Eberflus that much. I mean, I don't got nothing against him, but I definitely thought that was a great coaching point to move him on my good side. What y'all think about that? About him saying, "Look, let's get him work with both centers," because they didn't. I don't think they did that last year with Justin.
The way I looked at it was interesting because it to me it showed that he learned. He learned from last year. He saw something that he didn't like last year. He didn't like that Justin didn't have familiarity with both of the centers. I
Right.
mean, I didn't like either of the centers, to be quite honest with you. I felt like when one went out, the next one came in, and I was like, okay, well, hopefully this guy doesn't throw it over Justin's head or throw it at Justin's feet, and he would do the exact same thing.
Oh my God.
And
Yeah.
and I was sitting there like, okay, well, neither of them are that good, but maybe having a familiarity with both of them might have helped at least a little more. And so I think, at least for me, it looked as like, okay, he saw something that he didn't like last year. He didn't like the quarterback's familiarity with like both of the centers. And so now he's changing that with how he's approaching this season. He's like, we've got two centers. We have one that I don't know if it's necessarily Eberflus or um our offensive coordinator Shane Waldron,
Mm-hmm.
and or if it's maybe Ryan Poles. Somebody's making that decision. I don't
Right.
know exactly who it is that's making the decision about who he wants to start at center,
Oh, it'll
but
be Eberflus. It'll be his.
it seems like it's Ryan Bates right now. But I like the concept of even in OTAs having Coleman Shelton in there. I mean, like these are OTAs where it's like this is just to get an idea of things, and it's like they're already starting on like kind of setting a precedent going forward that like Caleb, we want you to get comfortable with both of these different guys, or
Mhm.
and not just that, but setting a precedent with the center guys. We want both of you to be comfortable hiking the ball to Caleb because that's a big thing too. Like having your quarterback comfortable with the center is one thing, but also having your center knowing when he needs to hike it, how high he needs to hike it, where he needs to put the ball for the quarterback is big too. And getting them both familiar with Caleb as well, that's going to really benefit them going forward in the season, either performance issues or injury issues. If we're able to like seamlessly move a guy in from
Mhm.
um the like from the bench, move him, just slide somebody into center seamlessly, it should really help keep our momentum going if we've built up some momentum at that point.
I see it as just smart coaching. Period. I don't know why. I mean, I'm not like enlightened by the move. I'm honestly, I thought this is honestly, to be honest, I thought that's what you do. You have
You
two
just thought it was
people.
common sense.
Yeah, like you gotta have somebody, even with the Eagles and like Jason Kelsey, like he's got the job, but you gotta have somebody out there that's like, okay, let's just get you something just in case, because in reality, like let's talk about like reality, like anything can happen, anything can happen. I'm not talking about even on the field. I'm talking about in life. These is human being and living creatures. Outside of the stadium, something can tragically go wrong. We've seen that with a lot of athletes that ain't show back up for next week because something happened outside in real life. And then what you do? Now you start working on it, and it's not to seem insensitive, but it's like, hey, look, I'm just doing my job. You know, let's have some people that can do it for injury purpose, for if something happened, for you need insurance. I mean, who was it, Cat Williams or Eddie Griffin that said insurance is in case shit happens. You gotta have some insurance in case something happens. In case something happens. That's why you got a depth chart. That's why you got backups. That's why you have that. And it's like you gotta give them some time of it. Sometime. Now, I would feel a little at I want to say I'll be a little bit more stressed if it was like the week before the first preseason game and we still, swapping them around and we're not trying to get really, really comfortable with who we're gonna go into the preseason into the beginning of the season with. Then I'll have some things, and that's why I'm not really like getting frantic about I'm keeping my hopes high on my predictions that I got right now. Up into training camp, up into preseason, up into seeing, and that's when I'll start being like, okay, well, this is kind of looking like, okay, that we ain't made no moves, so yeah, maybe you could be right, because I'm still, like I said, I'm still, like, we ain't even signed, like, all of our free agents yet. We ain't signed everybody. We can still sign some people. We can still do some stuff that'll be like, oh, man, that's good. That's, you know what I'm saying? So, it's still possibilities, and I know Mark Rothman but honestly, how often does that happen? It's not that small percentage.
I mean, who are you signing that's gonna move the needle for you?
No, I'm not the one. I'm not scouting nobody. To be honest with you, like especially as far as offensive line, because like I said, I'm not expecting it, but I gotta at this point and being under this whole pace. I mean, not pace polls. Regime, like I don't count that man out for nothing. He might know some stuff. Like honestly, like I didn't know he would be this good. To be honest with you, I was like, we'll see. He was doing some stuff like obviously like when he got rid of Khalil, I'm like, oh man, this guy's gonna do just the worst. Hush. And yeah, so yeah, like I said, I believe in polls, and I'm just gonna stick with that as far as like constructing this team.
Oh man, you have a lot of faith in this. Look, in this Bears team, in this Bears organization. Look, I love polls. I got faith in polls, but he ain't. You know what I mean? He's not blemish free. One of his first his first wide receiver he drafted was Velus Jones. That lets me know right then and there that you struggle drafting wide receivers. The second move he made at wide receiver was trading a second round pick for Chase Claypool. And I know we want to like leave the Chase Claypool stuff alone, but it happened. You know what I mean? The Chase Claypool was here. And not only was he here, it would be different if we gave a fifth or we gave a second round pick for the dude. You know what I mean? We can't give him a pass. And I love this team too. You know what I mean? We're all Bears fans, but I feel like we have to hold them accountable. And let's I don't like giving passes to these millionaires. You know what I mean? They're all millionaires. I don't like giving passes for guys who get paid millions of dollars to do their job and they suck at it. You know what I mean? That's why I'm King Poles, all hail King Poles, or let Poles cook or whatever. You know how I go. But no, it's not that. I need to see you actually go crazy. I need to actually see you transform this team in a way that, because let's look, the first round pick trade, great trade. You know what I mean? Get us this and now we have Caleb Williams, blah, blah, blah. But other than that, like it's been questionable. It's been very questionable. I'm with Poles. I do have confidence in Poles, but in terms of Poles and Pace, Ryan Pace, I guess I trust him a little more, than I trusted Pace. A little bit. Pace,
Even after all of this, you could.
all of what from who? Pace?
I mean, as horrible as Pace was, it's like, dude, like, come on. I mean,
Pace gave 70 million to Robert Quinn.
like,
Pace
come
went up
on.
and got Mitch Trubisky when he didn't even need a move to be able to get the guy.
Well, he was
and-
having
and-
a lot of people predictions. But,
Mortgaged our entire future just to go and get him.
yeah, it's just, Pace just wanted to look good, man, and sell jerseys and have superstars.
And then he probably had a hand in them picking Michael Penix Jr. in Atlanta. So I don't necessarily know if we can let Pace off scot free here either.
Pace ain't getting off scot free, but
Yeah.
I'm just saying Ryan Poles ain't like he's been doing okay.
Okay.
I mean, I
Let's-
feel like a lot of the signings that we got that he made, like, I mean, I feel like with like going and getting TJ Edwards, and
Mhm.
as much as Tremaine Edmonds didn't live up to like how much we were paying him necessarily, like going out and getting especially in Chicago where like linebacker is a big position, like in other places linebacker wouldn't be as big of a deal, but like in Chicago the linebacker position is like legendary. So he looked for somebody that probably was within the budget that he wanted to spend, and he went out and got somebody that, I mean, according to his previous stats, he was doing pretty darn good. Like, he didn't necessarily produce as well this past year, but like if he produces better this next year, I'd be very interested to see how like opinions have changed, because like I don't know, like he went out and got TJ Edwards for hardly anything, and TJ was the best, like you said, he was the best linebacker that we had, and he went out there and got him for like pennies on the dollar. And I don't know, like there were other like things that I attribute to polls that maybe were considered good other than just that first round or number one overall trade too. I mean, that trade alone was pretty dang good for the Bears. Like, I mean, that alone, I feel like that's why you have the faith in him that you do. Like you were saying that like you believe in him, even though he hasn't done a whole lot, but that one trade kind of makes up for a lot of like maybe questionable decisions otherwise.
Yes, I agree with that.
So,
And he talking about your belief, Wes. You're believing.
I know.
And him.
And my whole thing is he got 11 picks next season too. And it's like like I said, I got high hopes this season. I got high, and I think maybe I'm just looking at like this, like the chart, like I'm watching my stock, you know what I'm saying? My bear stock just trend up, man. My candles is going up. It's going up, and it's like, okay, if I take everything what everybody's saying, like our trench is gonna suck, and all right, I'm wrong. We win only 10 games or 9, and it's like that's like next year just hit the trenches. We got 11 picks, like he said about the Cardinals. We go pick 11 linemen next season in the draft. Like fuck it,
Mark
get
Rob
11
over there, get rid of everybody.
Get 11 linemen and make it competition. And like we heard you say, he said everything is a competition, and that's what I like to hear. Ain't nobody drop me, Caden probably not, but I'm looking at like I look at every other team, like you said, Mariah, and I'm looking at like a lot of teams. I'm like, God, that team is just. We used to be that Patriots team. Like, God, we were so bad. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we used to be like some of these teams that had like the Jets last year. Like, they got Aaron Rodgers, and now they finna go, and we like, yeah, we got such and such, and then 3 weeks of the season, you just, you know, washing your jersey just so it's clean for Sunday. You not even, you know, like. But with this team, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, I see a tremendous future with a lot of the pieces that we have right now. And like you said, homegrown. A lot of these players is going to be homegrown.
Yes, that's true.
So he probably didn't, you know, start where you start. But for me, you like it's like track and field. You know how it looks. Everybody started. It looked like they starting a little bit in front of each other, but once they hit the straightaway, it's pretty much the same. That's how I see this right now. It looks like some teams is in front of us or we in front of something. But when we get that straightaway, who's going to have the roster and the pieces and the organization to keep running? And like I said, Flus I'm not really big on. Of course, I would like the defensive line to be better. Of course, I would like to have a Jason Kelsey type offensive lineman or a Trent Williams left tackle kind of guy. You know, of course, those are some pieces that I want to see those shine. But other than that, really, it's like how bad is we really doing compared to the other 31 teams?
Oh man, look,
Looks like
Your
your chat's
op-
going off.
hey, you see the chat there. First of all, Bear Truth and John, y'all are hilarious right now in the chat. Like the back and forth is great because both of y'all making good points, and just this is all three of us are making good points about this team. And there's no one way to go about it. There's not one way to build a team. You can you can build a team a lot of different ways. You just we have our own ways of how we would build the team, and I would have went through the trenches. But
And
I'm
I'm
a
with you there, Mark. Like you said, this was an unorthodox way of building a team, and I'm with you. I'm kind of surprised, but at the end of the day, I'm excited to see if it works.
mhm,
Because if this works, I won't really care how we built the team.
exactly.
I'll just be happy that we did.
Exactly. And that's
Like
my point. I don't see it being wrong. I don't see us going in the wrong direction. Like you just said, the Falcons when they pick Penix, it's like, man, that's like trending in the wrong direction. Like
to
y'all
me,
going
that's going.
you
in
know
the
what I
wrong
mean? That's
direction.
like, wait, y'all going the wrong way. You know?
And I know that all the Falcons fans got behind it and that were trying to support it, kept trying to bring up Green Bay, always having a backup quarterback that they're kind of like grooming to take over, but it never happens the same year as they get their other quarterback. They don't start grooming their other like the veteran quarterbacks first year there. They don't ever start grooming the next quarterback to basically replace him right away. Like I don't know. Like imagine if Kirk Cousins actually goes out there and does well over the next couple years. People are saying, "Oh, he only has like a 2-year contract." Well, he has a 4-year one. And if he does well his first 2 years, you're not just going to cut him just because you think that this, like, I guess, rookie quarterback that still wouldn't have played much, you think that he's going to be able to outplay Kirk Cousins. Like, if Kirk Cousins is doing well and they're making the playoffs the next couple years, then they're going to continue to play him. So by the time that contract is over, you have a 1 year, right? That would be 1 year if you pick up that 5th-year option with Penix Jr. to play 1 year before
Mhm.
having to make a decision. And honestly, I think that's a very bad decision
Does Kirk
to
Cousins have
put
a
that
no
type
trade
of
clause?
timetable on it. Huh?
He
Does Kirk
does.
he has a no trade clause?
Yep. I believe I read that too. Like basically, in order to cut him, they would have to wait till his second season is over, and then they could cut him. And I think it would only cost him like $5 million to cut him. I guess technically they could cut him after one season, but then you still owe him like $55
Right.
million or whatever. But I don't know.
Uh,
I just
so I got a question for y'all then. rank where would y'all rank the Chicago Bears coaching staff in the NFC North? Not even staff. Let's just talk about head coaches. Where would you rank Eberflus in just the North? So it's 1 through 4, 1, 2, 3, and 4. I can go first because I, I, I fuck it. I'll go first. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go because
I'm
I
almost
hate it.
90% sure that I know.
I hate
both
it.
of you can
I
say.
have to go LaFleur. I admire LaFleur's play calling. I think LaFleur is a dog in Green Bay. I think too because I don't think highly of the Green Bay roster at all. But to have that roster be 9-8 and go to the playoffs and whatever, however you want to, you know what happened with the Packers. I think you need a good coach to do that. I don't respect their roster. I don't think Jordan. I still don't think I need to see more from Jordan. I need to see it again from Jordan Love. But he turned it around and they beat us
You
twice.
don't do that with a bad coach.
You don't do that with a bad coach. So I'm gonna go number 1, Matt LaFleur. I'm gonna go obviously Dan Campbell number 2, and then I'll get Matt Eberflus. Matt sucks, don't he? Matt sucks, dude. I want to put him 3, but every time I think of those 3 losses we had, the losses we look, we got the worst coach in the division, fellas. I'm going LaFleur, I'm going Campbell, I'm going Kevin O'Connell, and I'm going Eberflus. Who want to take it next?
I'll take it next because I'm pretty sure mine gonna be slightly different than yours. I'm gonna put Dan in front of LaFleur,
Okay.
and then the last two is the same. Like, if I could, I'll tell you something. I'm gonna give you a little joke. I was listening to a podcast. I think it was Vino Rich or something like that, and it was like, do you know it's 4 teams, and I think it's with the Jets in the AFC West, right? I mean the AFC East, in the AFC East, right? It's 4 teams in the AFC East. Do you know where the Jets rank as far as AFC division titles in the AFC East?
What last?
What position? What number?
Out of the 4 teams, I'm gonna say 4th.
Actually, they're 5th.
Oh, because the Colts.
Because the Colts has more
Yeah,
AFC
I knew it. That's
East.
crazy.
I heard that stat. I had to go look it up. If I could put Eberflus 5th,
Oh, I see what you did.
I would. He ain't sure. Like some of the, like I said from last year, some of the stuff it was just simple coaching.
Oh my God.
It was kick the ball. It was punt out of it. Don't go for it on 4th right now. Call a timeout. Like it was just small stuff. And I think we even had this conversation. I don't know if we all had it together. Or I was just talking maybe just to you or Devin, but I was just like, it's like a relationship. It's the small little stuff. The big stuff, yeah, I get that, but some little stuff hurt you. And it's those little things. And it's like if you like I watch at the bar a lot of the times or with people, and everybody bar's like punt's like going for the 4th one. For what? Bubble screen. Really? You know what I mean? Like if I can see it from Arizona, I'm pretty sure everybody else can see it anywhere else. And it's just, hey man, he looked different. He seemed like he getting, maybe the missus is hooking him up.
Said he looked different.
He looked like he looked 10 years younger. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
He looked happier. Maybe he feel like he in a better situation, and maybe it's a lot of the pressure is off of him.
Right.
And maybe he could just make better decisions. Maybe it was in the moment he had brain. I mean, he just blanked out or something. But it's just a lot of the decision making he made last season. It was just like that's not a professional head coach in the NFL.
So go through your list again, then.
I got Dan first, LaFleur
Okay.
second, O'Connell third, and Eberflus 4th.
Fuck out of here. Devin, go ahead, Wes. My bad. Go ahead, keep going.
No. I said
Keep talking your shit.
man, because I said it like I'm not really mad. We still got Eberflus, But everybody talk about O line and all that kind of stuff, and I think if we had to do anything different, would we get a different head coach? If we could change anything that we did this offseason, I would say the main thing we probably could have did or should have did was get a new head coach, an offensive one per se.
Oh, you
So
you prefer an offensive head coach?
Yeah, I mean, as much as I'm looking at it and seeing all the teams with success and everybody else, they
Mm-hmm.
coming from either they all coming from offensive head coaches now. Like I said, it's a turning. It's the NFL is going offense. It's like everything
mhm.
is turning, and I think that's another reason we're excited because the Bears is looking like we're focusing more on offense, like everybody else is doing. You know, you can throw Andy Reid and Pat Mahomes. You can throw all these offensive out there in L.A. I think was the Rams with the one that's my age or whatever. He out there, you know, these young offensive head coaches. They're, I mean, I think last year the top 8 teams, 7 of them had offensive head coaches or something that I read, something like that.
Okay.
I think that's what it was last season. Like, so it's like you. I mean, it seems like a formula that's working, and like I said, even if we've made some, you know, like a lot of, I think a lot of stuff he did, it wasn't because the roster, or it wasn't because Justin Fields sucked, or Claypool wasn't playing, or whatever. I think it was like he kind of screwed us in his play calling. I'm pretty sure after he did it, he was kicking himself.
Okay. Devin, what's your coach lineup in the North?
So I knew that mine was gonna be different from you guys because I think it was just last week I was defending Flus a bit more, and you guys were not as receptive to that. And so I still am not gonna put him very high. I'm gonna put him at 3. I'm gonna have Dan Campbell and Matt LaFleur, and then Flus and
O'Connell.
Kevin
O'Connell. Yeah.
O'Connell.
I honestly I don't see much from about O'Connell. Like I don't feel like he was some like amazing coach or anything. And the areas that I know that like the one good thing that I like about Camp or about O'Connell
Hmm.
is that he blitzes more. And you don't see that very often for some reason in the NFL. Like you just don't see as many head coaches blitzing as often.
Yeah, that's
Like he
what's
blitzes
his
more than
name?
everybody else.
That's
And
who was the D coordinator over there?
uh,
Fuck
was
Brian Flores. That's Brian Flores doing that
okay.
shit. That
Okay,
dude
well
blitzes
then
so
that
fucking much.
that's me praising him, not necessarily O'Connell. But so I don't know, like some of the decision making, I would love to like see. This is why I would love to actually be in the like in the know because I might actually know was the decision making of certain plays was that on Eberflus or was that Getzey making the call? Like there were certain I mean, obviously at some point the head coach has to be involved in it, but like you start to wonder, okay, on this third and long call that we should have done something different. That would have been surely on Getzey, but then the following play, did they did did basically did they go to Eberflus and ask him, should we go for it? And Eberflus say, yeah, I want to go for it. And then Getzey made the call on what to run. In which case, I would put more blame on Getzey because of wanting to go for like if Eberflus just kind of said that he wanted to go for it, or maybe he wanted a punt, or like I mean, there were obviously conversations. Like I know in the Broncos game, there was the opportunity where we should have tried to kick the field goal. We went for it and didn't
Yep.
get it,
Hmm.
and so then there was the following week. I think that we went for the field goal because and people were like, well, you should have gone for it at that point. It's like, well, I mean, if you fail at what you're going for, then there's always going to be people saying you should have gone the other way. And like if we had gotten that fourth down, if we had picked it up instead, nobody would be saying, "Oh, you should have kicked the field goal."
Yep.
And so as far as like first and second, I feel like it's a tighter race between Campbell and LaFleur.
Mhm.
But I put Campbell over LaFleur only because of like the culture that he has built. He has taken his time to build and instill in them the type of culture that he wanted to coach.
Right.
And like honestly, he coaches a game like I used to play Madden when I was growing up. Like he goes out there and 4th and 20, he going for it. Like he don't care. He always believes in his guys to pick up that first down. And they kept commenting about that all season about how he goes for it on 4th down more than anybody else.
Yep. That's
And
his
the
thing.
benefit that I saw was okay, so you give up some field position if you don't make it, but like on those four, like if you know that it changes your play calling on like 3rd down. If you're 3rd and 6, you don't have to worry about picking up all 6. You go out there and pick up 4, and then you feel comfortable going in picking up 3 more. So to get that first down. So it's not as much pressure on your 3rd down conversions because you have confidence that you just go out there and get a couple more yards, you should be good. I'm not saying that he's perfect. I definitely don't believe in that because he made some very bad calls late in the season that
Mhm.
call against the where they could have easily won against the Cowboys at home.
Yep.
And he tried some trickery. It didn't work. And then instead of kicking the field goal, at that point it was the point after attempt. The trickery
the
caused
extra
them
point.
to they were trying to go for 2. They got it technically, but they tricked the
That
refs.
alignment, yeah, it was like
They confused the ref. They were trying to confuse the Cowboys, and it worked.
Mm-hmm.
But they also confused the ref, which called it a penalty, and then they moved
Mm-hmm.
it back. At that point, kick the extra point, trust your team to beat them in overtime or whatever, instead of trying to win the game. And it caught up to him, and they lost that game. But I feel like that type of mentality, the aggressiveness, you win more games than you lose from that. Like you being that aggressive in your play calling, you win more games than the ones that you lose because your aggressiveness just took you too much, you know?
So just go down your list one more time real quick.
So I have Campbell, LaFleur,
Mhm.
Flus, and O'Connell.
O'Connell at the bottom.
I feel like you could easily switch those 2 around and it doesn't make a huge difference because I didn't see a whole lot out of the Vikings last year that like made me think, oh, they're amazing. Like they have one of the best wide receivers in the league.
Yep.
And so obviously your game plan, throw to him. Getsy couldn't figure that out when he had DJ Moore to throw to, but that's a different. That's why I wouldn't put Getsy very high up on my list because he can't figure out how to throw to your best receiver. So, I don't know. I feel like Vikings didn't really show me too much there was that game where we both literally like could not score a touchdown if our lives depended on it. And to me, that shows more on an offensive-minded head coach than it does on a defensive. Like, if you're a defensive-minded head coach, you did your job. Your defense did its job that game. It didn't let the other team score.
Right.
Your offense didn't score, but that's not where you shine. Whereas the other team, the Vikings, offense was where their head coach kind of like made his mark. And to be quite honest, he couldn't score. So to me, that shows some.
Wasn't Jefferson out that game though? When he injured?
He might have been. I'm not
Jefferson missed a
entirely sure.
bunch of
I
time.
think he missed like
Yeah.
almost half a season. And my whole thing is, I'm not knocking Flus for not being aggressive or having a game plan or coming out of the game. I'm knocking him for common sense football situations. Like you just said, on that penalty, they move us back, kick the field goal, and go. That's obvious. Like, you know what I mean? Like, okay, at this point, kick the field goal. It's some of the plays he did. I'm like even knocking him for trying to do some trickery. I like to see some trickery every now and
Right.
again. I like to see some creativeness on both sides of the ball. I want to see us having a game plan and trying to do all this kind of stuff. But when it's like an obvious, like, okay, hold on, like this is no time to get cute. This is the last thing. This is the last 5 minutes of the game. This is the last 3 minutes of the game. Last 2 minutes of the game. You're really close. And then on top of that, it was at points in the time in the season where we needed wins. Where we actually needed. It wasn't like week 2, week 3. We talk about he was doing this week 8, week 9, week 11. You like, bro, we're trying to make the playoffs and we're not really looking good right now. So.
Right.
And then when we start to look good, he still was kind of making like, when our defense was kind of doing better. Like you said, it was a game we had like 3 interceptions, 2 fumble recoveries, something like 5 turnovers a game, and we couldn't score. It's like, okay, well, how can we do this? And then if my whole thing is about whether it's Luke Getsy or him, Matt, even Flus is his boss. I'm your boss. You can come in and be like, hey,
You're
man,
right.
I think we should go and do this. Because guess what? Honestly, at the end of the day, it's going to be like, hey, we're going to get a new head coach. And then the new head coach probably come in and fire the offensive coordinator anyway and bring his own guy in. So why, if I'm the head coach, I'm like, hey, dude, look, this is my job on the line. Even at my job right now, if I go do something, and my boss like, hey, no, don't do it. Well, I think I can do it. I'm pretty sure that it's going to work. And he's like, no, because if you mess something up on this job, they not gonna call your phone. They not calling your house. They calling the office, talking to the service manager. Your guy came in and did this. Your guy came in and did that. And that's my problem with Eberflus. It's like you gotta be aggressive. Do all that. Be you, and you gotta tell your staff, hey, hey, calm down. Like, no, we're not gonna do that. We've tried that 1,000 times. Well, this is my favorite play. I don't care, dude. Like. They're gonna run this play. Like I don't.
You over
care.
there talking about those bubble screens?
Of course, I'm talking about bubble screens. But my whole thing is like, at some point in time, you got you have to do your job. Like
when the other team is already lining up for a screen before you even break your huddle.
Everybody at home is lining up for it. We all like, here it comes. We can see it as clear as day, and it's like, come on now, like. And that's my whole thing. Now, like I said, he looks like a new person. He is our head coach. He sounds different because before, I think one of these, like, we on this culture, this hits principles and all this acronyms and
I don't think I heard hits all off season.
Not yet, not once. If he said, I'm gonna hit him. I'm telling you.
You wasn't a fan of hits, huh?
I mean, I was like, it was good. It was good talk. I felt like, oh yeah, this is what we need. Like I said, we need that culture. As long as Caleb come for this culture, the culture, I want a culture, a winning culture at Alex Hall. He sounded like that's what. And then when he got out there, all he did was miss. He didn't hit nothing. He was missing. He kept missing, and he kept missing, and they just kept missing. And it's like on simple stuff, and that's what I'm saying.
John says Bears are definitely going into the season top 20 teams. 14 make the playoffs. They are wild card contenders. That's funny that he. Excuse me. That's funny he put that in there because we were just talking about how they had us. PFF had us ranked 20, and I don't agree with that. And John, you talking about some top 20? We're better than top 20. We're definitely top 10 to 12.
Well, but see, the one aspect that like I believe John earlier, he kind of like wanted to throw it away, the concept of the season, like the seasons, like, or the schedule and how it panned out. it's like, I'm sorry, but there are just certain times when you look at it and it's like you can't just toss it out. Like there are definitely teams out there that they play a lot of hard teams and we just don't play as many as them. And so to
Yeah.
be quite honest with you, the schedule does play a factor. Like whether you think we're just barely top 20 or whatever, but we may be top 20, but if the teams we're playing are all the ones that are below us, then we aren't looking too bad.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. There's the schedule. So like yeah, I mean there are I mean there's some wild cards in that situation. I don't know how they'll
Mm-hmm.
play out. Particularly for me, it's like it's going to be like Indianapolis. I have a pretty good feeling how Houston's going to play out, but like Indianapolis, the Rams, Washington, and New England for me, just because we don't know how like Drake May or Jaden Daniels are gonna like click. So they're kind of toss ups and wild card scenarios for me. But
Right.
I mean, there are some easy teams on that list.
For
Now,
sure.
I don't want them going in thinking that it's easy because whenever a team does that, walks in the door expecting to win against a team, they get they get wrecked. So I don't want that to happen.
Yeah, no, I'm just only two teams on there. I'm like, oh god, is 49ers and the Rams. I'm like, oh god, and I'm like, but everybody else, I'm like, oh man, it's a, I got a high hope. I got a high hope.
I do too. So before we jump into our next segment, and
This has
that
been a
is
long segment. We
yeah,
are
it's been a
aware.
long segment. But we got to talk about Hard Knocks. We got to talk about Hard Knocks. But before we do that, I we just ranked. What? Let's rank the quarterbacks in this division.
Hmm.
The four guys in this division. I would love to know what y'all think about it. I went first last time. Wes, you want to go first? Devin, you want to go first this time?
I would love to go first.
I'll go ahead.
I would love to hear Wes.
It's it's golf, Caleb, Love, and whoever the Vikings got. I don't even know
Hmm.
who their quarterback is, so I'm not even going to speak a name for the Vikings. Only reason I'm putting golf above Caleb is because golf has proven that he is a good player. You know, he's from even when he was over here on the West Coast, golf proved that he can throw the ball. He's a good quarterback and he's good. I'm with you, Mark Rob, on Love. I don't got no love. Like I said, halfway through the season, his family was in section 375, row 72. Like they were sitting on top of the stadium the first, the first like 4 or 5 of his games. Like I gotta see it again. I really gotta see it again, and I gotta see it really again. And I know how we dropped the ball at the end of that season, and
Yep.
I was so hurt because I felt like we didn't show up at all, and that was not even close to the Bears team that we even was at that point in time in the season,
Nope.
and I felt like it was just like the worst coming out, and I just felt like it was just like they was like, it's too many way different scenarios to get into the playoffs. I don't know what the heck they was doing, to be honest
There was
with
a
you.
lot of scenarios at
It
that
was a
point.
lot of scenarios, like 7 different ways the Bears could have still made the playoffs. And I don't think, like I said, just like I don't think Love is that guy, I don't think the Bears played the game how they supposed to play that one either.
No, Justin. Not to cut you off, but Justin threw the ball 16 times. Literally though, like we dropped back 16 times. That's horrible. It's the last game of the season. What are you doing?
What are you doing? You know what I mean? Like that was a terrible
the
showing.
the only minor thing that I have with that is maybe at that point I don't know if they had or not, but like, is there any chance that maybe they already had decided to trade Justin and they didn't want to risk his trade value and like him possibly getting hurt? Like you drop back and throw 16 times, but like I take it you were expecting more passes, right?
Yeah. If you want to increase his
So
value, you got to put him out
well,
there.
but see, like maybe they felt like his value is already set,
Then what's the harm in throwing the
and
ball?
I mean, I disagree, but I mean, maybe that I don't know if that's how they would play it because to be quite honest with you, if he did go out there and just light up the Packers, I think that it makes it a bit very different conversation to be having.
Yes, sir.
I mean, the whole Caleb conversation becomes very different if he lights up the Packers. So I can't imagine that they did, but if they had already made up their mind that they were going with Caleb and they just hadn't told anybody yet, like that may have been in Pole's mind already, and he may have talked to Matt about it and said, "Hey, try and maybe see if you can develop the run game a bit more during that game as opposed to the passing game." I don't know. That's the only thing I wonder about because it seemed like the whole game just seemed off. Like
Very
I
off.
mean,
I just it wasn't there was not a single part of that game where I said, okay, that's typical Bears that we've been watching for the past 5 or 6 weeks.
so my whole thing is why did the defense look so bad
Yeah, yeah. That I mean,
then? You see
that's
what I'm saying?
that's the biggest thing I didn't get.
Like,
Like
if you would
best rushing defense in the league last year, number one rushing defense, and they ran all over us. And they did with a guy who had missed a large chunk of the season with injury. And I'm sitting there like that doesn't track. Like I know Jalen Johnson was out. Like yes, having him would have made a much bigger impact, but he'd been out earlier in the season too, and it wasn't like we were playing with some like Joe Schmo off the street or something. Like we had Terrell Smith out there, and he was playing well when he'd been in earlier. So
the only thing makes sense is if they went to Justin Fields and said, "We're gonna trade you. We already made our decision. So we don't want you to get hurt or nothing like that." Because I can't see. Like I said, I can't see Justin Fields wanting to go out like that. Because at the same time, it's like if I'm finna go somewhere, or if I even, and my whole thing is even if I'm on the block, even Luke Getzey, like I'm pretty sure he knew his job was gone by then. Everybody knew Luke Getzey was up out of there. So if
but
I'm
you
Luke
want
Getzey,
you want to you want to go out on a high note because that's the last thing people remember of you.
yeah, and that's why it didn't. That's my whole point is the game didn't make sense. It's no narrative or a story that I can even get on board with that makes any sense on why they played the game they played it that way.
Now, okay, so you had it ranked as Goff, Caleb, Love, and
JJ McCarthy.
question mark.
No. JJ McCarthy. Oh, who
I
else?
mean, like, if it's JJ McCarthy, you still put him at number 4. If it's Sam Darnold, you put him at 6.
Yeah, put him in AFC East.
So I don't know. I'm kind of with you on that. Like, kind of the same way I'm thinking. Like, the expectations of Caleb with the current style offense, we have a lot to really help him flourish. That I would say. I mean, I guess if we're going just on quarterback, same concept though. I'd probably put the same thing as you with Goff, Caleb. Now I know I'm a Bears fan, so my opinion on this makes it so that I'm probably a bit more skewed towards Caleb. But I mean, Love didn't play great that first half of the season last year. Like he played adequate, I would say. And then he kind of started to pick it up later in the season, and maybe he'll do that at the start of this next season. But I mean, when it's only about a like half a season plus of like really good play, it makes me kind of like hesitant to just go ahead and I mean I don't really like I've seen some people name him as like the fifth or sixth best quarterback in the league. And I
Who?
don't know if Love. I don't
Jordan
know
Love.
if that is reasonable to do at all. But
Sheesh, I think I've been hearing some stuff. Look, I've heard high praise from Love for
I mean,
Love.
you're up in Madison, so you're going to. I feel like you're going to hear a lot of high praises for him
I think they
because Packer
just.
fans out up there, they all just sit there and think to themselves, "We struck gold again."
Yeah,
They
but
think they got the best wide receiving core.
nah, they stupid.
They do
Uh,
think that. I don't know
um,
why.
too much dairy.
Too much
Um,
dare.
but no, but that,
Did,
honestly,
did
that's
Devin?
yeah.
Yeah,
Devin
are we
went.
still on yours or
Yeah, no, he said his. Devin, you can repeat
Mine
it
was
if you want to.
basically the same thing as Wes's.
what was it?
Goff, Caleb, Love, and we were saying that if JJ McCarthy, he's number 4. If it's Sam Darnold, he's like number 6.
And then and also put it in the chat. What would you how would you rank these the NFC North quarterbacks? I guess that leaves me. I'm gonna go. Damn, golf number one, huh? I used to think golf, and still kind of do. I'm not afraid of golf. I think he's overrated, but he's good. You know what I mean? You
You
can't.
mentioned I do remember you mentioning a couple like weeks ago or something that to you Goff wasn't considered elite. Like
Mhm,
Matthew Stafford at this point you were saying is considered elite,
I think
but
so.
you just don't see Goff in that same light. But I feel like he has the potential to maybe get to that next level soon because he's kind of come into his own over the last like year or two.
So with golf, I think what we see from golf, I think this is the best he'll get. I don't think there's room to grow.
Okay.
I think he'll be this quarterback. He is who he is at this point, which is really good. What did he just get? 200 and some million, 55 a year, something crazy. So look, the numbers don't lie. He got paid. Golf, I'll go number one. I'll agree with y'all, fellas. I'll go golf number one. Um
You gonna throw a wrench into things now?
No, because I can't put love over. But it's like the football player in me is like, God damn, do I really want to put Caleb number two as a
I
rookie?
mean,
Like,
I guess when you boil it down, it's like the same reason that I mean, I was just thinking about this just now. The same reason that we put Love at 3 because we need to see him do it again. Well, I am starting to point out the fact that I hate to do it, but
hmm
like with Love, he at least has shown us a year, and Caleb hasn't yet. Like that is a point that I am now realizing that like we can put Caleb at 2 and then say that Love is at 3 because he needs to show us it again, but Caleb hasn't shown us it at all.
at all. And I talk so much shit, dude. I talk like yeah, you just said I'm in Madison. I'm I'm 2 hours from Green Bay, but I'm still in Wisconsin. I talked so much shit about love that first like 8, 9, dude, I'm like, yeah, love ain't shit. Love ain't this. You can just tell he don't got the star power that Justin has. When you look at Justin, you can feel the star power. Or I'm going. Look, I was going crazy on love. I did not think love was going, but somehow that dude squeaked out 4,000. Like how? You know what I mean? Like how? Look, I don't think Love is better than Caleb, but I have to put Love over Caleb. I have to. I have to. Caleb ain't played yet, but I don't think he look. You could slice stuff how you want. You could call me whatever, this and then the third. I can't put Caleb over a 4,000-yard passer, especially when the Bears haven't had one yet. But I don't think he's better than Love. It's weird. It sounds weird, but I'm telling you, I can't
I
give it
get
to
what
you.
you're saying. Like you
I can't
can't
give it.
put him
All right,
above Love.
I can't give it to you no other way. But go
So,
ahead.
so if you swap Jordan Love with Justin Fields last season, so do you think Jordan Love will have 4,000 yards with that Bears offense and Matt Eberflus coaching him?
Okay, so I'm glad you asked that question.
Because I'm going just off quarterback, not what they did.
That's
just
true. I mean, if you're looking at stats include the rest of the team too.
Right, I'm glad you asked that question. So do you think the Packers receivers were better than the Bears last year, or was the Bears receivers better
No.
than the Packers? I don't think Romeo Dobbs is good. Jaden Reed, Jordan Wicks, or whoever the fuck. Who are these people? You know what I'm saying?
I don't.
Who are these people? And they think that they have the best wide receiver core.
Yeah, put position by position. It's like obviously DJ is better than their number one. But as
Yes.
far as what Darnell did last season, I think who was their number? Addison was their number two, or was he
Their number one
Dobbs?
was I think it was either Reed or Wicks, but Dobbs probably had the most touchdowns. But I
More
think
touchdowns.
Reed might have had the most. I don't know.
And then
for
my
sure.
whole thing is like just going off last season, I will give it to Green Bay as far as like looking at their number 1, 2, 3 down to ours. Ours just underperformed. Like it's like and like I said, I don't even know who I'm talking about. I can't even tell you some of their names. I just know they did better than Darnell Mooney, Claypool, Tyler
They did.
Scott. They did
Yep,
way better.
they did.
They did way better than those other guys. And so if I had to just go off next season alone, yeah, they.
I would say our tight end probably did better than their tight end.
Yeah, I think
Yeah, they had two rookie tight
Yeah,
ends.
two rookie
Cole
tight
Kmet.
So
killing
Komet
that.
smashed them. You know what I mean? And that's what I'm going off of, as far as if we wanted to rank each position or person, in the division, and that's why I gave Caleb the nod, because I think Caleb is just a better quarterback than Jordan Love.
See, like, and normally I would push back on, if I disagree. If I have a different outcome, I could push back, but I can't. You know what I mean? I see why Caleb's number 2 for you in Devin. You know what I mean? I literally can't. I can't argue that. But for me, I'll put him 3. I'll put Caleb 3rd, and Jordan Love 2nd, and then who? Like you said, who do we say?
J.J. McCarthy or Sam Darnold?
We just say the Minnesota Vikings quarterback. you know how the Washington
put
football team.
Question mark.
Minnesota Vikings quarterback. Just like the Washington football team before they had a name, that's what we just gonna call their quarterback. The Vikings quarterback.
The
I agree
Minnesota
with-
Vikings quarterback is at 4.
So let me get Bear Truth. Let me get his lineup in here, just because he's with us. So he participating in this podcast. He said, I put it this way: it's hard to say a rookie who hasn't played a down in the league is better than a vet. But in what order? He said, I picked my QBs thinking now and future. I'm going Caleb, Love, Goff, and Darnold. Appreciate that comment. Bear Truth. That's Caleb first. And look, and honestly, if you can put Caleb second, you can put him first. That's just what I think.
Yeah, and that's
I mean,
the only reason.
especially if you're
But
looking
it's-
at like future growth.
And my whole thing is, Love is not a vet. Yes, he got 3
that's
years.
another
He's not
point
a
that I was
vet.
about to make.
He's not a vet. Sam Darnold got more experience on the field than he does.
That's true.
You see what I'm saying? That's a veteran. Like you sat on the, he sat for 3 years. So it's Chet Holmgren. You sat for a year and now you rookie year in it. Like is this?
Remember Blake Griffin?
Blake, you know what I mean? Like you because you never played.
Red shirt.
You never played. Yeah, you redshirted. So
There's an older TV show. I think it was called Blue Mountain State.
Oh
where
my
it's
God, I
centered
watched
around,
every episode. I love that show.
It's centered around like the backup quarterback,
Yes.
and basically like his job was to like party and chill and just kind of like not get cut basically. And to me, that's kind of how I felt like Jordan Love probably was looking at it. Like his job is just to not get cut.
So,
He just has to do just enough.
so do y'all think that regardless of number 1 overall pick, number 2 overall pick, 3, 4, 5, no matter the pick, do y'all think it's better to sit? Regardless of where you're picked, first overall, second overall, third. Regardless, do you think it's better for rookie quarterbacks to at least sit a year?
I think it depends on the situation.
I think it depends on the player.
Like
Okay, so when Devin, let me touch on Devin real quick. He said it depends on the situation. Yes, but like in a vacuum.
if you're coming in and no matter what, where you're picked, but if you're coming in and you're coming in behind like even a decent quarterback in the league. I'm not even necessarily saying like a future Hall of Famer like Tom Brady or something or Aaron Rodgers, but like if you're behind like a decent quarterback in the league, one that has had a few really good seasons, maybe has had a playoff win or two, but not necessarily gone able to get over that hump. Kind of like the way that you were just talking about Goff. So if you get drafted as like even like a third pick overall, and you go to the Lions as a quarterback,
Right.
in that option, I would say you sit behind Goff, learn how to like get your timing right and everything like that, and hope that at some point you have the chemistry with the wide receiver core and stuff like that, that when you step in, you can go over that hurdle that Goff couldn't get over. But if you're coming in behind like I don't know, like
Andy
Andy
Dalton.
Dalton,
I knew
that's
it. Yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
or like I mean like there have been 20, 30 quarterbacks that we've had over the past like couple
Hell
decades that
yeah.
you could have
Yep.
listed. But like if you're coming in behind a lot of the, I mean, honestly, in my opinion, if you come in behind Jay Cutler and you're sitting down, like Jay Cutler to me was the type of quarterback of like Goff. Maybe not necessarily to the same caliber as like stat wise, but you come in behind Jay Cutler and you know Jay's going to be gone within a year or two, and you just try and soak in the good things about his game. Don't bring in any of the bad, like he regularly threw interceptions when he shouldn't have. Like he threw into too tight of windows. So you make a note not to do that, and you don't sit there smoking a cigarette on the sidelines or whatever. But like you learn from his game, you can be better, and even if you're projected to be the best quarterback in the draft,
Right.
coming in and learning takes a lot of pressure off you. I feel like the reason Caleb has so much pressure on him right now is because of the fact that he was selected number 1 overall and he is immediately going to start. Like there is no question in anybody's mind. So that puts a lot more pressure on him. He has to figure out the NFL before the start of the season.
And Caleb, I'm gonna add to the pressure. I agree with you, but I'm gonna add to the pressure. Caleb is quarterbacking a team that has not had a 4,000-yard passer as well. He is quarterbacking the only team that has not had a 4,000-yard passer, but he's also quarterbacking a team that has not had a 30 touchdown passing quarterback, just 30 touchdowns. You know what I mean? So that adds to the pressure that you were just speaking about, Devin. That adds to it. You know what I mean? So it's an insane amount of pressure on Caleb. But and Wes, I'm finna let you jump in because this is gonna segue right into our Hard Knocks. I think for me, and my argument with why I love Hard Knocks, Caleb been doing this. You know what I mean? He been under the pressure. He's been under the spotlight. What's up, Wes?
He about to go off.
Hey, I'm
Okay,
telling you,
so-
hey, Wes, we gonna get you a segment when the season starts. We gonna get you a Chef Wes segment. I'm gonna create a whole little boop, 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 boop intro for you. Cause your
What?
ass crazy. Yo.
Okay, so to answer the question, more often than not, it makes sense to sit your rookie quarterback, no matter if they first overall or wherever they was drafted, behind whoever your quarterback, even if it's probably Sam Darnold. Because more than likely, if Sam Darnold or who we just said, Andy Dalton or somebody like that, if they're your starting quarterback and they was your starting quarterback all last year, it's a reason that's your starting quarterback, and then there's a reason you went and got one. It's probably because you're building a team, so it might behoove you to sit who you draft.
Right.
But if you already have a team built, kind of like the 49ers did with Brock Purdy, you probably could start whoever you put in there and just let the rest of the team do the work. And that's the situation I think Caleb in. But I defer to look at Andrew Luck when he got drafted. Andrew Luck got drafted to the Colts, and they had what? I can't even really remember, honestly.
As far as what, like weapons?
As far as weapons, as a team, building a culture, and
T.Y.
organization around them.
Hilton.
Oh yeah, okay, right. Yeah, T.Y.
I think they still had but yeah, keep going.
You see what I'm saying? But it's certain quarterbacks that, and this is what I read, and it kind of made me have a little sour taste in the mouth of being a Justin Fields fan. It was like, if you're that talented and you're that great, you can overcome. You know what I mean? You can overcome.
What do you mean? What you mean sour?
It made me it made me kind of just ponder. I want to say sour. I just pondered about it. Like,
What they got to do with Justin?
I put it like you said, his talent, his stardom, he's this, he's that, who out the rim, yada yada yada, and it just made me think. That's all I'm saying.
Think what? Like
he should have just took off. He should have stopped listening to the play call. He should have went out there and kill. Fuck that. You know what I mean? Like, come here, Cole. Come here, get right here. Yeah. You know when I text you. All right, that's we finna run. Cause I know I'm good enough. I know you good enough. I know DJ good enough. And fuck this O-line. I can run around for 7 seconds until y'all figure it. Like, I'm not finna try to. You know what I mean? And that's what I mean. And that's kind of what Andrew Luck did. He had, like you said, he did have T.Y. Hilton, but like you can't really say he had like this well-built team around him.
No,
but
his O-line was
horrible. And he not Justin Fields with the legs either. But Andrew Luck still extended plays. He threw the ball best he could, and he looked really, really good as a quarterback, even though he was in a shitty fucking situation. If you got that kind of talent,
well, but like it's going on the same thing though. Robert Griffin III. I mean,
I think RG3
right
went to the playoffs as a rookie.
Yeah,
did he?
I think RG3 did,
like,
and I think. Keep going. My bad.
Yeah.
I was just saying, like, I remember them not playing as well, and eventually he got hurt, and I know that was later on in his career, but like his career wasn't very long, and there are probably some people that say RG3 probably could have benefited from sitting instead of jumping in right away, and his play style was not conducive for a long career.
I was shaking my head to Wes crunching.
Cause I had to snack on that. That was a snackable moment, man.
We heard that.
It's because RG3 wasn't built for his play style. He wasn't built to be running around. It's kind of like the question everybody got about Lamar Jackson right now. It's like, if you're gonna get hit, you want to be running and scrambling. That you should be plumper. Kind of like everybody saw like the Pat Mahomes shirt off kind of dad bod thing that went around. You know what I mean? And like, you got to be a little plump to take those hits and those sacks.
But see, let me just touch on this real quick because you talked about the running quarterbacks, and I don't think running I don't think running quarterbacks are like, oh, you run, you're gonna get hurt. I don't think RG3 was like, oh, I ran, so I got hurt. I think you playing football, so you're going to get hurt. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No. That's obvious. Let's not state the obvious. My whole thing is it's these run like I'm down here with Kyler Murray. I watch all the time, and I'm just like, he's gonna die today. This is the play he's gonna die.
See, why do you think that?
Because look how little he is. Like, it's
but
just
he's done it his whole. He's been little his whole life, and he's done it his whole life.
Exactly. You keep putting tension on the rod, it's gonna eventually break. And just like he was hurt last season,
but that's what any football player.
But it's more like if you bigger, you stronger, you got more withstand. I mean, it's different. It's different type of.
Justin's a massive man. Justin got hurt, and I hated it because people would say, "Oh, his durability. He runs too much. That's why he's hurt." Motherfucker, Joe Burrow's been hurt too, and he can't run shit. Joe Burrow has been hurt since he got into the league. Tom Brady had injuries. Peyton Manning had injuries. Like, it happens. I hate when people relate injuries to running quarterbacks because it's weird, and I know what people doing. And I'm not saying you. I'm not saying you at all. Because I'm going to wait.
That's why his career ended. Because
I
of
can't
his
argue with that.
size. Because of
Yeah, I
his
can't argue with
size.
that. I saw what happened with him. I can't argue with that.
That's what I mean. That's what I'm talking about. Like Michael
Right.
Vick ran for forever. Michael Vick was, I'm not knocking a running quarterback. Donovan McNabb. Like,
Yep.
come on. They ran. I'm not. The Vikings' old quarterback. The one that threw the fucking.
Tavares Jackson.
No, the
that's
one that
you?
threw the Randy. The black.
Oh, Randall Cunningham.
Yeah, like.
Right?
He was
Oh, no,
scrambler.
it wasn't Randall. It was was it
It
Steve?
started with a C. It's
Steve McNair? Am I
No, Steve
tripping?
McNair was a Titan. Steve McNair was a Titan. His name was I can't think of his name, but yeah, he was a black quarterback.
Oh,
He's
Dante Culpepper.
Dante Culpepper.
Yeah.
Dante, another score. But you saw how big. Like I've seen. Like,
Hey, he's a big dude. He was big.
I met Donovan McNabb and Mike Vick in person, and they like Donovan McNabb's like 6'6", 6'5", like
big
too big, like a wall, dude. Dude, you be looking so small on TV. I told him that to his face. I was in the Marine Corps they was playing the Chargers, and I was doing the security thing on the field in uniform, and I was just standing behind Michael Vick and Dr. McNabb on the eaves, and I'm like, Michael Vick is huge. He like 6'3", 6'4", but he like solid. And I'm like, oh, and you run that fast, dude? Like, I would hate for you to be chasing me. Like, dude, like you, like, man, like that's how big these dudes is. But
think about how you would have to be chasing him, and you'd be like, I'd hate to have to try and bring you down.
Because once I catch up to you, now I got to bring you down.
I was just about to say
Once
that.
I get to you, now I have to.
You sit there like running next to him for a good like
okay.
2-3 minutes, like
And
you already caught up to it, but now you're trying to figure out how to take him down.
And in that same voice, I've seen Kyler Murray up close.
He's little. He's a little bit.
I'm like, can I play? I could throw.
Okay, hold on. You ain't as
I ain't as thick as Kyler
thick.
is.
You ain't as thick as Kyler.
I'm like 3 inches taller than him, dog. All I gotta do is hit the weight room, some whey protein, some creatine, get a nice little dietary regimen, put on some pounds. Like when I was in the rink, I was like 195.
Okay.
I was thick. I'll see the picture you can post it for the fans. I was thick. I could have did that. But my whole thing is like, I still know D1 football players I've met. And even at that size, those is 270 pound, 300 pound people. And what you asking them to do, like eventually it's like, you gotta have that size. So back to the beginning of this whole thing. If the talent is there, you start them. And the reason I say that, barring injuries, like we said, you gotta get that out. You can't let them sit on the sideline. If you got such a talented quarterback, let him go have too bad his rookie season and his sophomore season. Let him get those rookie woes out in those second year things, because you believe in his talent is going to be like we said, the future. Like you believe you're gonna have this dude for 5 to 10 years. Let him get it out. Now, do you want to have Caleb coming in his 3rd year in the league? The same way kind of how Jordan Love did, have a terrible half a season, look good the next season, everybody question like, well, maybe he is the future, maybe he's not. I have to see it again. Blah, blah, blah. Yada, yada. Get it out the first. Get it out your rookie year. Be a rookie. Make rookie mistakes, all that kind of stuff. Because if you sit behind a veteran like a Tom Brady or Aaron Rodgers or Peyton Manning or Super Bowl winning Hall of Fame or even just a mediocre Kirk Cousins, Matt Ryan or somebody like that, you come out your 30s like, man, he's just not good. Well, yeah, no, they sat him for 3 years. He learned from Matt Ryan. He learned from Kirk Cousins. He should know better. He shouldn't be throwing the ball like, you know what I mean? Now you have no excuse for this guy except that he just started playing now. But he's been in the league 3 years. He's been to OTAs 3 times. He's been to training camp 3 times.
It's at this point where you can't really, like you pointed out, like you don't classify him a rookie anymore.
You're not a rookie anymore, so what's your excuse? You've been there. You've seen the speed of the game. You've watched professionals do this.
Exactly.
You watch
at least if you do it your rookie year, you have, if things don't go your way, you have at least something to say. Hey,
your personal experience. So because you sat there for 3 years and either you watched your quarterback in front of you light it up or look terrible, or you watched Tom Brady come into Green Bay or wherever you at, come into your stadium and throw 5 touchdowns and just blow 51-14 your team. You're like, well, I see how Tom Brady is playing, so at least I know that. Or I see how you see the opposing quarterback. I'm not saying you even get to learn from the person you behind on the depth chart. You can go out on the field and watch the opposing team quarterback. Like, oh, okay, I like how he did that play. Oh, I see what he. Oh, we was running that defense and he audibled out of it because of this and that. It's a different ways to learn. So when you coming out and you just started in your third season, it's like whether you was the 5th pick or the Mr. Irrelevant pick, you should know what you should be doing. You had your OJT. So like I said, does it benefit? It depends on the talent that you bringing out. If you Brock Purdy, Mr. Relevant, nobody really can gauge what you might be, okay, cool, I can understand you sitting behind.
Right.
Even if you, like Michael Penix, we know what you can be, but we got somebody, so we'll let you watch. We got somebody just as good as you, so we'll let you watch for a season or two. And that makes sense. But if we don't got nobody and you're better, like even if it was in college, you astronomically better, and we see that you better, and your ball look better than his, your mechanics look better than him, like what we grade you on as a quarterback looks better than the person we got starting. Okay, if you're a rookie, I'm putting you out there. Get it out. Get the rookies out. So when you throw that pick, come over here. Hey, don't do that again. All right, go sit down. Like, that's how I feel about it.
So, Devin, did you say yes or no?
I said it's situational. It depends on who they're going to be behind. Because to me, it's like you said, like we said, like Andy Dalton isn't really going to be like Andy Dalton, but like more like Sam Darnold. Like
More like Sam
somebody
Darnold.
who's
Good point.
like
yeah.
or like Gardner Minshew over at the Raiders. Like he's their starting quarterback right now, and to be honest, if you drafted a quarterback, he is starting over Gardner Minshew. And it's like I don't necessarily know if I would want Gardner Minshew teaching a young quarterback.
So if you had Gardner Minshew, right, and you drafted Brock Purdy, last pick of the draft, you finna start Brock Purdy over Gardner Minshew?
That's a valid point, Wes.
You see what I'm saying? So it's based on your talent.
I mean, I guess if you know how their career has gone, yes, I would have started Brock Purdy. But like I mean, you have a valid point. Like they picked Brock Purdy, he sat because of where he was picked, and he got the chance to play only because heck, he must have done something right though because of the fact that he impressed him enough to keep him around. Because how many of that Mr. Irrelevant picks end up getting cut before training camps are over? You know? So he impressed him enough to keep them around. But, you're right that, like, you don't start him over, like, Gardner Minshew.
Who, Trey Lance?
Yeah, or he looked better than Trey Lance.
Brock Purdy.
Aiden O'Connell?
Yeah.
Oh, Brock
Purdy.
Like, if you pick Mr. Irrelevant, like, if like I said, that you don't start somebody that you pick, you would immediately start them over Gardner Minshew. But then he brought up the valid point of what happens if in the last pick of the draft you pick up a quarterback in that end of the 7th round, and you sitting there like, okay, you're right, you probably wouldn't put him over Gardner Minshew as your starter because.
That's what Wes hit you with.
You got Gardner Minshew and you pick Brock Purdy. It's like I'm starting Brock Purdy. Like,
that's what he hit you with. Come on,
no, you're not.
But he has a good point. Like,
no, you're not.
Yeah, he got
what I said specifically was that if you draft somebody, you're putting them over Gardner Minshew. Okay, if you draft somebody in like the first to like mid-second round, you're probably starting them over Gardner Minshew.
I think, and this is. I look. I think if the only way you're starting them over Gardner Minshew is if they're a first round quarterback. I think second, third, fourth, you're going to sit them right away. You're not going to start them right away. Jalen Hurts was look. Carson Wentz was a second overall pick, not second overall. So I can't really.
But
use
like
it
Michael Penix Jr. was projected to be a second round pick, and if he had dropped us to the second round, I guarantee you Raiders were looking at it.
All right.
They were looking at
it. And he probably would have been in the competition. Right. Penix ain't starting because it's simple. Penix ain't starting because it's money. Money. That's all it is, money.
So, all right. I think this is a solid question. Let's
Okay.
just take the Vikings right
And
now.
I didn't even get my answer, but
You can get. You can get your answer, but I just.
but
okay.
I just wanted like because Devin said situational, so just like yes or no, Devin, and then what did you say, Wes?
I said it's based on talent. Like you said,
Oh my God.
if you the number 2 overall pick, I'm probably more than likely starting. If you're a
Can we
first
just
rounder,
say we understand yes or no,
Yeah.
yes or no.
Yeah. Okay. Let's
See, that's
restate
the thing, like,
restate
you
the question
wanna
one more
boil it
time
down
because
to,
I want.
like, a
I'm gonna give you.
yes
I'm
or
gonna give you a
no.
yes or no. I'll give you a yes or no. I gave my long. What's
Should
the
you
question?
sit your rookie QB regardless of where they're drafted?
No.
Okay.
Okay, I guess
Because
when
you
I
said,
hear the
you
question
said
outright
regardless
like
of where
that,
they're drafted.
Yeah, see, remember I
regardless, like,
said
that means no
remember I
matter
said
what,
round
you
number 1,
always
number
sit your
2, number
rookie
3,
QB.
number 4. Remember I said that? Yeah,
Yeah,
like
no.
it don't,
Well,
none of
but,
that
like-
matters.
No, you should.
Okay, Devin, what you thinking?
No,
No, I'm gonna say yes. That's why I was waiting because I'm like, But Wes, do you remember when you was about to say something before I
about the
clarified
Vikings.
Yeah,
Yeah.
of course. I was gonna say who you starting. Are you gonna let Sam Darnold start, or are you gonna start Jim Carter?
that? If I'm the Vikings,
Yeah, you the GM right now.
I'm sitting JJ.
Interesting.
I'm sitting. I would have sat Justin. Y'all, I've told y'all that. I didn't think Justin was ready to start. I would have sat.
I
would've
would
too.
agree with that.
I would have.
The Bears sat Mitch. I would have sat Mitch, not necessarily behind Mike Glennon. I'm
Well,
not going to
see,
say.
in your scenario, you said regardless of where they were picked. Like, I brought up situational.
Yeah, regardless
for that
of where they were
specific
picked,
reason.
Mitch was getting sat. I'm saying I would have got a better quarterback to sit him behind. But he was sitting sat. He was sitting down.
I would have started Mitch and shut Justin. Just the situation that they was in. Like I had Mike Glenn. I'm starting Mr. Trubisky. I'm not.
Yeah, 'cause
trotting
that
Matt
Mike
Glenn
Glennon
out
shit-
there.
yeah,
Mike
that
Glenn,
was
I'm not
crazy.
trotting him out there. I'm not trotting him out there.
was
But we got Nick
crazy.
Foles. Like I will let Nick Foles play a season.
Yes.
And sit
And
Justin Fields. It should have been a different. So.
not even just Foles, but Andy Dalton was damn
there,
good in Cincinnati for a
Yeah,
long time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He wasn't weak. Andy Dalton went to the playoffs in Cincinnati before Joe Burrow got there. He went to the playoffs in Cincinnati after Carson Palmer like 3 times.
They just tell you how weak our
Yeah.
organization was.
Yeah, like
They caved
but
to the fans.
Me personally, yeah, I'm sitting my rookie quarterback. I think sitting on the sideline and watching somebody else fail, as bad as it sounds, watching somebody else fail.
It is a learning experience.
It's a great learning experience because you see what not to do, even though quarterback, it don't matter until you get thrown into the fire.
So, question: who would you like in our current situation? Would you prefer us to sit Caleb?
In our current situation, no, because that means I'm starting Brett Ripon or Tyson Bagent or whoever the fuck.
And in that situation, I don't think you learn much from either one of them,
No.
unless, like you said, what not to do. But Caleb already knows what not to do as much as they can teach him.
Let me see. If I had a proven quarterback, I would.
Okay,
like
if you
for
had
Justin-
if you had
oh,
Russell
Justin.
Wilson,
I wouldn't even give you Russell. I'll give you Joe Flacco.
Oh no, I you go Joe Flacco.
And like I said,
I'm
Joe
st-
Flacco got off
I'm
the couch. He
I'm
got off the
me
couch.
personally. I'm going to start Russell because I mean, what do you got to lose? You still got. It's not like starting Russell, you lose your rookie quarterback. You know what I mean? I'm gonna start Russell. I'm starting. I would sit my rookie quarterback as long as I could.
would
That's
you
me.
sit him all season, or would you sit him and then transition him in later into the season?
As much as I could, literally as much as I could. If we start 0-3,
So 3
And it
years
looks-
later, you still sitting him because you're like, hey, I still can.
as much as I could, if we win in 3 years later, then I probably shouldn't have took a quarterback #1 overall. You know what I mean? If we've been winning, then I probably didn't need to waste this pick on him. But if we're struggling, I'm going to put my quarterback in. You know what I mean? Like say we start 0-3, but Russell Wilson is playing good, I'm not gonna put my rookie quarterback in. But if we're starting 0-3 and Russell is shitty, yes. Oh yeah, get in there. Get in
He's
there.
throwing picks. He's getting sacked. He's fumbling the ball, stuff like that.
Right, but all in all, like I gave it to y'all, like regardless of situation and blah blah blah. Yes, sit my rookie quarterback. You know, I don't know if y'all got anything more to say on that.
Joe Flacco.
Okay, I'm sorry, but like I was actually very thoroughly impressed last year the way Joe Flacco came out and played.
And that's why I
Like
said it. Like he got off the couch.
he,
He played pretty
came out
well.
and he showed that like he shouldn't have retired.
But
He
see, I
should have
wasn't
kept
shocked.
playing.
I was a little bit, just a tiny bit, but it's like Joe Flacco's the type of quarterback to come in and play pretty decent. You know what I mean?
Go
I
from
was-
sitting
I
on
was-
the couch a month and a half ago to like playing well. I mean, he
Yes.
threw a lot of interceptions in the game against us, but
Hell
to be
yeah, that's
fair,
when
that
I'm
was-
like, yeah, he sucked.
But my whole thing
But,
is
I
like
mean-
he picked it like back. I think it was like one game. It took him like half a game to be like, oh, look at Joe Flacco, like he never left. Like that's how I saw it. And even though like, cause he wasn't like super great, even when he won a Super Bowl, it wasn't like he was Tom Brady or Peyton Manning. Like
Yeah,
people
my
love him
boy
as
Ray
that.
Lewis still.
Yeah,
You know,
You
yeah.
know, it wasn't like like I'm gonna use this because Poe said it, and I'm probably gonna use this throughout the whole season. Was he the reason they was winning? I don't think so.
Oh, does
I
that
don't think
sting
so.
a little bit?
I don't
Did
think
that
so.
when he said that? Did that sting you a little bit?
It made
It sure did.
sense. It made sense because
it hit me a little harder than I thought it would.
You do. You definitely it hit you a little bit.
Yeah,
because I couldn't defend it. I couldn't defend it because he. I wouldn't
that's why
say he
it
wasn't.
hurt.
I wouldn't say he wasn't the reason we was winning, but he was the reason we was winning some games. But he was also the reason we was losing some games too. Like I don't take no like. Don't
I
get me
w- I
wrong,
will
don't-
admit that
I don't give.
he was the reason it was more fun to watch the Bears sometimes.
Yeah,
like,
that's it.
He
But
he
as far
he
as
did like Justin made the game enjoyable. Like the biggest problem was you never knew what he was going to do. Was he going to fumble it at the end to lose the game, or was he going to scramble out of like four people, nearly getting a sack, and then run for like 25 yards?
and
And in that situation, like that's in like watching those types of plays. It's like, or
it
I should
just-
say, broken plays. Those
Right.
were incredible to watch.
I'm just saying, it takes me back to that whole thing when somebody brought up the whole Andrew Luck thing to me and like how he played with, a crumbling team and crumbling organization around. Like I felt like if Justin would have had that, like you know what, I'm gonna look like shit anyway. I might as well do it on my own time, on my own accord, and just take up because it looks like the only time he was really good is when he did his own thing. Like when he even with Darnell, when Darnell Mooney was his number one receiver, when he went to Mooney because he can trust him, when he went to Coco Man because he could trust him, when he knew what him and DJ Moore, he didn't know what him and Tyler Scott had because probably they didn't have a good rapport and they was probably not really that good. Even right now, we looking at those same kind of receivers and those same guys, Felix Jones and Tyler Scott, we not hearing about them doing well at all. I don't have no reports on them looking better. Like, oh yeah, Felix is doing a lot better. Tyler is showing a lot of flashes of, so it's going to be really competitive. Like, Adunze done jumped them already, and he didn't even put on pads. So, for me, it's like, we want you to do this read. If DJ double team, we want you to check down the top. I ain't checking down. If DJ double team, I'm running. I'm running out of bounds. I'll take -2 yards and try again next time. Like, I'm not finna keep throwing these dudes the balls. Because when I do finally get them the chance to get it to them, they ain't getting it. These guys, you know what I mean? And then you bring it up. Like I said, I can bring up Claypool 1,000 times. Like, it was 10 on 11 half the time he was fucking playing. So, I felt like if that was me, dude, like, if I'm finna get fired anyway, I'm finna fuck shit up at work anyway. Like, why not? Why not do it on my own? Why not go out on my own time?
He said I'm gonna flash it up at work anyway.
Yeah.
Look, okay, so
And
I
that's
think
how-
it's time. It's a good time to move on to our hard knock segment. Before we do, because I mean that was that was like my whole thumbnail was dark, and this is I'm a create timestamps. They gonna know when to find the hard knock content. But Bear Truth put this question in the chat, and I want to I like this question. He said, if you could pick one player besides QB to be All Pro this year, which player would you choose? And I know mine right away, honestly. And I'll start
I'm
right away.
kind of torn between like three players.
I
You can
mean,
you make this harder for me, Bear Truth, if you exclude the QB, but I'm going QB easily,
he
without a
said
doubt.
besides QB.
Oh, did he? Did I
Yeah, he
read?
said
Oh,
one
he
player
did.
besides the quarterback to be an all
Because
pro.
Oh man.
I feel like he
Okay.
knows exactly who we would all choose.
I think he
Yeah,
know who we all choose too. But
I'm gonna go.
I gotta back up too. But
I'm gonna go. Yeah, hell yeah. I'm gonna go. It's a tie for me, and I guess it's one and
I
the
go
same.
to. Let's just say because we bear truth, we not trying to make this a long segment. Just pick your three. Pick your three.
Pick three.
Pick three.
Okay. I'm going left tackle. My favorite player, Braxton Jones. My all time favorite player, Bear. I'm going Braxton Jones. I'm going Darnell Wright, and I'm gonna go Austin Booker. I'm gonna go Austin Booker. Those are my three: Braxton Jones, Darnell Wright, and Austin Booker. All pro. I'd love it. We'd be 14-3, Wes, if that happens.
I'm gonna let Devin go first.
So I mean, for me, like I picked three players that were different. Okay,
Okay.
so I picked um Tyreek Stevenson because we already know that Jalen Johnson played really good. So if we have two players that play at that caliber, Tyreek Stevenson plays at an all-pro caliber. Ain't nobody ever catching any passes on us. Quarterback's gonna come in and be like 2 for 25. So I picked Tyreek Stevenson.
Mm-hmm.
I picked DJ Moore because I feel like
DJ.
him having an all-pro year would be pretty good
I think he
because
got
that would
snuffed.
be a large benefit. I mean, like you can't have a wide receiver having an all-pro year without having the quarterback have a good year.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is my little way around getting around that whole you can't pick the QB thing. So
Mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna go with Torrey Taylor as well. I mean, imagine having a punter come in and go all pro.
That's a good pick. Oh, I think I
I
got.
mean, in order to get selected
Good
all pro,
pick.
That's a good
like
pick. Devin.
imagine the team that we would have to have, like we would have having all three of those players go all pro. Like, oh,
Yeah, Devin, you're hilarious. What's up, Wes?
All right. So
Hold on. So I got the left tackle, the
we
right
got
tackle,
left tackle, right
and
tackle,
Austin Booker.
and
Devin,
Austin
who you
Booker.
got again?
Tyreek
Tyreek.
Stevenson, DJ Moore, and Torrey Taylor.
Torrey Taylor.
Legathon. Legatron.
Legatron.
Like
All right, so I let Devin go first because I wanted to not pick the same people because I knew you was gonna pick somebody I wanted.
Who, Devin?
My Rob. No,
Oh,
my
okay.
Rob. You know I was going left tackle easily.
Oh
But
wow.
I knew you was gonna take it anyway, so I already had somebody to move off on that one.
Okay.
And Torrey Taylor was good, so I'm gonna tell you who I think we should have. Let's go. So I'm gonna go and level us. I'm gonna go for my least excited one. I am going to pick Tremaine Edmonds. We spent a
Okay.
decent amount of money on him. I think he could be better. I think he's talented enough to be better. And with this second half of the season type of defense, he should do a lot better. He should. And I would like him. That's my now my kind of like spot on. Like if I had to, I'm picking Cole Kmet. I would like Cole Kmet
Okay.
to outdo Laporta. I want to see him outdo like all the time.
Travis
I want him to
Kelce.
put Travis Kelce. I want him to go get Rihanna. Like I want him to put Travis Kelce on the map. Put all those dudes on the map. I want to see Cole Kmet have an outstanding season. I think he's like right there. And I think with a lot of the pressure off of him because he was like the number 2 receiver and like the number 6 blocker for us for most of his career. Like he had to play those positions, and with a little, like I said, with Everett out there, can take some of that pressure off from him. With all those receivers out there, take a little pressure off. And this is if this person is an All-Pro, I think we gonna be crazy, and I'm gonna go with DeAndre Swift. If DeAndre Swift come out that backfield and go crazy in the run game, like and I think, despite what our offensive line, I think he's talented enough and he's hardworking enough, and from what I looked up on him and his stats and everything that I looked up on, I think he can overcome some of those offensive line woes, especially with having that, like I said, catch out the backfield. I'm talking about all around, all-purpose yards, everything, catching the ball, running the ball, rushing touchdowns, maybe some catching touchdowns, all of that. If he comes out and snaps, what you gonna do? You can't go.
So,
yeah.
What's your 3 again?
I got Tremaine, Cole, and Swift. So linebacker, tight end, running back.
And what was yours? What Devin?
Stevenson,
Tyreek,
DJ Moore, and Torrey Taylor. And I think it's interesting because, like, Bear Truth 9 said the guy that I thought that either one of you guys
right,
was
and I was gonna switch mine once I saw that because I forgot, but I just wanted to be sure. Because I said Booker, but I would rather switch Booker for Dexter any day.
Yeah, I mean, Booker coming out there having a All-Pro year, like, it'd be interesting. But like you said, the 3-tech is very important for our defense.
That's why I was switching, and I forgot about
Dexter coming out there and having an All-Pro year at the 3-tech would be much more important, I feel like, than Booker having an All-Pro year.
Wes, in my opinion, you have the worst one. I think you have non-premium positions being all pros across the board.
Like I said, y'all
don't help us.
No, man. Like I said, I'm picking the ones outside of who y'all pick. You picked my left tackle. You picked Booker as one of mine. I was gonna even go with the punter at some point. I didn't want to go with DJ because I'm trying to think of somebody that I need that hasn't shown me. And so I went outside of.
What about like Kevin Jenkins? Would that be beneficial to have him have an All-Pro year or not really?
You asking him or me? Because
either one of you guys, to be quite honest.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I mean any offensive lineman with any offensive.
We didn't even. None of us said like Ryan Bates.
No. My whole thing's like. My whole thing is I forgot what I wanted to say about it, but any one of the offensive linemen, especially tackles, guards, have an All-Pro season, that's going to obviously be great. Any one of our defensive linemen having an All-Pro season, that's going to be great. And like I said, I tried to move off who y'all picked already. I didn't want to double down. Right. That's why I let you go first, Devin. I'm like, despite any of those other people, if let me think of some other people that I think if they had an All-Pro season would be phenomenal. And like I said, my main one. So let's
just say all 9 of these guys have an All-Pro season,
which is possible.
We're gonna go ahead and win the whole division. And
I was about to say possible. There's no chance.
I mean, they are different positions.
I guess anything is possible.
I'm saying, like, if we're not talking about Caleb, if your linemen have an All-Pro season, then I can see Swift benefiting from that. I can see Cole Kmet benefiting from that.
I could see DJ Moore benefiting from the fact that his quarterback has more time.
I agree.
And so if our defense if Tremaine plays a lot better than he played, if he outdoes TJ this season and TJ stays on par for that linebacker course, I think, like I said, Stevenson will have a better. Like, I think it's like that trickle down effect. Like, and I was just picking players who I didn't see, who I need to see more from. You know what I mean? It's like Dancing with the Stars on The Voice. It's like, yeah, you make it to the next round, but the next round you really got to sing this next round or you're gonna get cut.
And I'm glad you did it that way. It keeps, you cover a bigger area when you do it that way. You touch on more players when you do it that way. So, but it sucked. I ain't gonna lie, it was not.
I think Swift was the best one. I think Swift is the best.
I think that's the worst one.
I think that's the best one.
Exactly. I will say having a solid run game does take a little more pressure off Caleb.
because it's not a run league anymore. So if he does have as a All Pro running back, like I said, that means he did something. He did it despite us. And I'm not trying to take no passes from Caleb, no 1,000 yards from the receivers or the type of stuff. I'm talking about just on his own merit. Took his job, and like I said, I mean, he averaged like 4.7 yards a carry last season alone. Like, get him a decent amount of touches, and then like on top of that, it takes some pressure off that offensive line, takes some pressure off those wide receivers, and it like I said, I wanted to pick a left tackle because I wanted to beef it up for Swift and get that line right
To
for
help
him
him get that.
to help him get that all pro. But like I said, I think you picked 2 offensive linemen on top of that. So I'm like, that's why I was like, I knew you was gonna say that's why I said, go ahead, Devin, because if your lineman is all pro, then my running back, like, okay, cool. And I would love to see Cole Kmet have an all pro season because I think he deserves one. I think he worked hard enough and he needs some shine. I think
I don't think he's
underrated.
missed like a single
Y'all
game.
boys are too nice. Oh my God.
I
Come on,
don't think
Cole
Kmet
Kmet.
has missed a single game.
Cole Kmet don't deserve no All Pro nod.
No, I'm
Why
just
y'all
saying.
so nice to these players?
I'm not saying he had an all pro season yet. I'm just saying he's due
Right,
for
but he
a
don't
breakout
deserve.
run.
He ain't due. Is that Cole Kmet is okay? He's and Devin. I'm not high on. Cole Kmet's okay. He got his $50 million. Now just sit there with your $50 million and give us what you got gave us last year because he sucked up until last year. To me, he sucked. He sucked.
I don't think he's like I think, and I think you just like, are just like, it's like
I feel like Mark makes up his mind
Yeah.
sometimes and kind of sticks with that.
it's
No,
like,
it's not that. No,
But-
he sucked. What can he do if he goes for 1,000? Give me Kelsey numbers, and I'm be like, okay, you snapped. Give me
That's
Sam
what I'm
Laporta.
saying.
Go
That's
Sam
what I'm-
Laporta at T.J. Hawkins. But I'm saying
That's
he don't
exactly what I
deserve
just-
no All Pro. He had one.
I
good
didn't
season
say
since
he
we
deserved
drafted
no
him.
all pro. I said he's on the cusp where he should have. I'm expect like if he had one, I wouldn't be shocked that he built up like his first season. I was just like, man, okay, Notre Dame, like you got to be better. His
I'm
second
glad
season, I'm like, okay, you had
Get better.
what
Shaheed,
a handful of you had a
looking like Adam Shaheed.
you had a handful of games, man. You need to get better. And then this season, I'm like, okay, I see you. I see what you
He was a
now
weapon.
build on that. He was, you know what I mean. Like I said, he was blocking. He was blocking, and he was still catching.
Soft as
Come on,
fuck.
man.
He be trying to outrun people, and he's slow, and he
But
don't
so
run
is
nobody
Gronk.
over.
So is
Gronk is a monster.
huge. He huge. And that, like I said, he catches and he just bowl over. Like a lot of these guys, they not. Come on, man. We ain't had no catch.
My thing with Cole, and honestly, I hate soft players. I don't like soft players. I don't like in basketball, football. You got anybody who played those sports with me. I don't like soft players. Cole Kmet is soft. He runs from dudes, and he ain't beating. He not outrunning nobody. You better lower them shoulders and run him over. You're 6'5". You're.
So I feel
Cole
like
Kmet is
you
not-
really like Everett.
I mean, I don't. He cool.
Like that's his whole thing. Like,
How
he looks for the people to hit.
Like Everett. Like who is Everett? Like that's what I'm saying. Everett is.
And the Coca Bet suck. Ever got like what 5 years?
No.
off the bat? Like,
Cole Kmet is okay. Get your $50 million and go sit down somewhere.
What you mean? Go sit down. You got 50 million. You better start going right. Like this is the season. That's what I'm saying. He better start lowering that shoulder. You already proved you ain't
Yeah,
running
you
over
already
nobody.
cool with what
You
he's
already-
done. That's why
No,
I'm saying.
I'm not cool with what he done. You misinterpreted what I said.
cool with
I
the
said
progression.
I'm cool with the progression. I said he
he's
is
progressing.
due. He is due for like I've seen what he can do, the good things that he can do, and all he got to do, like you said, I want to see him lower that shoulder. I want to see him a lot of the
glad you
pressure.
noticed, too.
Like I want to see him run some people, but I see he can catch that ball. I see he can get those in those red zone touchdowns for us. I see him blocking people. Like I said, now grow up. You grown. Get that old man strength. Now you got 50 million. You no longer a baby in the league. And if you keep this up, then yeah, I'm gonna be like, okay, well, huh?
Cole,
Because what's his third, fourth year now?
he was
I think we're
drafted by
going into his
Nagy.
fourth.
Going into his fourth. That's what I'm saying. This is the season why, like I said, I want to see you up there. Like, I want to see you putting these Travis Kelce them on notice. Like, I'm going to be the next best tight end. Like, I need to see that this season.
At least
Because
in
I've
the
seen
discussion
flashes
for
of
me.
it. Right. Like, I want to see flashes of it. And if you continue with what you did last time of season, I'm going to start doubting you. And I'm going to
I've
start
been
saying,
doubting
okay. I mean, you doubt somebody that just got off the bus. Like, you doubt.
Who?
It seems that way. It's like you doubt them their second season. It's like,
Yeah,
oh,
because
man.
you talk about
last
these
season. Last
Bears
season.
fans talk about these players like they've accomplished anything. They have not accomplished a thing in the last decade. I have no confidence in these dudes until they show me. I know what it looks like, and they have not shown me. Like Roshan Johnson ain't shown me shit. Like, seriously.
How many touches a game did Roshan have last season? Each
and
game?
it's a reason for that. Roshan ain't. I've seen. Okay, what did he do with the touches he got?
So you're saying that Khalil Herbert was a great running back because he got more touches?
Khalil Herbert, have you not heard me speak on that dude?
And that was my point. Like you bringing up that him having less touches meant that he was a worse running back.
No. I said, what did he do with those touches? That's what I asked. What did he do with them? Not a damn thing.
What I got averaging 4.3 yards per
Hold on,
rush.
let's keep it 100. First of all, 3 yards per carry is not good.
I didn't say 3.
Oh, what was it?
4.3.
That's okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Let's be honest. Without Justin's rushing numbers in that running back room, they were not good.
You're right.
Justin's numbers
you take
are
away Justin's numbers, and
okay.
Our rushing offense is pretty
them.
low.
It was pretty low. Like,
which is why I feel like they went and got DeAndre Swift. I mean,
but my thing is this: the guys on the team that have proven and have balled out. I haven't said anything bad about Jalen Johnson. He's a dog. He plays. He balls out. DJ Moore, dog, plays, balls out. TJ Edwards, dog, plays, balls out. Tyreek Stevenson was a rookie last year, but he was a dog too. The guys that Montez Sweat, dog, plays, balls out. The guys that I am critical about did shit. That's what I'm saying. They did shit. Tell me a guy that actually performed that I was critical over.
Okay, you said you like Foreman, right?
Foreman was a monster.
Was a monster. How many carries did he have?
Especially when
he had 109 carries for 425
Foreman was a
yards.
healthy scratch for 6 games.
Well, but according to your logic, there's a reason for that.
No, I didn't say that. I said, what did he do with the carries he got? Now look at the carries. Look at those games Justin was gone. Who carried when the Tyson Bagent 2-2? The Tyson Bagent wins, those were Deontay Foreman wins. Trust me. Go look at the numbers.
He played. He ran good.
He was a monster. He was a monster.
I'm still disappointed that they got rid of him, to be honest.
Versus, they should have got rid of Herbert. Now, look, I'm going to give you a contrast to that. Because
I feel like we all agree.
But I told you about Herbert. He just run into a pile of people and fall on the ground.
You did.
At least Roshan, he tried to turn around. He tried to run around a pile. Like I'm saying, I'm not saying he should be the starting running back.
Tomato with Roshan.
I do like how this whole let's not make this a long segment.
I know, but just tomato.
We were supposed to do a running back thing, but anyway.
But I've been hinting at this. I've been said this. Like you, both of y'all are nice to these guys. Y'all are nice.
I'm not nice.
And they ain't showed y'all nothing. First of all, not just this Chicago Bears organization has done nothing to show you guys that you should give them this much leeway, this much optimism. Be critical about what they do. Hold them accountable.
I am. What am I supposed to hold? Pose accountable for.
It's season.
I can't really hold. What am I holding Pose accountable? He tore it down and
trading a second round pick for Claypool that didn't amount to shit. But hold on,
you can't be perfect. Okay, all right. Go ahead.
Job. It's his job. He's a millionaire. Do your fucking job.
Everybody in the building is a millionaire,
and that's why they get fired.
This when we were talking about baseball in the pregame show.
Okay, so he traded for Claypool. Okay.
Horrible.
Next, Ryan Poe's mistake.
Next, Ryan Poe's mistake at this point in time.
Yeah,
We're
since
not
he
looking
been
to
there
the
since-
future.
Nah,
We're not looking to the future.
Just right now for what you got. I know you finna go with the
Keeping
draft
Matt
pick.
Eberflus. Do you
Okay.
want me to go
Okay,
to the
bro.
draft pick? I
Okay.
can go
I
to
thought
the
you was
draft
going
pick.
there. I
I
thought
could go there. It's not. I'm just saying. There's more. There's a lot of things.
I
I
was-
thought you guys
put-
were going to say trading Justin Fields
No.
for the
Ooh,
pick that
maybe
we got.
West, but not me. You know, I wasn't.
No,
doing
I'm
that.
saying for the pick that we got, I feel like he was worth more than a 6. So to me, it's like, okay. But there was more behind that situation. So
I think his job is to build an organization, keeping like the suspense and not doing it. And it's just like, just pull the trigger, dude. If you're going to get rid of him, get rid of him. Rip the Band-Aid off and let's just go and move on. Like I said that in the beginning. If you're going to keep him, come out and say Justin Fields our quarterback like we did last year. Justin Fields our quarterback. That's who we're going to go with. We're going to do everything to build around Justin. Just say that right now so we can just get on with it. Right. But keeping Eberflus, the reason I ain't going to put that in that because I want Eberflus to have his own.
You gonna put him on the stand by himself?
He gotta come to Jesus by himself.
Nah, I feel that. Nah,
he gotta come to Jesus by himself.
Yeah,
so,
I'm with you on that.
Like I said,
that's a good point.
And my whole thing, like we had a whole thing about this is a whole new organization, so I can't really like. I'm not finna sit here and just take. It's a lot of different people in the entire organization. The only people like the McCaskies is pretty much the same. But from top down on to bottom, I'm just taking them from I'm going from Ryan Poe's on into this. Like I don't want to keep going back. What he did, okay, trade Justin Fields, drafting Caleb Williams, what he got, Velus Jones, yep, that was your fault with Ryan Poe's. You see what I'm saying? Like I'm looking at what he did do and how he rebuild it, like he went and got it, he got the money back.
Job.
He doing, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying he ain't batting 1,000.
Nah, not even close. We won 7 games last year.
Not even close. But I mean, like, shit. To me, if I'm looking at baseball side, he's at least like me and Devin said. I mean, he's at least batting a 275. If you ask me,
is that good?
In baseball terms, it is. That's what we use. We're basing it off baseball terms.
Right,
because because the thing is, he has to make 1,000 choices a day. And in baseball, like we talked about that, we're not talking about free throws.
Right.
We're not talking about
a 70% free throw shooter is a bad free throw shooter,
but a 70% 3-point shooter is amazing.
Oh my God.
You see what I'm saying?
Like it.
That's the contrast. So I'm not finna, like I said, I'm not finna bat at Ryan Post. You already know how I feel about Flus. I can't say really nothing about Walden.
It's not individual,
okay.
And I guess it's.
I'm taking the individuals, and then I'm looking at it as a collective, like the whole puzzle. Like I do puzzles, I got a 550-piece puzzle right there. I'm gonna do that next week. I'm gonna put all the little pieces out. I'm not gonna take this one piece I can't find, and I just can't get it in. I see it every day for a whole 7 days, and I just
knock the whole puzzle over.
Yeah, fuck, I can't get this piece to fit. Fuck, you know what I mean? I'm gonna go to the next thing that I can
from a different puzzle.
Right. It'll come together eventually. I'm gonna get back to fixing that piece, and that's how I see this organization. I'm not gonna worry about the last puzzle that took me a month to do. I'm focused on this new puzzle I got, and I'm gonna try to finish it in 7 days. And I'm gonna do everything I can to get it fixed, and that's how I see this. And that's why I'm looking at like, okay, it's a lot of people that's like, Cole Kmet, you want to chop? I need to see it again, just like we with Jordan Love.
Well, see, Cole will be here. Cole he'll be.
Yeah, he gonna be here because he got that. But I'm gonna be. Look. If he do the same thing next off season, you're gonna see me in here like, well, yeah, I think we should trade him. Like if somebody wants him or something, like I will be more down on Cole Kmet.
But so he might have. You know what I mean? His numbers might go down. It's based off the receivers that he
might go down. It might go down.
But I'm saying
we're gonna watch the games and we're gonna see why his numbers went down.
Right.
Like it'll be a lot easier to kind of see. Okay, are his numbers going down because he's not catching the ball? He's not holding on to it. He's not getting any yards. He gets the ball and gets hit right away. Like we can actually see what's actually going down because we'll be dialed, and I know Wes will be dialed in on him. Like he's gonna be looking at him like you better
in person.
Work
I'm gonna be there in person, seeing what he's doing on the sideline. If he ain't cheering, I'm gonna call him out.
Cole Kmet ain't on my list. He's not on my radar. Javon Dexter's on my radar. The
Okay.
dudes opposite of Montez Sweat is on my radar. I think the thing is that, and I mean, you can call it what you want. People can call, I just think y'all are more optimistic, and I mean, you can call me
They not,
pessimistic.
but
I
Weldon, they're not
don't,
Eddie.
huh?
They're not Eddie Jackson. This is not their 7th year with us, and we're like, what are you doing, dude? You know, some of these guys that we just got them, or we only had them for a year or two if they're a veteran. Some of them is like on their 2nd year. Some of them is like, like Cole Kmet is probably in the 3rd year. Everybody else that's probably got more time to him came from another team. So it's like
Yeah,
either
man,
you see what I'm saying? Like
journeyman. We bringing in
journeyman.
journeyman.
Like so if they
I don't-
journeyman, so I can't be mad.
can't
I gotta
get
see
with
what
it.
you. I can't see what you do. What you can do for me. It could be either good or bad. I done been bit by the Claypool, but I done been saved by DJ
Lucas
Moore.
Patrick, and you
You
was
see what I'm
bit by
saying?
Lucas Patrick.
Lucas Patrick, all you know what I'm saying. So I have to give this team the benefit of the doubt. Like I said,
I'm gonna call
That's all
y'all
I'm
the
saying.
vibes guys. Y'all keep the vibes good. You know what I'm saying? The positive vibes. Y'all the vibes guys, and that's okay. You need vibes guys. You need those guys in the locker
I'm
room.
perfectly fine being optimistic. Like, if I'm super pessimistic, then
you know what?
I'm always worried about like that. Like me being pessimistic is going to negatively impact the team. Like I'm putting bad vibes out
Superstition.
into the world. Like it's not like I've ever really had anything proven good or wrong, good or bad from it. It's
Right.
just like I'd rather put that. Like I'd rather go into the season being excited for it and looking at the potential that we have
Right.
than it's like I see so many people that say they're Bears fans that say, "Oh, Caleb's gonna be a bust. We're gonna lose every game next year," and all, blah 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 blah. I'm like, why are you even a fan? Like you're not even a fan at that point.
Well,
Like
see,
I
I
know that's not
disagree
what you're
with
saying.
that. I disagree with that because if you don't like a certain player, you still like the team. I will love the Bears
But
regardless of
if
who
you
comes and
think that
goes.
we are going without winning a single game next year, then you're not a fan of the team, like at all. Like, how can you? The people that cheer against their team, they're not a fan of that team. They cheer for their team to lose, so they're proven right. That's not a fan of the team.
I
I
think
don't
that's
I don't care if you
wrong.
like somebody or not. It's
Well, no,
Yeah,
that's not the
yeah,
definition of a fan. A fan is a
not at
fanatic.
all.
You are a fanatic for that team, no matter who puts on a jersey, and you could hate them, and you can come like the Browns. You know, come in with your paper bag on because you want to be at the team. You still want to see your team live,
Right.
but you don't want people to know you're a fan. Like that's what a fanatic is. It's like I'm still gonna sit here. I'm still sit here while you go 0-17. That's a fan. That's a fanatic. That's the real word for fan. It's fanatic. You're just a fan of the team, and if your fan in you say, "Man, I feel like we gonna suck all season because it didn't go my way," that's fine. I mean, you vote for the president. If you don't get the president, you probably say the president that you didn't want to win is gonna ruin the country. You can say it for 4 years, but you got to deal with it, and that's what those people got to do. You got to deal with it. And if Caleb sucked, guess what? They right and we wrong. Or Caleb will.
and if
will
Caleb comes out there and
come
balls
crazy,
out,
they might as well wear their paper bags to the thing and say, Caleb, I was wrong, apologize, or whatever. Save the receipt, screenshots, what they say. But, I'm just going to give Mark Robb, I'm going to send him a Eeyore t-shirt from Winnie the Pooh. The
yo,
Eeyore. You
Who the
know
fuck is Eeyore?
Dang, man.
The donkey?
The donkey, the Debbie Downer. Everybody else, Piglet, everybody is chipper and everybody is happy. Christopher Robin, everybody in the forest is happy about everything. Except for Eeyore.
You know what's crazy? That's funny because at the start of last season, I was doing this podcast with a couple of my homies, and I went around the room and I was like, on a scale of 1 to 10, what is y'all confidence level that the Bears gonna go on week 1 and beat the Packers? Guess what they said? I had 9s and 10s and this and that. I said 6. I got a lot of heat from it. I'm like, they like, you might as well be a Packer fan at this point. This and that and the third. You always got to go again. No. And what happened? We walked in there and lost by 20.
I mean, I would have said that my confidence was like a 7.5, but like
Mine was a 6.
I was
And-
with
and-
you. I was with you on a 6 because I
mean-
had to see what DJ was going to do.
for me that was my biggest question was DJ Moore, and I didn't see enough of that during the preseason. because they didn't throw him the dang ball. And they did
And
do it
it's-
in the game.
I think it's a
either.
difference between being
So,
optimistic about the team and being oblivious.
I think sometimes y'all oblivious. Like
Ah.
Roshan Johnson ain't showing you enough to even think he should be running back 2. That's what I'm saying. That's oblivious. Roshan has done nothing. Nothing. Like seriously.
But
like,
the
what?
thing is, Herbert. It's like if I'm taking those.
Herbert has had success in this league, and I don't like Herbert, but he's had way more success than dude.
Roshan, what's his second year now?
This will be his second. Yeah.
That's what I mean.
but see, for me, like Roshan has the ability to like get better. I feel like
Yeah.
Herbert has kind of potentially
I think-
reached his peak.
I think
I'm
he
not
maxed
entirely
out.
sure.
600.
But with Herbert, you can also possibly get more out of a trade.
600 yards.
For who?
Herbert. And
I mean, Herbert was out for a while, but so was Roshan.
He had 600 last year,
Mm-hmm.
and he missed like 4 or 5 games. I guarantee you, Roshan ain't getting 600 this year. I doubt it. I highly doubt 600 yards. 600 all purpose, not even just rushing. I doubt Roshan gets 600 all purpose. That's receiving and
He had
rushing.
he had 350 last season.
And that's
with
what
less
he
than-
gonna be this year. He might have 4.
And I'm saying that's less, and that's with less than 10 touches a game.
He gonna get less than 10 touches a game.
I hear
I
what
mean,
you're saying.
I will admit that it's kind of hard to judge that because, like, if DeAndre Swift gets hurt or something,
Mm-hmm.
Roshan's role is going to increase a lot.
Oh, for sure.
Whether we like it or not, like
For sure.
at that point, he is better than nothing
I agree.
at that running back position. So, like, if
just-
he gets the opportunity and if he gets a lot more yards, like he could end up with 600. But some bad things would have to happen in order for him to get to that point.
I just
He
didn't
had-
see the burst, the explosiveness when he ran it. I didn't see like, oh my God, he could make some dudes miss and just go. I didn't see elite out of Roshan at all. As a
like I said, from his stats and from what he was like, I think you even mentioned it from what everybody's saying he was coming out of college and all that. And it's like,
Yeah.
he had like, so what he did in college with the opportunity, all those like that quantity that he had. If he,
Right.
I think like, I mean, he had 80 carries for 352, and that's rushing yards, 2 touchdowns, averaging 4.3 yards a carry. So if he had a bigger volume, I can just only assume, you see what I'm saying, that he should do better. He should be more explosive. Like we talk about repetition and actually being on the field. I think once
your reps.
Getting his reps in, I think he can. I think he has the size and the type to make some people miss and all that. If we needed him to have the opportunity, and we didn't even put his receiving yards out there too, so all-purpose yards. So he probably had more all-purpose yards than that.
I hate doing this because it makes me have to like be negative towards a player because I don't think that they're elite or like
I'm not
At a-
saying elite.
at a point where you can hang your hat on them. Like, oh, let me rest my hat on. We got Roshan. You know what I mean? But I have to because I got to. I have to. It's in me. It's who I am.
I don't know. I'm send you a T-shirt. That works.
Fucking Eeyore.
I mean, how much walking you gonna be doing?
Oh, definitely.
Oh, I thought you. All right, so look, y'all ready? Is y'all ready to disagree again? Because we're gonna disagree on this next topic.
I was gonna say
Mother-
we gonna be already. This gonna be a long segment because we gonna be disagreeing a bit.
Look, if you're tuning in to 3 the Hard Way, you see how we get down. You see how we do it here. We had a plan here, but when you talk about the Chicago Bears football, it can go off the rails. And you can get passionate and you can forget the whole schedule that y'all had planned out before the show. But this is 3 the Hard Way, my boys, man. I love doing this with these dudes. And Devin, he talk his shit unapologetically. And so does Chef West. That's what we do here. But we gonna move on to the next topic. It's Hard Knocks. The Chicago Bears are finally going to be selected to be on a Hard Knocks. Um, if y'all don't know, the Chicago Bears are probably in. We don't got this. Well, look, I think it's obvious the Bears have turned it down multiple times. Hard Knocks. That's not who the McCaskey family is. The McCaskey family don't want, and not even just the McCaskey family, but even the coaches that play. You don't want those cameras in the building following you around. I don't know if they still show the cuts, but I wish they would still show the cuts. But I think the Jets kind of nixed that thing last year. But Hard Knocks, look, I at one point I binge watched Hard Knocks. I watched it from the first season to I skipped a couple like Bengals like mid seasons, but I watched at least if there's 40 seasons, I probably watched 30, if that makes sense. I love Hard Knocks. I'm a huge fan of peeling back that curtain and taking a look inside, especially with the Bears, how they fucked us over as fans for the last I don't know how many years. So I like to take a look and see how y'all do things. My favorite Hard Knocks was the first one ever. Shannon Sharp, Ray Lewis, Baltimore Ravens. I think it was 2001. Coming off that Super Bowl, that was my favorite Hard Knocks. I love watching the talent show, the rookie talent show. I think I put that in the group chat, the rookie talent show. I can't wait to see what they had planned for that, and just the little pranks that they do on each other. Like you just get an inside look on everything. Now Hard Knocks has changed since the first one, big time. But I'm excited for it, and I'm glad that we finally got picked for it. What's y'all fellas' thoughts on the Bears being on Hard Knocks? I got some clips we gonna play, but until what y'all think about Hard Knocks?
Personally, I'm gonna make my take real quick, and I'm gonna shut up because I'm
What's up?
obviously. Personally, I'm with you. I didn't watch a lot of Hard Knocks. I really don't care that much about other teams.
Mm-hmm.
I really don't care. I really don't care. Until we finna play y'all, that's the only reason I look at a team and check out what they're doing and who's what and who's where. So,
Right.
I'm not a big fan of Hard Knocks like you. But I am, as a fan, I am very, very excited about Hard Knocks. I'm going to watch every episode probably 2 or 3 times and just see what I miss and all that. But as somebody who wants to see this team succeed, I think it is a negative. I don't think we need that in the building. We got too many new things going on as far as players, staff, and I don't want people to start using it as some type of minutia of things or like body language. Like even with the whole, I think I mentioned it early on at Caleb Williams Pro Day about the Keenan Allen interaction where he acted like he didn't see Keenan Allen and that was like a snub to the Bears or whatever. Things like that, and everybody gonna have that, and I really don't want to hear all the fake news and the BS around it.
But if it's true, then why it matter?
If what's true?
The body language. Like if your Keenan Allen thing with Caleb Williams was true, then it should be out there. We should know it. You know what I mean? If there's some body language in Hard Knocks, that why hide it?
Because that's not
if Caleb feels a way about his receiver, why hide it?
That's not how you. I mean, I'm a Marine. That's not how you win wars. You don't show your enemies your weaknesses.
This ain't the Marine Corps.
Like yes, it is. This is
No, it ain't.
Hey, the gridiron. We out there. What you mean? These is warriors. This
It's
is a
not.
redemption at a Coliseum. These are Spartans out there. These men is out there fighting. R. Kelly fighting for my life. These they out there. This is what they do, and I don't need to have nobody else in my like my mama said. Don't tell people what going on in my house.
Right. Yeah.
Don't tell people what going on in my house. Like that's the only part I got a negative on. Like I don't want if it was like you had to be take a test to be a diehard Bears fan, you would be the only one that can watch it and no other fans and no other teams could watch. Oh yeah, I'm all for it. I'm all for cousins come over, grandma come to the house, family is welcome. Mm-hmm. I don't want them conniving little sneaky snakes and them ratty snitching neighbors, them old ladies off their porch point fingers and all in our bitch. That's the only part that
I
I
definitely
don't want to
feel you.
get.
I feel
That's the
you.
only thing. That's the only thing I feel bad about. But other than that, I am all for it. I can't wait to get more Bears content. I can't wait to get more insight on it. I want to know everything. I wish it was like real world or Housewives, where every little clip you get a little confessional. DJ Moore like, man, I want to slap
Oh my
Caleb for
God.
throwing that horrible pass. How can he do such a thing? And he on the phone with his mama, DJ Moore. They say DJ Moore, mama, yeah, mama, they ain't passing me the ball. And Caleb don't like me. He like Keenan Moore. And like, I would love to have all that kind of information as a fan. I would love it.
Hey,
But
you
I
snapped.
don't want to
I'm
give.
right there with
I
you.
don't want to give the Packers fans the satisfaction. I don't want to give none of these other people the satisfaction of calling my phone. And I'm done.
So I kind of had a similar reaction as Wes, in the sense that, like, for us doing this show, I'm all for it because Hard Knocks gives us more content to talk about, gives us more things to discuss on the show. And as we all know, that we were kind of looking at the off season being a bit more light on stuff to be able to discuss. And I feel like we've done a good job so far, but as the off season goes on, there might be less to discuss. So having something like Hard Knocks, in my opinion, great for our show. I feel like as a fan of the team, I'm excited to watch more. But when it comes to specifically the team, like, there isn't a team benefit for it. Like, the team, it serves as more of a distraction for the team, having all this extra stuff going on. Now, I'm fully aware that, like, they have the ability to make cuts on, like, they have the Bears have final say of what gets shown. And I think they've already kind of discussed that if you have to have a difficult conversation or something with somebody, it's all going to be behind closed doors, just them, which you should do anyways, in my opinion. Like, that type of thing. You don't want to go walking into the locker room, everybody's all around each other, and you're over there like telling a guy that he got cut. Like, no, that's not respectful to the players. It's better to pull them into your office, have that discussion with them behind closed doors, just them, and then notify the team afterwards. But I do feel like this could add a distraction. Like, would they have done a talent show if it weren't for Hard Knocks? Maybe, maybe not. Probably not. But adding other things into the mix, maybe it'll benefit the team. But the likelihood is that there's more of a chance for it to distract the team. And that's my concern. Like, other than that, perfectly fine with more content. Like, I was very torn when I saw it because I was like, I was not hoping for it. I was hoping that we wouldn't get it because I would like to see Caleb succeed, and I would be worried that, like, the distraction while he's trying to get things clicking, the distraction of a TV show filming him every minute, all the time, and stuff like that, like, that was gonna be like, ooh, that'll be rough. But I also feel like it's gonna be interesting to. I've never watched a single episode, so I might have to go back and look at some because
They're on YouTube, all for free.
like Wes said, I'm like, I like watching a lot of football right now, and I have for the past few years. But it, like, when it came to the off season, most of the time I would focus on other sports. Like, I would look at, okay, what's going on. Like, when football would end, I would focus on, like, hockey and basketball, and then when that would end, it'd be like, okay, well, I guess I'll watch baseball for a bit.
Right.
That's not my favorite sport of all time, but it's
a sport.
It's a sport, and I mean, I'm not gonna be sitting out there watching, like, curling or nothing. But I this year I threw on a few UFL games watch some of those. I mean, that's mainly just I wanted to see more sports and watch more sports. And but like so I've never really been focused in on what's going on off season wise and stuff like that.
Right.
And Hard Knocks has seemed like that's where it's mainly focused
Hmm.
was off season stuff.
So Hard Knocks is starts when training camp starts. It covers the entire training camp, meaning so when they watch the practices, they lead up to the preseason game. So they'll show the preseason game, not the entire game, but it'll be a cinematic version of the preseason game. And they'll come back to practice and show players who are on a roster bubble, like players like Ian Wheeler, just undrafted free agents. They'll interview them and see what they look like in their hotel room, what they got going on, what storyline. You know what I mean? So once they follow this player, they'll follow them when the game comes. So they'll look at how they perform on the game. The camera will follow them on the field in the preseason game, and then they'll come back. And then they used to, like, players that get cut because you got to cut that roster down. They used to take the camera into the GM's office or head of personnel, whoever's doing the cutting. They'll take the camera in there, and you literally can see the moment they cut a player. Now, like I said, the Jets nixed that shit. They didn't want to do it, like you said, Devin. They felt it was
Disrespect.
disrespectful, invasion of privacy or whatever. Me personally, I loved it. I loved seeing it, but I understand it. So that's really what it is. And you look, Caleb Williams is going to be seen. You know what I mean? I don't know how much because like he went to a Cubs game, he went to a Sox game. He didn't throw the first pitch at either one of those games. He let his teammates do it. You know what I mean? Give them some spotlight. So I don't know how much Caleb Williams will actually indulge in the spotlight. He's
It
going
might
to be
depend
shown.
on how the other teammates react too, though. I think I sent you guys something about Rome Odunze in an interview he did a while back about
Right.
he was asked about Hard Knocks and he said he didn't want it. He didn't want the distraction. I could easily see, based on what we've kind of witnessed from Caleb, I could easily see him kind of taking on the spotlight to keep it off of like Rome,
His teammates.
who may feel a little bit more uncomfortable there. He may not want the distraction, may not want the interviews, and so Caleb might kind
Right.
of like take that bullet in a way.
Right.
I would be very impressed if I saw something like that. Like that would show me a lot about Caleb's character as a leader, and I imagine that would go a long way in the locker room for him too.
So, do y'all remember when Antonio Brown got traded from the Steelers to the Raiders? Y'all remember that? He didn't even play a game, but they showed all of that, like him in training camp, and the reason that they cut him, like he got into it with the owner and the president. He cussed their ass out, like it was toxic. But they showed it
Yeah.
all on Hard Knocks. You got to see it. Antonio Brown didn't end up playing a game because they cut his ass after that because it was rough. But like you
Right.
get to see everything, the frustrations, the highs, the lows. But mainly they follow like these undrafted guys, you know what I mean? These rookies, these people that's trying to make the team, and
Right.
they follow their like
Like
journey.
Randolph.
It's like Last Chance University or whatever. That shit.
Yes. Oh, I love
Yeah.
that show. Oh my
That,
god.
that, I caught it. That's what I remember when we was talking about it. That's what I was like. That's another show like that too. I'm like, yeah, it's Last Chance University, where you see a lot of that. And honestly, my prediction is that we're gonna see a lot of Caleb. They're gonna want to see Caleb. I don't think the Hard Knocks producers is gonna move off that. They'll say we'll give you anything else, but you're gonna have to give us Caleb. Like you have to give us. We're not saying like all Caleb, but we want. I was 25% of it gotta be Caleb, dude.
Aaron Rodgers, the Jets were on it last year.
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers was all over that goddamn.
Yeah. And Caleb can handle it. If we would have listened to the whole Eberflus press conference, they said, how you think Caleb do? He's like, Caleb's built for this. Caleb's already used to this. He already used to being the spotlight. USC Heisman Trophy, #1 overall pick, living a lavish life in LA, and he even said like the fashion. Try not to nitpick at Caleb. He's like, but we're not worried about Caleb. I don't think it's gonna affect Caleb so much, or like. I suspect as far as like people we know who gonna have a job, like starters, I expect to see a lot of DJ, Keenan Allen, Caleb, Kyler Gordon, Spider-Man stuff, because that's already like a trademark kind of thing that he is. A lot of, but and like you said, and then a lot of, especially yeah, your boy, you're gonna see a lot of your boy Tory, because just with the accent
Oh
and being from
yeah,
Australia and getting his backstory on what his life is like, you're gonna get a dig it. And then I think that's all we really might get as far as known starters. Maybe if a few other people might sprinkle in there, but the rest of them is going to be second, third string guys. You might get some Bajan in
right.
there, some
Hmm.
Reed. Like I said,
You
Willer. You might even get Caleb best friend. They might do a
yeah.
whole little thing on him too. That's a hot point. Hey, you can't tell us more about Caleb. How
Yep.
was it in class? How is it now? How's y'all friendship now? Is he, are y'all still best friend now? He got like 7 better wide receivers than you. Um, like all that kind of
Right.
stuff. And that's how it's gonna be. I expect the Bears to do well. I don't think it's gonna to shake him. Like I said, it's more of like you was pointing out. Like I didn't know that they kind of nixed the people who getting cut and all that kind of
The
stuff.
Jets, yeah,
The
they
Jets
didn't
nixed all
want to do
that.
that. They
But like you said, like with Antonio Brown, like those arguments that can pop up in there that can get caught on camera. I
hmm
don't want that. That's it's going. I mean,
yeah, that's a fact.
Woj and X Twitter, Black Twitter, every Twitter, it's gonna be up there. It's gonna be running all the speculations. But like I said, given how they is now, I don't really see it us having no Antonio Brown situation going on. I don't think. I think
Mm-mm.
everybody kind of know they position, place. Everybody
Hmm.
know who gonna have a job, who fighting
Hmm.
for a job, and So I don't think it's gonna be that dramatic. And like I said, if it does get that way, I would hate for it to be publicized. That's my only thing. If we do have one of those Antonio Brown blowouts, which I don't see happening, but I would hate for that to get publicized.
So my thing is when we talk about like hate for it to be publicized or being a distraction or whatever, it kind of goes to the point that I was trying to make earlier, where I'm not in the business of holding these dudes' hands. You know what I mean? I'm not in the Caleb. If these cameras are going to distract you, sir, you need to be better. You know what I mean? Step up to the plate, handle business. Like, ain't none of this coddling. Like, handle business. The cameras are going to watch you. The fans are going to critique you. Twitter is going to dog you. Handle business. Fight through adversity. Ball out. You know what I mean? Go be a dog. Like, you keep saying you want to be immortal. You want to be like Jordan in Chicago, this and that and the third. Be like the Tom Brady's. Be like the Peyton Mannings and whoever else. I'm not going to hold your hand. I am not going to keep these cameras away from you because you're scared of the cameras. And I'm look, Caleb ain't scared of the cameras. We all know that. He's like the first Gen Z is Gen Z, right? Gen Z NIL deal quarterback. So the spotlight has been on him for a while. But me personally, I like Caleb, if like okay, it's kind of like if the defense is chirping at you in practice, Caleb, and you can't handle it, and you want me to tell Jalen Johnson to stop talking shit, I'm not going to tell Jalen Johnson to stop talking shit to you in practice. You know what I mean? If like I mean any defense, if Montez Sweat is like getting into your head in practice, he keep nudging you after the play or this and that and the third, I'm not going to tell him to stop. You know what I mean? So like I don't know that I honestly I think it's gonna be a 0% distraction, especially because it's only preseason. It's only training camp. It's not we're not the in season hard knocks, which is kind of weird to me. That's kind of like that quarterback. See, did y'all watch the quarterback on Netflix?
I saw
I
some of
actually
it.
haven't.
I
I saw.
highly advised watching it. It was Marcus Mariota, Patrick Mahomes, Kirk Cousins, and Mariota, Mahomes, Kirk Cousins, and there was one more guy, and I'm forgetting who it was. But obviously, so look, the funny thing about that quarterback series, the Netflix original, they had to discontinue it because quarterbacks, and this kind of plays into what you were saying, Devin. Quarterbacks didn't want to be on that show no more. You know what I mean? After seeing how it was, I don't know why they didn't, but it was very like they come to your home, like they're probably going to go to Caleb's house. You know what I mean? for Hard Knocks. They're going to go to somebody's house, see how they living, the shake they make when they wake up. You know what I mean? See their workout routine and all of that. So it's going to be very intimate sometimes with some of the players. So they can't run from that. But I love seeing all of that. I want all of that. But so the Netflix quarterback series got discontinued because the quarterbacks didn't want to do it. They asked Justin Fields last year to do it. They asked Tua to do it last year. They asked Dak Prescott to do it last year. No, everybody turned it down. So they're pivoting and they're going to the wide receiver. They're going to follow the wide receivers. Justin Jefferson, they're going to follow Justin Jefferson, Stephon Diggs, all these dudes now because the quarterbacks they didn't want to do it. But I love that series and I love the heart. I just love in depth. When I love drama series, drama TV shows, fucking How to Get Away with Murder, Scandal.
Desperate Housewives.
Not reality. See, that's reality. Actually, some of the reality I do, but Game of Thrones, like all drama series. I love drama series. This is a lot of drama too, so I eat the shit up. So I don't think it's gonna be a distraction because it's training camp and preseason. Now, when we talk about preseason, what y'all think about preseason this year? Because we know how it went last year. Justin Fields and them boys wasn't playing too much.
Which is stupid.
We all can agree
First mistake.
That's what I think. That they didn't gel enough. They didn't work out how each other like plays well together, and then they just kind of like expected everything's gonna click when we're actually playing in the game, and it didn't. And
we can all expect, like we all want them to be out there, right?
Honestly, I think if it's let's say it's 3 preseason games. I think you got a 4th one because of the Hall of Fame game or something like that, right? Hall of Fame game, whatever, they can do whatever. It's a glorified football game anyway. If nobody plays, I really wouldn't care. But those 3 preseason games, and I just think not just any football team. That first preseason game, I'm playing my first starters the whole first quarter. Second quarter, we can go second string on back. The second game, I'm playing my starters to the half. We're gonna play a whole half of football and see how we look. And then that third game, I would want to play them all 3 quarters just to see how they get, because I want them to be ramped up. I want you to be already week 1. You have to be ready for almost 5 quarters of football, because what if we go into overtime? I need you to feel how it feels to come out of the halftime down 7. I need you to feel how, you know what I mean, being up 14. Whatever the situation may be. And in the 4th quarter, it's more like I really don't care about the 4th quarters because it's not an actual game, so it don't go on our record. So, you know, let's see who looking good in that second and third down that roster. And at the end of that game, let's see, you know, maybe one game I'll let Beijing take, you know, majority of that first game, and then Reed take the second game, you know, at that back end of it. But I want my starters playing as much football leading up to week 1 as humanly possible. And I know how people you say it, and we get it. It's football. People can get hurt. Well, don't play football. That's the simple denominator. Then don't play football, dude. Because that's me, and that's, like I said, that's my Flu's tree of mistakes that I like to separate. That's my mistake. I think last season, that first game, what they did, 1 series,
one play,
it was 4 plays. It was 4 plays. It was like a pass, a run, touchdown. DJ Moore. We didn't see them for a fortnight. And if you don't know what a fortnight is, it's 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
It's for a whole fortnight. We didn't see the offense again. So the season starts off. What are you doing?
You're confusing kids when you use that word there, Wes.
Well,
they over there like,
get a thesaurus. Get a thesaurus. Use Google how it was intended.
They like Fortnite. They talk about Fortnite here. Yes, we do talk about
Fortnite. Maybe to pop up in a Google search, they pop Fortnite. This video pop up.
Yeah.
I'm doing keywords, but no. And that was my thing, and I couldn't understand, like, why we not playing? Yeah, but we don't want them to get hurt and blah blah blah. And like I said, my whole question last season up at this point when I was watching the team and looking at everything. I was like, I hope DJ Moore's the same DJ Moore that was in Carolina. Like, we need that type of dog. You know, we need that. We need that kind of weapon for Justin. Like, that's how I was feeling, and that's how I feel. Like, I hope Caleb is that generational talent. I hope DeAndre Swift want to get some get back at the Lions. Like, I hope Caleb. Cole Kmet pop that bubble. I hope Everett take that. You know, like, I'm hoping for all the best for us up until, and then when we hit the preseason, I want to see the glimpses. And you say I'm being too nice, I'm seeing the glimpses, and I can't judge somebody off of. You just said the same thing about Jordan Love. Then if that's the case, then for one season, look at Jordan Love is. They right about Jordan Love.
Nice.
They right. They're right according to your theory. They're right about Jordan Love.
You're a nice guy.
You can say what you want, but then everybody right.
I
But you
don't
just
see
said
why that's supposed to be an insult.
but my whole thing is this: like you just said,
Ain't nobody nice in football.
I gotta see another year from Jordan Love to believe it. Well, I gotta see Roshan get some more. I want to see him get some more touches.
That's how you gonna spend that year.
That's how I want to see it. I want to see it. I'm a mathematician. You know, I'm an electrician. I do math. I read schematics. Dude. I'm looking at what route the voltage is going and where it's ending up. And hey, if he had these many multiplied by these many, that's what he should be producing. And if he do a whole season, he had twice as many touches, the same amount of yards. Man, dude, yep. Get him out of there. He like I said, Velus Jones, Claypool. Like, I was like, ooh, Claypool, big, tall receiver, big body. Like, he should come in and do numbers. And I'm watching him. And I'm watching him. And you like, bro, like, I ain't never wanted to call Spirit. Like, and I don't even fly Spirit. Like, what's the cheap? I'll take that $17 bathroom seat right now to come to Chicago. And I'll fight that 6'4" dude. Like, light-skinned mother. You know, like, I'm mad. Like, I'm mad at Claypool, dude. You know, like, I'm like, dude, like, no. Eddie Jackson the same way. Like, I'm like, man, you the next big thing. You did all that good thing, and we paid you.
I might have to clip that little rant. I might have to clip that.
And we paid you, Eddie Jackson. We paid you all that money, and you was just like,
oh, you talking about Eddie now?
No. I moved to Eddie. I moved same with Claypool. I feel the same about Eddie
Jackson. You gotta
Jackson.
have some respect for Eddie, but no,
I do. It's not that I don't got respect for Eddie Jackson. It's kind of how it played out at the end. It was like, I'm watching you not play foot. I'm watching you not tackle. I'm watching you spin your back into running backs, saying you is tackle. Like, you putting your last name on their helmet as a tackle, and that's not the Eddie Jackson I know. I feel like, you know, like a chick, like, you know, we dated for a while, then I let you hit, and then now you just don't call me back no more. You know, that's how Eddie did it. It's like he did all of that to get it. We gave it to him, and then now you just out there looking.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, when you said that he had to give Eddie Jackson respect, I feel like he did, and then Eddie lost that respect. I mean, at a certain point, when you perform well, and then you kind of like your production drops off, especially after a big payday like that, to me, like, you can lose respect a lot quicker if your production immediately falls off after a payday.
He never got back to that form.
He never got back to that form. I know it was some little injuries and all that.
That was just the big problem. So it's not that, like, Wes isn't giving him respect. He did give him the respect. And then he got paid, and then he lost that respect.
It's like, who is this? Like, I don't even see you trying. Like, I can even see if, like, you trying to wrap up, like, Henry, like some dudes. You trying to go up against top receivers, and they just getting the best of you. It's like, hey, dude, you get it next time. You Eddie Jackson, you gonna get yours. Just take one interception. You take one pick six to turn the game around. I can root for that. But when I see you, like, running and jumping over receivers, like, push them. When you don't let receivers catch the ball, hit the ground. You push them. You play the whole game, dude. Kick them, something. You running, jumping over people. You running. I see you doing this. Other people bumping past you.
Yeah.
Like Brisker flying past you, out rolling with the cast on, rolling out of, like, these young cats flying past you, and we just gave you how much money? We said we was saying, like, you remind us of that secondary back in 2006 when we had Mike Brown and them, you know, like a Peanut Tim, like, you had that type of Bears love for us. We gave you all this money, and you just stop trying.
I'll tell you what, I would love for Eddie Jackson to be in this building when Hard Knocks come through. I'll tell you that much. Eddie Jackson was a great person. He was great on the mic. He was good with the mic. You know what I mean? You get what I'm saying? Like
Yeah,
he
like the only thing I got against him is that you could see like the camera is on you, Eddie. Like we watching you, bro. Like we watching you. Like it's like being mic'd up and you forgot. Oh shit, I'm mic'd up. Let me stop saying. You know what I mean? Like we see it here, everything you're doing. Like what you mean? Like hey, you wonder why we like everybody like it's time to get rid of Eddie. It's about that time. It's hard. It's hard to break off a 7-year relationship. You know it's hard.
Did y'all 7 years?
He was with us. I believe he was with us 7 years.
I think
bro.
so.
7.
Oh man, that's a long time. So did y'all? Well, Devin, you haven't seen it. Wes, did you see the Lions? Because the Lions were on Hard Knocks the year before the Jets.
No,
With the
I did
Lions.
not. I didn't
And
see the Lions one.
ever since then, like, so it was when they had Jamal Williams from the Packers, and then and he had like what 19 touchdowns. Y'all remember that season?
Yeah.
He had like 19 touchdowns. Goal line. It was goal line as fuck. I ain't gonna, it was goal line as fuck. But he gave this crazy speech and he was crying. It was in preseason. He gave this crazy speech and he was crying, and it was viral. That was viral. Dan Campbell, he was talking about biting kneecaps off and shit. Went viral. That's when people started to fall in love with Dan Campbell, and that's the year they went 8-9, and they beat the Packers that last game of the season to keep the Packers out of the playoffs. They were on Hard Knocks that year. The very next year, they was what last year. It was last year, and you saw what they did last year. So I don't know. Like, look, the spotlight helped the Lions. The Lions. DeAndre Swift was there. There was a scene where DeAndre Swift was getting like talked to by the running back coach, and he was just basically saying, "Dude," and John touched on this in the chat. He was like, "Dude, like if you stiff arm him, you get that touchdown. You got to stop being soft. Like you got to stop running so soft. Like you're a running back. You got to run hard. If you run hard, you get that touchdown here." It was at the time it was perceived kind of bad by the fans and by DeAndre Swift. Because the next year he was in Philly, which we know. So I mean, but like you get all of that, you know what I mean? So the Lions catapulted off of Hard Knocks. They literally was like the NFL darlings after it because people loved Dan Campbell's enthusiasm and he crying for his team and shit like that.
But see, if we got Caleb crying during Hard Knocks, then it's not going to be a good look for Chicago Bears fans.
I don't know.
I got people like making fun of Caleb Williams, talking about his nails or whatever. I ain't gonna lie. Look,
I ain't seen him paint his nails yet.
I ain't seen him paint his nails yet, but I'm gonna paint my nails. I'm gonna paint my nails blue for the Titans week 1. I'm gonna paint my nails each week until we lose. Look at Wes. This motherfucker painting his nails. Hell yeah. Painting my nails.
So for every win, painting the nails is that?
No. Until we lose. We lose, ain't no more painting. That shit's over with. I'm gonna tell get that shit out of my face. But if we winning, I'm painting them. We go 1-0, paint. We go 1-0, paint. 2-0, paint. 3-0, paint. Paint.
That's where you gonna stop at.
Through what? 3-0.
That's what I got. I just had to look at the schedule. I had to double check. Since I'm such a nice guy, Rob, I'm gonna take your bet. I'm gonna take your bet. You know I got daughters anyway.
So you gonna paint your nails too?
No, my 4-year-old's gonna paint my nails. So if my whole hand is blue, that's what.
He talking about his motherfucking whole hand.
Yeah,
You a Titans fan?
All right, I'm a leopard. Fuck a beard.
Yeah, I told my lady, I'm like, I'm gonna paint my nails, like, cause like, I'm serious. I got dudes at work being weird. Like, first of all, why are you telling me? First of all, I don't care about what Caleb wears or dress. Honestly, I don't care what he do with himself. You know what I mean? And that brings me to my next. I'm gonna play this clip about Caleb Williams. Matt Eberflus spoke on Caleb Williams and how he gonna handle that hard knocks pressure, and it kind of touched on the nail paint. Not exactly, not the nail painting, and not exactly. You know, he's a coach,
But
so he's
it
not
kind
gonna
of
do
hit.
that. But it hints at it. Thank you, Devin. Matt Eberflus on how Caleb Williams will handle the cameras, spotlight of Hard Knocks.
Do you think Caleb, as a rookie quarterback, is uniquely suited for something like this because of all the focus that's been on him for so many years?
Yeah, I do. I really do. And that's a very good point. And I do think he's suited for that because he's comfortable in his own skin. He knows who he is. And again, he's been out there for several years in terms of, in the media, in the focus, the Heisman winner, all those things that he's done. And he'll be good.
You mentioned Caleb's footwork.
Very short clip, but I'm gonna play it again, back to back. It was very short clip. I'm gonna play it one more time.
Do you think Caleb, as a rookie quarterback, is uniquely suited for something like this because of all the focus that's been on him for so many years?
Yeah, I do. I really do. And that's a very good point. And I do think he's suited for that because he's comfortable in his own skin. He knows who he is. And again, he's been out there for several years in terms of, in the media, in the focus, the Heisman winner, all those things that he's done. And he'll be good.
You mentioned Caleb's footwork.
Like sometimes when I hear people talk about Caleb painting his nails, I be like, I wish I painted my nails. I wish I was into that. Because who the fuck are you? Who the fuck do you think you talking to? Like first, and Caleb, I'm gonna be Caleb. Dude, I am a millionaire. I'm a multi-millionaire. Why are you talking to me? Dude, what do you make a year? You know what I mean? Like, why are you talking to me like you crazy? Like, you don't. Sometimes I wish, because like I said, I'm in not Green Bay, I'm in Madison, I'm in Wisconsin. So Caleb Williams gets a lot of heat. Like they think he gonna be Jamarcus Russell up here. They think he gonna be Jamarcus Russell of a major bust. So that's what they think he gonna be.
You know why they say that?
What's up? What you thinking?
I'm thinking it's because they're scared. Like the people that are saying that type of stuff are saying that because they are hoping to God that the Bears didn't just get the generational quarterback, the one who's going to like put them to shame.
Yep, and whoop on them for the next decade. And it's like for me, I don't know. It's like who you talking? I take offense to it because like I can look like it, with the bear claw thing. People say it's corny, and I said this last week. And Andrew jumping in the chat, he said tonight Black and Yellow needs some love from y'all. We touched on some Black and Yellow last week, Andrew. I wish you was in the chat last week because we went over that Justin Fields press conference he had, but we'll see what we can do for you tonight. But yeah, he was I take offense to it because it's like who like the people that's saying this ain't shit. Just like I said, Roshan ain't shit. These people ain't shit. You know what I mean? I wish. Caleb lucky I'm not him. They lucky they ain't give me the money Caleb got because it'd be a whole different reaction. Wes, what's up?
I'm gonna stop talking about people I like because it seemed like Mark Rob will punch every player that I'm like I got a little hope for. He gonna knock.
Who you like? Who was the player?
You keep saying Roshan ain't shit.
Oh yeah, nah, bro.
Nah, but it's okay. I mean, I get where you at. Like I said, like my theory is sample size and everything. So, but about this is it's like, but this is what they always every generation that this happened. My generation growing up, it was Allen Iverson in the sleeves and the headbands and the do rags and the braids and the tattoos and all of this kind of stuff. It's what these kids is doing, man. Look, if I had a son and he was 17 years old right now, and he loved Caleb because that's what all him and his friends talk about and everything else, and he came in with his nails painted, I'm just gonna tell him I hope you taking that out your allowance, or because I'm not gonna go buy you no nail polish or nothing, but you better go cut some grass or mow some snow if that's what you want to do. Like, hey, that's what you want to do. Be you, be true, and that's all. That's all you do. As long as you getting good grades and being a good person. I mean, what else could you expect from the dude?
I first of all, Wes, I doubt that you're going to tell your son, no, you ain't buying. You gonna buy that shit. You gonna buy that shit.
No.
You gonna buy that shit.
No, I'm not.
You not that type of person. I can tell. It ain't in you. But you in the military, y'all.
Wes out
see-
there, like we all
see,
know
it's-
that Wes is like an amazing dad. And
I
Yeah, you
am,
gonna
man.
buy that shit. You gonna buy it.
am, but I gotta, like I'm saying, it's at some point I put my foot down, you know. It's at some point, it's like, you know, like I'll get up, I can say 80-90%, and I try to be a good dude. I try to be nice and like be okay
That's
with
all you
everybody,
can
you
do.
know. That's all I can do. But it's certain things that lessons have to be learned too. It's like, you know, I have my own feelings on things, and if you want to do something different, like how I treat anybody else, and like I said, if I'm raising a man, I'm gonna treat him the same way because that's how other men gonna treat him. So if this is what you want to do. Do you? Big up me. You want to help me with something? Like, hey, yeah, like I'll wash the car. You pay me $5? Yeah. Can you just buy me some nail polish instead of paying me $5? Then yeah, you did. You earned that nail polish to put it on. Fine, that's cool. If that's what you mean, then sure. But I'm not gonna go out and be like, hey, I just found this Armor Blue for you. I know this is your favorite color. No, I'm not. Like, I'm not picking up I'm picking up flowers for my daughters or something. Like, no, I'm not doing it in that sense. But in the sense of, like, dude, do what you do. This is what they do. This is what they do. This is what they into fashion. They into this. They pushing the edges of the norms.
That's why I brought up Gen Z because we're me and Devin, we're millennials.
I'm still a millennial.
Are you?
Yeah.
I ain't even trying to be funny. You a millennial? You ain't no baby boomer.
No, motherfucker, I'm not 60.
I was gonna say you skipped the generation.
What's the generation I skipped?
There's a generation in between baby boomer and millennial.
What
There-
is it?
No,
I thought it was
Isn't it
baby
like
boomer,
Gen X?
millennial. No,
No,
Gen X
it's-
is after us,
Okay.
right? It's Gen
think-
X
I think
then
it's-
Gen Z.
Gen
Right?
X is anybody born. If you wasn't in school when 9/11 happened, me, you, Gen X. Anybody before that is a millennial. I can look at
Generation is the generation that falls between millennials and baby boomers. Generation X, or Gen X. Gen X is
Oh,
born
damn.
1965 to 1980.
Right, and I'm a millennial.
And then Gen Z, Gen X is what?
That's what I just said. Gen
That's
X.
Gen X.
What is it said again?
1965 to 1980.
That's Gen X.
Yeah, so 98. Then they go baby boomer, right?
No, and then it goes millennial with 1981
millennial.
to 94.
Baby
Oh,
boomers,
shit,
I was
so-
born in like the 50s, like in World War II, like when people was just
Yeah,
coming home
baby-
from war having babies. That's baby
To
boomers.
me, baby boomer is anything before us. Y'all was boomed. That shit was booming. That
Baby boomers are
Dude.
1946 to 1964.
That's what I was saying. That's like war. That's like war. That's like wartime.
damn. My parents ain't even
That's
baby
Korean
boomers.
War and
My
stuff.
bad,
Yeah.
West.
I'm a
That shit
millennial.
And I
Hey.
think it's interesting because according to this, I don't know if I necessarily agree with it because it says millennials end at 94. but-
It's supposedly in 97.
I was gonna say it definitely felt like there was more.
It's 97. I know if
man.
you was, like I said, if you was old enough, like I said, to remember or realize like Y2K and towers falling, like you was in like you was kindergarten one. I know some people remember shit when they was in kindergarten or first grade, and that was a big thing. So, yeah, but I'm a millennial. I'm the big brother of the millennials. You know, we started this. we made video games cool. We made anime nice. We revolutionized rap. We went from no Wi-Fi to Wi-Fi. We was there before internet. We
That's crazy because we had the internet, but we got introduced to smartphones. That's what
Yeah.
we got introduced.
we
to.
got introduced to cell phones.
Yeah.
No kids with Snake on it. You had Snake on your. Let me see your phone. Let's play
Fucking
Snake.
Snake was the bomb.
Like that was it. I remember when if you had a cell phone, you was the coolest dude on the block. Like it's. I mean, I did homework on floppy disks, man. It was way.
Ooh. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Look, Andrew. Look, he says totally off topic. Mark Robbins, you remember I'm socialized with soccer. My hometown team lost Champions League finals today, or just hope for a second and be sad. Nothing about your topic. I see what you mean by the black and yellow. I thought you was meaning
Oh, we talking about the
Steelers.
Steelers. Oh, you
Yeah,
talking
but
about? Oh man. But Buddy 6-0 like Jordan. I forgot who his name who won for Real Madrid. I can't think of his name.
he said that's all. We'll be quiet again and listen until you fall asleep. No, you ain't got to be quiet. I know it's a different time over there, but hey, look,
Yeah.
I'm glad we can talk some football.
It's like
Football helped
4 in
me
the
sleep
morning for
too.
him, guys.
Yeah, football helped me sleep too. But no, back to the topic we was talking about. It's hard knocks. So like I was saying, the Lions, they were like, very popular when they did Hard Knocks, and then they catapulted from that. But I got one question for y'all because this is the first time the Chicago Bears will be on Hard Knocks. Do y'all think that ownership or like Bears brass pushed back? Like, do you think they didn't want it? Do you think we were strong armed into it this time? Finally, you know what I mean?
I won't say we were strong arm. I think the way it broke down as far as it goes, or the requirements, the Bears was like one of the only teams that met the standards, and because of contracts, I think, or something with HBO or something like that, the NFL has to give them a certain amount of teams or certain teams that fit in the program. Like you couldn't have been in the playoffs last season, and you can't
Right.
have a first year coach, or
Mm-hmm.
there's all these stipulations stuff, and I think the Bears fell into that. And I don't know if they had the choice because honestly, I thought Hard Knocks went from the preseason to like in the season because I remember seeing like I said, I didn't watch it like you watched it straight through, but I've seen episodes where it was during the season, preseason, right? Like, so I thought whoever got picked, like I thought we was going to be seeing the Bears at least, behind the scenes to like week 6. So that didn't like me. That was another reason why I was like, I didn't want the enemy to see what we were doing because I thought that we went into the regular season. But if it stopped at week 1, I mean, okay. I mean, if it stopped at training camp and it's over and they don't see nothing when the season first starts, okay, that's fine. I'm okay with that. I'm more than okay with that. Like that's perfectly fine. I would love that.
So
But
there is two versions of it. I don't mean to cut you. I just want to
Yeah.
say there is two versions. There's an in season and a off season. We're the off season. This is what it started as. Off season stops at preseason week 4. But like 2 years ago was the first in season, and it was the Colts, which Matt Eberflus was a part of. So they asked him about that as well, which I'm gonna play the clip too. But yeah, there's an in season team, which I remember when I said in the chat, I
I
thought
think
the
it's the
Giants.
Giants.
Yeah, so I thought the
Yeah.
Giants got selected, but they got selected in
for the
season. You know what I mean?
Okay. Good for
And I
them.
think somebody else, when I was reading about that one, had also come through and said, "Hey, just so you guys know, this is the in-season one." Which, in my opinion, if you're gonna get forced into one of them, I would want it to be the off-season one as
Oh,
opposed to
for
the
sure,
in-season one.
for sure.
Like in-season, you're too busy worried about being prepared for the games and stuff. I don't want to be like thinking, "Oh no, we have to worry about like how distracted they could be going into the game." Like as much as like you want to say that it's part of their job to not be distracted, that isn't always the case. Like
Yeah, and
sometimes things become distracting even though they shouldn't, even though they're getting paid to not be doing this or that.
they can edit
What
it out
what
and
what you
everything.
what you
I'm
He said,
cutting their ass.
you gonna cut somebody just because? Okay, that's how you
my,
are.
my
So,
whole,
This is the NFL. There's cameras following you in game day. This is the NFL. Like you will
yeah,
be watched. There will be a spotlight on everything you do from the moment you're drafted, when you're walking to the fucking taco stand, to when you go out to the club with your homies. There will be cameras, and you better know how to handle it. It's that simple. I'm not. No. 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 Hell no.
I just
Step
don't
up
see
to the
why.
plate or move around.
I don't. My whole thing is, I hear what you saying, Mark Rod, but it's like add more cameras don't help. That's how I'm already signed up being a professional athlete. My life is gonna be in the spotlight and everything else, and I want to minimize. The
You
cameras,
say that like
you know.
it's like, oh, I'm already doing this for you. Yeah, and I'm already giving your ass $30 million.
Right.
You gonna do
But-
whatever the fuck.
But then my whole thing is this: then every team should be in it.
What do you mean? Every team? HBO don't. That's not the contract with
That-
HBO. That ain't how we do things.
That's my whole point. That's my whole point. That's my whole
This
point.
ain't
If
about
it's-
the play.
If it's about how much you paying me, I came to this organization to play football with you and go with what this organization, everybody in the league. That's what we get paid for. We play football on when you say play Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. You want us to play on Christmas? Okay, you want to play on Thanksgiving? You want us to do all this other kind of stuff. And then on top of that, now you want them to follow me home and all this other kind of stuff. And
Yeah. Don't you want that $20 million we paying you this year,
I
DJ
mean-
Moore?
I mean,
You
if
get
that's-
paid that whether they
I can
participate
go-
in Hard Knocks or not.
Right, I'm getting paid either way. I'm not.
But you ain't getting that paid that if you ain't in the NFL. This is
But
what
not
comes with
everybody
being
in the NFL has to deal with
That's
it.
not
But
what it got to do.
At some point they did. The Chicago Bears we're the Chicago Bears is a charter franchise. We started the NFL, so we had a lot of leeway, a lot of pull, a lot of influence when we said no. The Bears should have been on Hard Knocks.
And that's my point is this. My point is this. They should have been on. Why haven't they been on? It's probably on that because of me. Because I came here or because of the team. It's like, so if anything, I'm the reason that we on Hard Knocks. That's how I would feel if I was Caleb Williams or Keenan Allen or Roma Dunze or DeAndre Swift or somebody who they didn't do it last year. They didn't do it. They didn't want to know the development.
matter
of
how
Justin
they
Fields.
feel?
My whole thing is like, they have a right to be like, yeah, I really don't
No,
want
they
the cameras
don't.
there.
No, they
Why
don't.
not? Why not?
Because you're a 20 million, not just in ever. I'm giving you 20 million this year. I'm gonna have to give you another 20 million next year.
And am I
Motherfucker,
gonna
you
have to be
better
on Hard Knocks?
You better be on 6
next year, though?
episodes of Hard Knocks.
But would I have to be on it next season?
We not gonna get picked. Oh, how about this? Make the playoffs.
That's
and
what
you
I'm
won't
saying.
be on it. Make the playoffs and you won't be on it.
And that's my
Make
that's
the
my
playoffs,
point.
Caleb,
That's my
and you
point.
ain't gonna be on it.
And that's my point.
I can't tell. How's that your
That's my
point?
point.
Y'all coddling these boys like
No,
y'all
we
been
not. It's
doing.
not. It's not. Look, it's not Caleb
These
Williams' fault. We
grown-ass
didn't make the
men.
playoffs. It's not Keenan
Listen.
Allen. It's the people who said they don't. Look, DJ Moore never said he didn't want to be on Hard Knocks.
DJ
Like,
Moore
the people
wanna
who
be
was here
paid
last
20
year.
million.
No, they didn't. The people who was here last year. These the only players. All the players that came back from last year, the only ones that didn't say nothing about hard. Even DeAndre Swift's like, I did it before, I can do it again. It's whatever. You know what I mean? But my whole thing is like, I'm looking at it and like, because a lot of people giving Roma Dunze this whole thing because he said, I'd rather not be on hard.
Fuck
Knocks."
what
It's like,
Roma Duze rather
like,
have.
right. Like, I'd rather not be on. I'm not saying don't be on Hard Knocks. I'm not telling the McCaskey family not to do it. I want to see it as a fan. I'm not saying it. I'm saying they have the right to say like, hey, look, I really don't. The ownership shouldn't be like, hey, I don't want them on Hard Knocks. It's not you that's on there. It's like, don't, like you, they not coming.
That's like saying they don't want to be filmed when they playing the game of football. They want to be filmed. They want the cameras. It boosts your stock. It is 2024. Social media is everything. Being on camera as a Hard Knocks darling, you could get so much love, so many followers, so much more sponsors, so much more income can come from being in front of the camera.
Now who's being the nice guy? You're talking about all
Not
the
for them
positives
players.
of it. You
Not
talking
for
about
them
all the-
players.
You talking
I ain't
about all the
being nice.
You talking about all the what ifs? They could be the dollars. They could be, and if they go out and it's what?
If
But
nobody
it's-
like you, that's your fault.
My whole thing is like you saying like just being on Hard Knocks is gonna go when the Lions on Hard Knocks they became this and that. Now that's why they not the divisional champions because they was on fucking Hard Knocks, dude. That's not why.
That's what you think I said.
That's
You said
exactly that's the story
You think
you
I said the
pitching.
only hold on, time out.
No.
That's why I'm glad
That's what
I
you
had.
just said that. You
Hold
said
on, but remember when I said stop the antics and let's talk about football?
I am talking about football.
No, you're not. You
You
just
let
said
your storyline was the
But
Lions
Hard
was
Knocks
just on
isn't
that too.
football. Hard Knocks is antics.
That's what I'm saying.
It
It's
is
not. It has
football.
nothing
You're
to do
feeling
with
me?
football.
time out. But you just said that I said the only reason they were the division.
I said you're
champions
acting
hard
like
knocks.
that. You just said like, oh, they could get all these more accolades, all these more fans, all this more exposure, all this. They're the cornerstone of the NFL. They started it all. We don't need no more. We could
nobody
be
know that.
17. We could
Don't
be
nobody
yes,
know
everybody-
that. That
yes,
shit
they
is
do.
1920. No, they
Yeah.
don't. That shit was 1920. The Great Depression. Don't nobody even remember the Great Depression. You think people? I guarantee you, half the NFL fan base don't know the Chicago Bears were one of the first NFL teams. Half the NFL fan base don't know George Halas, which is why, Devin, you wanted to do an episode on history because people don't know George Halas started the NFL. You're going to get all of that for Hard Knocks. Look, and forget that. Like I said, don't say that I said
I
the
didn't
only
say that. I
reason
said
the
you're
Lions-
acting like. You're acting like being on Hard Knocks, they're gonna get you more fans. It might get you less. It might make people hate you
fans,
even
but
more.
I
It
didn't
might,
say
it
divisional
might get you more.
champion.
But
It's gonna get you fans, but it ain't gonna get you no division.
you said it's gonna
I
make
didn't
us the
say that.
darlings. You said that's what you
Yes,
said.
but that don't mean division. I never
That
said
doesn't
division.
translate
champion.
necessarily to like.
I never said
Yes.
that. Now that's excessive. That's saying I don't know what I'm talking about when it comes to football. I would never say a TV show would get you to a divisional championship. That's a little too far now. What I'm saying
I mean,
is,
we
Ian
all-
Wheeler.
My whole thing is like, where you getting at? What is the benefit? Because having more fans and more followers and more exposure, that's not a benefit
To who? Ian
to
Wheeler
the
might.
team.
Ian Wheeler might go from 10,000 followers to fucking 50,000 followers, and now he's.
And he might not even make the team.
Oh my gosh! Really? We might see him getting cut. I bet you likes it. Look, this is my thing. Look, and it's this simple. I bet. Well, not even I bet. We're all gonna watch it.
I'm definitely.
I bet
watching.
both of y'all love it. I bet
course
y'all
I'm gonna
love
watch it.
seeing it. Love it. Like you're gonna be like,
Of course, I'm
I
watching
wish
the Bears.
I wish I was watching this years ago.
It's
This is
the Bears.
amazing.
I wouldn't watch the Colts or the Patriots or the. I wouldn't watch theirs. I'm watching it only because it's my Bears. I watch anything. Look, I watch. Look, I probably rewatch Super Bowl '85 every 3 years just to watch it. It's my Bears. I still watch the Super Bowl with Rex Grossman. I still watch that. I watch come on, man. Like I would watch it if they did a behind the line segment on that team at any point in time. The worst season or the best season that we ever had, I would still watch it because it's the Bears. That's not a point. That's why I would watch it. I don't see the Packers watching it because
You think so? They're gonna be all they are gonna be all eyes and ears watching Hard Knocks. You don't think so?
They gonna look because I'm gonna watch. It's gonna be.
It's gonna set records. I guarantee it's gonna be the most watched Hard Knocks episode. And
What else you guarantee?
I'm with you right there. I mean, for the people that hate Caleb and for the people that like Caleb, they'll both watch it.
we're gonna watch it. It's going to be watched.
I mean, it's like, for example, we were talking earlier about like WNBA. People who dislike Caitlyn and who want to hate her will watch her games to
Watch
cheer
her.
for the other team. People who dislike Angel watch her games, cheer for the other team. But then the people that like both of them will also watch their games. And
Are they watching the Connecticut Suns though? They're not.
Nope.
My whole thing is like it's an entire family who do not give a fuck about the Packers or the Bears. The Raiders is not watching Hard Knocks unless you a football fan. I'm talking about fair weather. Like who's going to be the new people? Diehard Raider fans know the Bears start. Like diehard football fans know the story of the NFL. The people who are going, you make it your job. Your like you said, Mark. You love football, so you like knowing the facts of other teams. You can, you know what I'm saying. I think Andrew Luck rookie or Terrence, this that's because we like football. Bears fans is going to watch it. Arizona fans, I can go on every house here in Arizona in the 85283 area, and I guarantee you, Less than 1%. Well, let me take that back. This area don't.
I was going to disagree
because
with you so hard.
because
I'm
Arizona's
gonna
full of Chicago fans. I take it back. I thought about it.
Regardless of that, they're going to watch it.
I'll wait for the ratings to come out. I took note. June 1st, record-breaking records. Mark said for Hard Knocks. I'm gonna see what the ratings is once it's done.
I think
Versus
it's hard.
the rest.
Because also, not only that, you know, Caleb Williams is the first rookie quarterback to ever be on Hard Knocks. He's the first rookie ever. This is going to break records. Like it's not only that, but you got to remember, Chicago is the third biggest market in the United States.
And my whole
to be
thing
fair,
is,
I mean,
it's okay
I'm
for
going to
players
watch it.
to not want to watch or not want to be on Hard Knocks. That's all my thing. It is
Oh,
okay
no.
for them to say they don't want to do Hard Knocks.
That's fine, but you're gonna do what I
That's my
tell you to
thing.
do.
Yes, of course. If they have to, then yeah.
I said that in the chat though. I said, yeah, of course. Players and coaches, they don't want to necessarily be on. It's obvious, but you're gonna do it. Like I don't.
Yeah.
But that goes back to when I said you're coddling the players. I'm not doing that. I will never, ever.
I'm not coddling nobody. All I'm saying is it's okay for Roma Dunze to go out and say I really would.
That's
prefer not
fine.
to do Roma.
That's fine.
That's
but
all I
make sure
said.
You go out there and put on your
That's
best
what I
smile.
said. Yeah, you got to. It's your job to do that. That's a part of your job. All I was saying was, it's okay to not want to do it. It serves no real benefit into winning football games and being a good football team. That's my defense to the Hard Knocks thing. That's it.
Now, does it help the franchise grow bigger? Sure.
Yeah, if you want to talk about making money and selling jerseys and getting more fans and all that kind of stuff, then yeah. I don't know why them
Okay,
Caskies
now
didn't
look
want
at it as your point, like, because you looking at it as a player. Well, none of us are players. Why are you looking at it as them? What about you? You want to see them. You want to see
I
Roma
told you that.
Dunze's routine.
I want them just. I literally said I want it just like Big Brother. I want cameras in their house, every single player. I want to be able to log in and tap Caleb Williams, Cam 1, Cam 2. Is he pooping? If he
playing.
like, like I want to know. Like, see, that's why he threw that interception because he up at 5 o'clock in the morning eating peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, and that's what we do.
So are
Like,
you just playing devil's
I'm
advocate?
that. No, I'm not playing devil's advocate. I'm saying as a me person, as a fan, like I want to see everything about the Chicago Bears. I could care less if it was the Colts.
I'm taking the money out the drawer.
No.
Okay. You heard that.
I'm sorry, I had to say because people just like I told you, like nigga, calm down.
I've been there. I've been there. You look. Come on,
Look.
man. You know what's going on.
So my whole thing is, like I'm saying, as me the fan, Chef West, yes, I would want to see I want to be like we said. I would want to be on I want to be invited to mini camp. I want to be invited to training camp. I want to come to. I want to be on Thursday practices. As a fan, I want to be there. But my thing is, as a national,
You care about what
broadcaster
Rome
thing,
feels. You care about
Yeah, I
Rome's
care about
feelings.
my whole team. I care about I care about my whole.
Why you
team's
care about
feelings.
Rome's feelings?
Cause he's my pick here.
Oh, okay, yeah, Rome. Yeah, Rome. I shouldn't have said Rome. You right. You right. You right. I shouldn't have said Rome. You right. Go ahead. Go crazy for your guy. Let's go.
That's
He's
what.
the
If you ask me why
part-
I'm really defending Roman Duke, that's why I'm like, I get you, dog. I'm a rookie. I don't want that distraction. I don't want that. I get you, man. I'm with you, Roman.
He
You
a
know, I'm
punk.
a
Rome a
Dunze.
punk for that.
I'm a
He's a
dog.
punk.
How he a punk for not wanting
Yeah, he a
that?
punk. Rome a
Come on,
punk.
man. I want to focus on football, and that's what I want to do. I want to do my.
Man, it's
that's it. That's all I
preseason.
care
He
about,
go.
man.
It's
That's all.
training
I
camp.
really don't. And the thing is, he didn't never say like, and a lot of people didn't say like, because your thing was, do we feel like we were strong armed into doing it? I don't think none of us were strong armed. I don't think
no,
the players
I mean,
felt strong armed or feel forced in doing it. I think a lot of them had opinions like, hey, look, you know, I'll just do my job. Like even folks like, hey, look, we just gonna do our jobs, cameras or no cameras, blah blah. My whole thing is, my thing is, I'm happy that we're doing it. I'm happy that I get to see more of the Bears content, but I don't see the benefit of it as far as it comes to what my predictions and what I want for my team. I want them to win the Super Bowl.
It's all entertainment. It's all entertainment.
Yeah.
The games are entertainment. You know what I mean? That's why they do so much to keep us entertained for these goddamn football games. A football game can be played like this and like that, but it's not because it's entertainment. You got to entertain the fans, and that's what Hard Knocks is. I think it's, and I keep touching on this, it's deeper. Y'all treat these players like they y'all babies. You want to rock them and put the bottle and bottle feed them and this and that and the third. No, fuck that. Fuck that. Because I was a Bears fan before Rome. Hold on. I was a Bears fan before Roma Dunze came. So he better fall in the fucking line. I was a Bears fan before Caleb came. He better fall in line too. I'm a bigger bear than Caleb. Like, come on now. Like, this is my team. This is not yours. You better come in and you do what we need you to do.
Why? What else you had? What you sound like some chick who just got out of an abusive relationship and want me to give her the stars, and like, you sound like somebody who a homeless person. I'm like, hey, look, take this baloney. Like, I seen a scene one time, and this is what you remind me of a homeless person asking for some money. Like, you got some change, you got some dollars or something. And he like, nah, man, but here, I got this sandwich and this water and these chips, man. I know you hungry. Here go this and some toothpaste and a rag. He's like, I ain't asked for no food or no rags and all this kind of stuff. I asked if you had a couple dollars I can get. You ain't had nothing better, so what you expect? Like, don't sit here and act like these guys owe us this great season.
That sandwich you talking about is $20 million.
We gave people more. We gave people more. I just told you, we gave Eddie Jackson all that money, and what he turned around and do? Spit in our face.
He would have loved to be on Hard Knocks.
Come on. And he would have still ain't been tackling nobody. We would have just seen better angles.
Hard Knocks ain't got nothing to do with...
My whole thing.
Hold on. But what about the 1920 football drive? They do that? You watch those, don't you? The 1920 football drive that the Bears produced? That's the same shit. The going deep into the Bears process of drafting Roma Dunze or drafting Caleb Williams or drafting Torrey Taylor. The in-depth episode, like, you love that, don't you?
I just said I'm okay with it. And I'm saying, like I said, me, Chef West, I want to see as much Bears content as I can. Am I knocking the fact that players and staff and say we could do without? That's all I'm saying.
Okay, you saying we could do without? We ain't. This is our first. We ain't done shit without Hard Knocks.
We don't.
We won shit without it.
We don't. And like I said, we may not be shit with it. That's my whole thing. Like, I don't see the big thing on why everybody got this up and coming. Like, we should talk about why we on Hard Knocks. So, fuck, man, I don't care.
Hard Knocks is bigger than you think it is. That's all.
No,
people watch it.
Man, it's fine. And for me, we finna start getting. And then this is now we're gonna have to deal with the bandwagon fans. We're gonna have to deal with, like, for me, it's just it goes like I mean, it's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be a lot. It's fine for me if Rome, if Flus and the McCaskey say we didn't want to do it, we didn't like doing it, if we didn't get the ratings that we wanted and all this kind of stuff, people gonna talk shit. Like, it's like, man, no.
You look, that's not even a question. Hard Knocks the ratings will be crazy. Like, I can guarantee that. There's some things I can guarantee, and that's one. That's one of them.
That's one. I'm right. Every time you say you guarantee something, Mark, I don't even write down me and Davin and stuff, because, I think we more. You with your guarantees, because you're so.
I have
conviction.
A lot of conviction in what I say.
Yeah. For some people that ain't even in the building no more.
Of something positive. You don't want to accept that. But
positive, negative. It's not about positive.
You could be preposterous and be negative. That's preposterous to say that.
I've never spoken preposterous about my Bears. I'm very real about this team. I love this team. Very passionate about this team.
No,
I would never be preposterous.
No, you're not.
What's one thing that I said was preposterous? That left tackle, that Braxton Jones needs to be better. There's a lot of Bears media members who agree with me.
And it's not with Braxton Jones, but there's a lot of people that, like I said, there's a lot of lists that don't got the Bears at 20. They got them higher than that. There's a lot of people that saying, like, hey, I can see the Bears going to the Super Bowl with what they have, and you saying that the defensive line sucks.
Nick Wright said we was going to the Super Bowl,
and there's a bunch of people that agreed. It's a bunch of podcasts that agree. I'm fine with.
Hold on. But you said preposterous. That's preposterous.
That's preposterous. That's what I'm saying. But it's a bunch of people that agree. It's a bunch.
Preposterous.
Like, come on, like they gonna suck. We not gonna get
No,
25 sacks as a
the
team.
How many that D line is terrible. Cause I'm looking at look, hold on.
I like
And
how it keeps getting worse every time he talks.
It's right.
I gotta address this. I gotta address
erroneous.
Okay, look, I gotta address this. When you watch football games, there's a way to watch them. Some people just watch the game, but there is a way to watch it. This Gervon Dexter hype is crazy.
I'm not.
I know
putting it
what
on
I'm-
one person.
okay.
I'm putting it on the whole. You can say
I'm talking about
Gervon
different
Dexter
things that we
sucks.
talked about.
Okay, cool. I could give you
did
that.
suck.
He sucks. He got to do better.
Hell
Second
yeah,
year,
John.
I need him to do
He
better.
drinking the juice. He
Don't
drinking
be
the
agreeing
juice.
with John. John's
Oh
over
my
there as a
God.
Texas
I'm
fan.
agreeing with
He's
John.
a
I'm
Texas
agreeing
fan.
with
All right,
him.
good. I can't wait till week 2. I'm gonna hire out that y'all here when the Bears beat the Texans.
Me?
Dye them dreads, John. I don't know what you look like, but dye your skull if you
Hold
bald
on.
head.
Me? I think I switched my pick because of this dude was talking crazy. I switched my pick just because of that, and that go
Talking
against
about drinking the juice.
That go against everything I believe in. But I'm saying this. Y'all be like talking about this team like they've done some great things and like these Patriot like Green Bay like Rams, LA Rams like things, and they have never shown y'all that. I've been a Bears fan just as long as any of y'all, and I haven't seen it. So I don't know where it's coming from y'all. That's my issue. Just like with Justin Fields, I don't know what y'all were looking at
You're
that
doing
I
the
wasn't
same
looking
thing
at.
that you were criticizing that one person earlier in the season or off season, criticizing the Bears, saying that they've never done this, saying their history, and you're doing the same thing by saying, well, because they haven't done it before, this new regime is going to be the same.
That's fine.
Like-
but what about when we look at the roster? I'm not just basing it off I'm looking at the roster. I'm talking
You're
about
looking at
these
the roster
players.
and saying
looking
because we
at the
haven't
roster.
done it, we can't do it.
Okay,
like
so is
that.
it all hope? Just tell me that. If it's all hope for y'all, I can.
It's
look,
not
we got
hope. I'm looking at the roster like the same defense that you just. My whole thing is the same defense that everybody said was the top 10 defense. The last second half of the team is the same
Keep
defense.
talking
we
about
putting
the
out
second
there.
half.
We
Just
put-
like
we
Devin
putting it
didn't
out
like.
there. We putting it out there. My whole thing is is this the same defense we had the first half of the season?
Yes.
No, it's not.
Why? Because we got Montez Sweat and we lost
Yes.
Justin Jones too, right?
No. We
Y'all can let
lost
them
Justin Jones.
dudes
But
drink
my whole
y'all
thing is this:
if y'all
no.
Hey.
Forget the beginning of the season. We had Kyler Gordon was out a lot. Eddie Jackson was out a lot. This was the second half of the season. Our secondary was the healthiest it had been all season, and then we did add Montez Sweat. I would give you that we lost Justin Jones. But it's time for somebody else. It wasn't like Justin Jones was. It was not like we lost Montez Sweat.
He was better than Javon.
It's not like we lost Montez
than
Sweat.
Javon.
It's not like you said that it's not a. Who was like Justin Jones was on the caliber of Montez Sweat, Aaron
He got
Donald,
3
like these.
years, $33 million. You don't get that if you didn't do something. 3 years, 33. Come on, man.
And hopes
That's a
or
lot of
something
money.
else. Come on, man. And hope. It was like, oh man. And that's because we wasn't gonna give it to him.
Listen,
That's
I'm
why
saying
he got it.
Say
If money
summary
was
quickly right
look,
now.
if money wasn't an issue, a lot of players would still be where they got drafted. That's why we got contracts, and that's why we.
Say something to John real quickly. The Texans were who they were when they lost to the Panthers.
I'm not even listening to John no more.
I'm just trying to say, like, he lost all respect to me with that comment right there. Like, I can't
my
even
God.
look at him as
It's
being objective
fine.
whatsoever because, sorry, but they did not play well against Green Bay, and if you're saying that is all they ever were, then you clearly don't watch football anymore. Like that, to me, that's just wrong.
what did he say? Not true.
I don't care who
DeMeco
the heck your
Ryans.
head coach is.
D'Amico
Like,
Ryan.
Like,
He ain't taking
I'm not
snaps.
even saying CJ
It's fine.
Stroud. I'm just saying the Texans as a whole are who they were against the Panthers. Is that fair for me to say? No. So I don't get that's. I'm trying to show you the absurdity of your statement.
My whole thing-
Don't let this team trick y'all.
I'm just saying. I'm using what they were like with everybody healthy and all, because like I said, injuries can happen and things could change. And like I said, you can't tell me all I'm saying is we were 7-10 last season with the team we had. Offensively, leaps and bounds. And yes, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not oblivious to the fact, I would love to have some more on that defensive line. I was big and on the O line. And I when we did the mock draft, I took Joe Alt. You know what I mean? Don't get me wrong, I would have took Verse. You know what I mean? Don't get me wrong. I'm saying that we could have went a different route, but this is what we at.
Right, and where we at?
My whole thing is, it's better offensive than it was last season.
Offensively, yeah.
And defensively, we lost Jones. That was it.
Defensively, we need to. See that I love the players. I don't want to talk about the game starts in the trenches. It don't start on the outside.
God.
It don't start out there.
All you saying is practice make perfect. A broken clock is right.
No, I'm not,
because
Javon Dexter gonna practice hard and he ain't gonna be perfect.
Javon,
he gonna practice his ass off.
No, I'm not. And all I'm saying is you saying we didn't lose a significant. Losing Eddie Jackson wasn't hindering us.
Fuck Eddie
Jones.
Jones mattered.
We could come on, man. We could definitely get it. We could definitely.
What?
Somebody
Upgrade?
can step
Yes.
up. Somebody can
But
step up.
Javon ain't. That's the.
I'm not saying Javon is the one. It's more. It's more
Who
people
else
that can
is it?
step up and stuff.
Ooh,
I mean,
Zach
we don't know.
Pickens? Somebody who was drafted after him?
Maybe Zach Pickens step up. Maybe somebody else. I'm just saying we're not looking at a devastating blow. We're not the Rams losing Aaron Donald, or we're not losing Montez Sweat. We're not losing. I mean, you can keep putting Will Anderson up there, but I mean, with that being said, he gonna get double teamed like Montez Sweat, and that's it.
They got Danielle Hunter. They have Danielle Hunter. He's not getting. He ain't getting a double team. I can guarantee you that.
Double team.
But guess what we got? You can double team Montez, and who else? We ain't got no Danielle Hunter.
Come on, man.
It's just simple football, though. Seriously, it's simple football. If you can't get to that quarterback, you're going to struggle. We struggled at getting to the quarterback last year, and I don't see what we did at making it better. It's that simple.
I don't think losing Jones was making it worse.
Fuck Jones. We was sucking with Jones.
That's what I'm saying. And we still was 7-10. That's what I'm saying. You keep making it about fucking Javon. You said it he was back committee. We could make up for that back committee. We could take his production back committee. It could be back committee, bro. It's not like he just.
Who's the committee? The same bumps we had last year.
The same ones. Work harder. That's what I expect. Work harder.
Oh my God! If it was that easy, everybody would be. It'd be a line to get into the NFL, and they would be choosing. But it ain't that easy just to work hard. You gotta have it. And
no,
we don't have it.
I don't see it as you seeing it like a complete oh man, our defense just fucked.
I don't like that you're stating it as a fact. Like we don't have it. No, you think that they don't.
No, that's a fact. We can look at the numbers last year.
Oh,
that's a fact. Yes,
it's an
we are last in defense.
You know exactly how they're gonna do next year.
We were last in sacks. We were last in sack rate. It's a fact.
That is a fact. But how they're going to do next year is not a fact. But you keep stating it like it is.
And we was 7-10.
And
we was like you just said, we was last in sacks and last in sack rate. We was still 7-10.
You know why we was 7-10? Because we had another third easiest schedule last year, and we still couldn't be over 500 with that easy ass schedule.
Right. So my whole thing is
the best quarterback we played last year was Jared Goff, and we were 7-10.
Right.
Just go through it. Look at the quarterbacks we played.
We got
Patrick Mahomes is better than Jared Goff,
and he fucked us up. We lost 40.
Okay, but you lost that argument the minute you said Jared Goff was the best quarterback we played.
That was the best quarterback we beat. You can't.
But
you happy we lost to Patrick Mahomes? He beat our ass. Justin Herbert beat our ass.
It's because
Russell
we,
Wilson
Justin
even
Herbert
beat us.
play against Tyson
we
Bagent?
couldn't score, dude.
It's not about
Like,
what
a lot
Tyson
of that-
Bagent
okay.
did. It's what Herbert did to our defense. Bagent isn't playing defense. Herbert killed our defense. Mahomes killed our defense.
But
Fucking-
that's because they had the ball.
Huh?
Time of possession. They had the ball more. We couldn't score. A lot of that goes on the offense.
Y'all boys gonna
Like,
learn
come
a lot about
on,
football
man.
this season.
I already
guarantee
know.
it.
I'm just saying.
I
I mean,
guarantee it.
I'm not really
I-
particularly
I'm not-
interested in that we don't know football. Like,
No, you're gonna learn a
It's
lot
fine.
more.
It's
You're
fine.
gonna learn a
I
lot
already- I
more
know
than
a
you
ton.
know.
I know a ton, bro. And I'm just telling you,
Okay,
it's
so-
like
so-
my whole thing is, it's a bunch of ways to. You saying like, oh well, if
Tell
we
me
get
how
the
the Chiefs
defense
won.
right.
Tell me, guess who? Remember, I said we were last in sack rate. Guess who was first? The Chiefs. They were number 1.
And
Like,
Patrick Mahomes
who's this-
had nothing to do with it.
apparently
Patrick
not.
Mahomes had the worst wide receiving group in the league and still made it work. We got this great wide receiving room, and y'all feel like it's gonna take us to start them. No, guys.
We're gonna be better than 7-10. I will flip it around and say at 10-7
Okay.
is realistic, bro.
Okay, so when
Playoff
you
berth
say
is
that,
realistic. Like
I'm
if you
not
want me to
saying
be
we're gonna 7 and
realistic,
10. I'm not saying
that's
that.
what
I've never
That's
said that.
what I'm saying.
I
That's
hope
what I'm
that's not.
saying.
But I hope that's not what you're making your argument on, because I've never said we're gonna be 7-10. I never said that.
That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. You said
When I'm
like,
telling y'all, it ain't gonna be
I-
sunshine and rainbows,
I never said
because that goddamn D line needs to be fixed. Like, I don't even
it
know.
does. It does. But look at everything else
we
we
said this like
1,000
multiple
times.
times
You keep
throughout
saying
this.
you so it like oh.
So what's y'all issue with what I'm saying then? I'm confused. If we
Because
all agree
my whole
the
thing-
trenches need to be addressed,
Yes.
so
So if we're
14-3.
No, my whole thing is yes, it needs to be addressed, but a lot of stuff needed to be addressed, especially on the offensive side of the ball. A ton of things needed to be addressed on the offensive side of the ball, as far as quarterback, as far as running back, because Khalil Herbert was barely getting in there. Foreman, like you said, your boy Foreman, he's out the door. He on the bus with Jones and Eddie Jackson. They on the Greyhound outside of the city. They gone. Then we have to fix that wide receiver core because DJ Moore couldn't do it on his own. Them tight ends because Tunyon was out there not doing nothing, and all those other kind of guys really wasn't doing nothing. We still have to do something about the offensive line. We still have to do something about the defensive line. We still had to figure out how we was going to replace some veteran in the secondary because we couldn't have a bunch of kids out there playing tetherball.
I agree.
So what I'm saying is, Pose when it said, "What can I do?" Okay, I can go here, I can go here, I can go here, I can do this. I guarantee you, if Rome would have been gone and Joe Alt was there right now, he would have took Joe Alt.
We know that. I think we all know that.
But
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. And if Rome
Joe
and
Alt
Joe
wasn't
Alt was
there,
gone, we would have got Latu, or we would have got
probably,
Verse,
yeah.
or you see what I'm saying? Like
We would have addressed the trenches. That's what you're
we
saying,
would have,
right?
we would have addressed it. We would have addressed it.
proving my
He
point.
felt like
I
he
think
felt
that
like
the
my and
biggest
my whole
thing
thing is
is-
like this. We was one pick away from addressing the trenches, and I almost called it.
Mm-hmm.
If it wasn't for Pace,
No, you
being a
rocked the
fucking
draft.
hater,
You killed the
see,
draft.
If
You
it wasn't
killed the
for Pace being a fucking hater, we would have you would have been satisfied. You see what I'm saying?
Trayvon, what was it?
And like he
Trice?
went and got Brandon Trice when he knew that's what we was
Brandon
going
Trice.
next. He knew he was going for perfect. And Pace did it, and he went back. He said, "Okay, cool. Let me go get this. Let me do something to address the trenches." If he would have just got a punter and then a safety, you would have your dreads would have blew off your head. You like you didn't pick not one offensive lineman, not one defensive lineman. You would have lost it.
Pose ain't stupid.
Exactly, and that's what I'm saying. He addressed what he could address right now, and like I said, I'm sitting good. I got good hopes that we're gonna look better. We're gonna be better. Are we gonna address the trenches? I just said we got 11 picks next season. If we that
got a
line,
question for you, Mark.
that's first 5 picks should be an offensive line. He should just flip flop offensive defense, offensive defense.
You say-
the first 6 picks, first through First through third, just go offense, defense line. Fix it.
What you say, Devin?
Go right ahead.
I had a question for you. It was something that I've been meaning to ask, like in the group chat, is so if you could trade for a player that, like, on the defensive line somewhere, and I'm saying trade for one, not like sign one, because at this point, most of the like top tier ones have already been signed,
Right.
and anybody that gets cut during training camps, chances are there's a reason that they were cut. So if you're looking to trade maybe a pick or something from next year for Wes, hold on. If you're
Look,
looking
my bad. Did you read the comment? I'll put it down.
Ah.
My bad.
Take it down.
Go ahead.
Hold on, let me chop that up soon.
I just put it up
I'm
because
just- I'm just
go ahead,
curious
Devin.
about like who you might trade for. Like
So-
if you could trade for a player, maybe on like a 2-year deal. I don't know if you looked into it or anything like that, but like if there was a player out there that you'd be interested in that would really beef up our defensive line and make you feel a lot more comfortable.
I asked that question 2 hours ago.
Trade? Who would I trade for?
Yeah.
Wes, when you said it was a little different, you said who would I go sign? And there's no.
No. I said, what would you do as the GM right now with the team we got to make you feel better about the team? Like, what would you do? That's what I said. I said you can sign somebody, you can
I'll
trade
admit,
for
I
somebody.
kind of took
you
it
can do
as
whatever.
like signing somebody right
No.
now.
I said you can sign somebody, you can trade for somebody. What would you do to make it where you like, okay, that's nice. Like Jenga, like, okay, the stack's not gonna fall. That's what I was saying.
Oh, well, I'll answer both of y'all questions then. First of all, Daniil Hunter wouldn't have made it to the Texans. Daniil Hunter would have been a Bear. I'm gonna just say that right now. But
Past
since we
tense.
can't do that, yeah,
I mean,
can't
I
do
feel like
that.
isn't he from Texas?
he
I
might
feel like
be
he's
on.
from Texas, so like I think I'd heard that was one of the big selling points going back home. So I understood when the Bears didn't end up getting him. I don't know if we actually tried, but
This lets me know Ryan Poles and Matt Eberflus, they don't expect to win big this year because they didn't make those moves. But look, let me answer your question. Who would I trade for? Personally, honestly, I mean, you name it. I would have went after. I would probably call up Khalil Mack, see if Khalil Mack wanted to be a Bear again. They restructured his contract. They had a lot of contract
I
issues.
I don't think they're willing to trade him after they restructured his contract.
Right, and that's kind of why we got Keenan Allen on the 4th round with a 4th round pick. But who
Because
else?
he didn't want to, right?
Huh?
Because he didn't want to restructure his contract.
No, yeah, he wasn't doing that. Yeah, that's correct. I mean, who else is out there that we could trade for that's disgruntled? I don't know. Give me a list.
There was the guy from Cincinnati that we were talking about for a little bit, right?
Oh, Hendrickson, little ass. He had a good season last year. I'd trade for him. I definitely trade him.
Like even if he has like 2/3 of the season that he had last year, I mean that type of concept would be incredible. Like
He better.
I would like 19 sacks.
Something like that. It was crazy, right? You know,
it was a crazy ass number.
I would not be opposed at all to go bring in Trey Hendrickson. You know what I mean? Who else is disgruntled? We weren't getting Max Crosby. They just gave him some more money.
Well, but also with Max Crosby, he was disgruntled if they didn't go with who he wanted as head coach.
With his head coach, yep.
When they did, it's kind of like, well, I mean, they went with him, so chances are we're not going to be able to get him.
So I mean to answer your question, there are players I would still make a trade for, and I think we had a question like this last week, if not the week before. Somebody asked us like, what are the chances y'all think Ryan Poles will make a trade like he did with the Sweat trade or something like that? I can't remember, but hell yes,
I mean, if I don't know why, but I'm still sold on the guy from Cincinnati. If we end up doing that type of trade early on in the season, maybe after a game or two, like going and getting somebody like that complements Sweat, like it could take so much pressure off Jervon Dexter needing to be that guy that like we may not even have to worry too much about his production. Having those two out on the field really makes it a lot better.
Hell yeah. Look, I'm telling you, the whole reason that 2018 season, and I know Wes don't think it was that glorious, but it was amazing. Yeah.
I never said that.
Hey,
Do not put words like you felt that
shit
way.
is-
Do not put motherfucking words in my mouth. I never said that.
hey, Devin, tell me you ain't just know them lips was gonna start moving. He was
I
muted.
knew it. Well, see, I knew that you were going to try to get a rise out of it. Like I knew you were going to say some shit just to
Don't lie to
get
the
him
people.
speaking.
Go back and watch. Rewind. Fuck that. I didn't say that shit.
Ah, hell no. But no, Clowney, no, I wouldn't sign. Look, at this point, fuck it. Bring Clowney in. I'm sure Clowney and Chase Young will be better
No,
than Austin
I would
Booker.
say no to Chase Young
fucking
because to
DeMarcus
me,
Walker.
Chase Young would be just like another Claypool. Like he was a problem in Washington. He didn't do shit when he went to San Francisco.
That's a good point. He had that
and-
one sack.
He had one sack.
Yeah.
Well-
yeah, I seen it in the playoffs. He had that one sack, and I ain't see nothing else. That's all I saw.
I'm just looking at it like, okay, well, I'm sorry, but that to me, not enough to justify saying like, go out and get him. Like the only even minor reason you go out and get him is if he had some type of good connection with Montez Sweat, which I don't think he did.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Like,
Nah,
he-
man.
he seemed to want to just play his own type of game instead of playing like an actual team.
Yeah, nah. Nah. Jadeveon Clowney, like I get it. They might be, whatever. But no, I'm with you, Devin. Now, it's a no to those Clowney and Chase.
For me,
Young.
it was primarily no to Chase. I mean, I didn't really look much into Clowney, but
Clowney.
I mean, like you were saying, at this point, we don't really have anything better to put there. So maybe, but I feel like I don't know. I feel like a team could get better by getting rid of Chase or Chase Young.
Chase Young.
I almost said Chase Claypool.
Addition by subtraction. But look, let's wrap this up. And we did some good debating.
Hold on. What a comment. Put that shit back up there.
Which one?
John ass.
What did he say? What did he say?
It's
Was
9:08
it-
p.m. I'll read it out. I mean, you could find it. It's right after
908.
9:08. Yeah, find
Okay.
that somewhere.
Oh, it was John
John said that shit. I'm gonna have to fly to Houston.
at 908. I don't see it. You see it?
All right.
It's at 11:08.
Is it? Oh, cause I'm 2 hours. My bad.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right.
my
Good catch,
time
good catch.
different. My time. It said,
Yep.
if you want to read it, because I read it. It says, Caleb can be creative and make plays like Justin. That doesn't win
I didn't
games
see
in
this.
the NFL. That is a complement piece to playing the position. First year needs to become a passer in the pocket, and creative comes second. So, my contrast to that is Caleb don't scramble like Justin scrambled. Justin scrambled to get positive yards. Caleb scrambles to get receivers open. He scrambled kind of like Aaron Rodgers, backpedaling ass to the sideline. He looked like you ever played what's that Mike Tyson Punch Out when they be how they be like they be moving but don't go nowhere kind of shit. That's kind of how Caleb scrambled. Justin is scrambling like Lamar going forward, Vic going forward. They're going to make the play themselves. So this whole comment, bro, is stupid. And if Mark said we don't know football, this make me feel like you don't either. Because the way Caleb, I gotta take shots. You like to take punches. I'm throwing a little jab here.
Yeah, but I didn't say y'all didn't know football. That's not what I said.
We could learn a lot.
There you go, Devin.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm just saying that's what you're saying.
And that's what I'm saying. And like, because if you watch how Caleb scrambled, and I watched too, and I was like, because I thought the same. Like, I ain't gonna lie. Like, I saw some Caleb shit, before we got him in college. I'm like, that's the same thing. Ain't he doing the same thing Justin's doing? Mm-hmm. But like I said, I looked at him. I'm like, if you look at it, he don't really scramble for positive yards. He scrambles sideline to sideline to throw receivers open. And this, I mean, the same Pat Mahomes. You know what I mean? They scramble sideline to sideline. Patrick don't scramble north. He scrambled east and west to wait for them to help their receivers get over, tire out them that secondary, to throw in that gap, to find that hole within the defense. So for you to say that, I'm pretty sure C.J. Stroud did that a little bit too.
I mean, I will say that
you see what I'm
there
saying?
were sometimes there were some times that he did go for the first down, but like if you scramble inside to side,
2 yards,
and then you see something that you can really like, you're like, oh well, I can get this first down, and the receivers aren't open, then you go and run for it and get the first down. But he's not out there like scrambling, running for 25 yards, 60
He's
yards.
He's not even going 6-7. He going.
Nah, he not.
He's scrambling for 3 yards on 4th and 3. He's scrambling for 1 yard when it's just to get the first down. Like, yeah, he did have some explosive plays because, I mean, when Moses parted the Red Seas, all the fucking Hebrews went with him anyway. You might as well take it if they don't give it to you. You know what I mean? So don't get me wrong.
Bring it up,
Moses. Like, come on. So don't, I don't want like you. Like, I could get cute. I could throw down. I could chitter chatter with the best of them, but don't throw no stupid shit out. Like, he scrambles the same way. They two different. I couldn't even say they two different quarterbacks.
John is funny.
Yeah, I can't wait.
I guess he could take a jab to the chin.
Yeah.
He ready for all the smoke.
I'm finna go on spirit and see what these Houston.
Nah, let me address this. I see it came up again.
Yeah.
I did not say y'all boys did not know football. First of all, the way we was going back and forth, I'm being serious. The way we was going back and forth, there's no way in hell we would even be able to, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
have that type of dialogue. Yeah, we couldn't have that type of dialogue. You know what I mean?
I wasn't
We'd
saying
never do
that as
that.
fact. I was just, you know what I'm saying, just throwing my little jabs while I can. Get my thing in, man. I'm out here. I'm fighting for my life. I'm fighting for my life.
Mark Rob wouldn't have even had us on the show if we didn't know football.
We need to get that R. Kelly soundbite in here. We're fighting for our life.
Hey.
What the
Good.
I think that's the pop in here, man. But yeah, no, like I said, I'm optimistic, but I'm realistic. Like I said, I don't think we just all jabbed up. Of course, yeah, we're not the perfect team yet. But man, I think we did drastic leaps and bounds, and I think we should be competitive and effective. And yeah, man, like I said, we can still it ain't over. We ain't missed the playoffs yet. So I think we still, and I think, like I said, from what posed at the end of that draft, I think he knew too. And I think it's still on his board. I think he's sitting in his big old chair rocking back and forth because, he like to lean back in chairs for some reason. I don't know if he got back issues or whatever. But I think he got that on his board. Still got to get a better offensive left tackle possibly. And I still need to get somebody if I can get one. If that phone ring and they like, hey, look, they not, if an agent call him like, hey, they not doing my boy right. He willing to do this just to spit in their face. Like, what you want to do? Okay, cool. And like I said, he ain't showing me that he can't do it, and it's impossible. And I hope it, for my sake, on this podcast, for the next 8 or 9 months, I do not want to be here in in February, in May. I do not want to be saying the draft is coming up in 32 days and we ain't did nothing to address the trenches. And even if we look decent and look good, it's like I feel like we got off. Somebody didn't show up. That's what I say. Especially if we really dominate, we really look good. Either somebody on our team showed the fuck up and showed the fuck out, or the team they put in front of us, they was either hurt, injured, or they dropped the ball and we just got the better. Or I doubt if we can outcoach any team. So
you know how crazy and how massive the "I told you so" is gonna be on this show, on this podcast. During this, like from both sides though, like whoever, you know what I mean.
Whoever it's gonna be. I got receipts.
But see, like, I feel like if we get to a point like we're at 11, 12 wins, I don't know if we'll get there or not. I'm hopeful that we do because, like, if we do, I don't think anybody's going to care about no "I told you so." Like,
yes, we is. Yes,
tell
I am.
me so. Tell me
Wes
so.
will be like, "I told you so," and Mark will be like, "Look, I'm very glad to be wrong."
Look, I watch a lot. Look, I watch a lot of TNT. And I might have to get that look what they did with Charles when I guarantee I might get a sticky note board and what did you just say? Let me give me some. I think I'm gonna have to do it. Get a
guarantee.
Guarantee I'm gonna have Devin. I'm gonna have Mark. I'm gonna have what he said at what time. I might even have a little space for people in the comments just so I can show John a lot of love. And I'm gonna pull them sticky notes out. I'm gonna color code them. John, your sticky notes is purple. Just so you know, when you see a purple sticky note, you finna get it. Get you a red one for them Texans, them red Texas ones right there for you, just so I can say, CJ Stroud, who? I can't wait. I want it. And I can't wait for the compliment. I can't wait to shake my head and lick my wounds and
the one player I want to prove me wrong in all seriousness is Javon Dexter. I want him to.
I mean, I feel like you've given hope on Braxton Jones.
Oh yeah, he like Charles Leno to me.
But you see, I don't defend Braxton Jones. You don't see me out here.
You don't.
I don't defend Braxton Jones. Oh my God. I ain't never seen a two-dimensional player. And when I say two-dimensional, I mean like a cartoon character. He turns flat when he turns his body. And everybody just run past that dude. He is not a 3D body.
Flat Stanley.
Yeah, he just graph, bro. He a graph. He just turns side and it's like, you see his number when the snap happened, right? It didn't do like that. And everybody just come. It's like, I swear to God, honestly, like, I love Justin. I seen so many times Justin Field look over his left shoulder, and he looked like he running from bulls, because this is just two people who just came, and it's just bad. I have no defense for him, and that's why that's why I was like good on Joe Alt. That's why I was like, hey, look, I hope Kieran can at least hold.
He might take his spot. Remember, Braxton was a 5th-round pick. Karan was a third.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So he might just take that spot.
I hope he can shore it up, and I hope he can show some light. Like I said, like I gotta give Dexter one more year. If he the same after this year, I'm kind of gonna be like, hey, look.
Believe it or not, I defend all these dudes outside of this podcast.
Somebody out there.
We need a Hard Knocks episode for Mark Robb. We need to go in a day in the life in the truck while he on the phone around all them Packer fans.
I'm telling you,
it'd be like Braxton Jones is the best player in the entire league.
Y'all look. I'm telling you, I swear to God, and I'm not even lying. I defend these dudes because I'm not going for that. I could talk shit, but you're not about to do it. That's not what we're doing.
It's like one of those things where, like, you can talk shit about your brother, but nobody else better talk shit about your brother.
You better not. Don't say nothing. Like, seriously, because they dog us up here. But y'all know. Y'all already know. Y'all see it on social media all the time.
Oh, man.
I work up in Kenosha. I see that shit, too.
Hey, it's like I had to retract my ain't nobody in Arizona gonna watch Hard Knocks. I forgot about 47% of these people out here is from the Midwest. I had to retract that statement quick. And trust me, we get into it constantly. But we could go. Let's wrap this up, man. We hit a record.
This is a record. I got jumped today. but it's okay.
You got put in your place. Just put it how it's supposed to be, man. Don't say we jumped you. You got put in your place. You picked a fight you couldn't handle. You
You're
thought you
right,
was
I
the
definitely
lion.
did.
You thought you had the mane, and the pack of hyenas hit you. You know what I mean? It's all right. We chased Simba out the pride. That's all.
I will move
Over there,
differently,
Lion
for sure.
King.
Hey, I'm
I'm a
move
worldly
differently next
individual.
time.
I'm a worldly
I'm-
individual.
I'm definitely gonna move differently next time. But look, appreciate everybody who's still in the chat, still watching, whether you said something or you just adding and listening. It's all good because we appreciate it. Tune in every Saturday to 3 the Hard Way with my guys, Devin and Chef Wes. We like to cook, we like to argue, we like to put straight facts out there. 3 the Hard Way
That's
every
some
Saturday
bullshit.
about
That's
4:30
bullshit.
5:30 p.m. Hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, the Black Bear Podcast, one word, no spaces, the Black Bear Podcast. I'm your host, Mark Rod, with my co-host Devin and my other co-host, Chef West. We gonna see y'all next week. We out of here. Peace.